Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer. We're to tonight's slightly early Saturday stream. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Please, even though we are making a celebration today, we're having a celebration, please mourn the loss of our Rumble brothers. I kind of feel bad. I know this is supposed to be an 11K celebrations for YouTube specifically, but I still feel bad about the Rumble Bros because, like, I do actually like the Rumble Bros, even if I constantly put them in the cuck chair.
Is it the Jews?
And,
is it the Jews?
and for some reason, Restream and Rumble are having issues, and I didn't find that out until, like, stream started. And I don't know how to fix things because I'm deeply retarded. And so please mourn the loss of the Rumble Bros. They're unable to celebrate with us today. And I kind of feel really bad. It's kind of fucked up. Kick supremacy. Yeah. I mean, I did at them in the server, being like, "Hey, go watch on Kick. Kick is superior, or YouTube if you must. But go to Kick, right? Kick is like seriously. Like, obviously, use your preferred platform at the end of the day, but Kick is definitely my preferred platform for you guys to use if you care about my opinion at all. If you don't because I'm a woman, then based and disregard. But if you do for some stupid reason, go to Kick, please. There. So yeah, but F's in the chat for the Rumble Bros. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. I'll help. A tiny hat cursed me with immortality. What do I do? God, I don't even know, because that immortality is not something that I personally wish. But then again, I sometimes I wonder if life is too long as it is. Oh god, but like if you actually had immortality, the amount of things you could possibly do in your life, like the amount of skills that you can learn, the amount of time you can waste at the same time, the amount of things you can change. You could chronicle everything that has ever happened, like during your lifetime there. That would actually be pretty cool. Like, you'd be a first-hand witness to so many things. You could travel and see the world, and actually be like the scholar. And then like as time passes, then people like lose your text and you get like really upset about that. But like at the same time, like it'd be really kind of cool actually having the thingy. Yeah. I don't know. I actually, you know what? Immortality is a curse. I do believe immortality is a curse, but that I would actually like to do that. But but imagine that probably get boring after a while. And then you get really frustrated with seeing humanity's mistakes over and over and over again. But anyway, sorry, that like I just started like thinking about that. Got way off topic there. Way off topic there. Open a high interest savings account. If you have immortality, that the interest account is not going to be lasting for very long in your grand scheme of things. Like, it'll be great for a good like 50 years of your life to 100 years, depending on how the economy is going. But if you become immortal now, I don't imagine it's going to be lasting that long based off how the state of the world's going. But I could be just dooming a little bit too much. First, spend as much time with your family, then when everyone passes, study and learn from the world. Yeah, that's would probably be the best way forward. And thank you, Rubber Branch Physics, for the $2 videos. Thank you. I need your in a chat's opinion. I'm making a cream pie for second Easter tomorrow and can't decide between anime girl thighs or plowed and proud for flavor. Hashtag alien isolation. Okay, you said cream pie for second Easter, and I was just like, okay, that's nice and wholesome. And then we get the anime girl thighs are plowed and proud. So I'm gonna go with plowed and proud, because if you're making a cream pie, then you have to make sure you fill her up all the way. Make sure she's gushing, from all sides and all holes. Though, to be fair, it's a cream pie, so you probably shouldn't have that many holes in it, because you need the crust to be stable. But plowed and proud is for the win. If you're immortal, money doesn't matter. You wouldn't need to eat or avoid death in general unless it's being able not to age instead of literal immortality. I imagine this is the being able not to age, because that's how most people mean it when they say immortality there. Beat the eggs, yes. No leakage allowed, yes. Which is why you have to be proud and proud. And then, you know, but like, make sure there's enough cream in there that has a nice, like, top to it, right? Then again, I'm not like a crust person. So, you know, I like to have as much cream as possible and less crust. Good evening, I'm all join the Kick Bros now. Awesome. I love Kick Bros. Kick Bros is superior. I love all my children equally, but some more a little bit more equal than others. Kick. I ate food earlier, and I don't know where to put my plate, because my normal spot where I put my plate has other shit on that. And I don't normally put it on the notebook, but I've just used the notebook, so I was like, maybe I should move my plate elsewhere. There we go. Oh, that might fall. Oh well, if it falls, then it's only a slight mess. I'm gonna have to clean up later, but it's fine. It's fine. What happened to the Rumble stream? Something broke? Yeah, it's having issues. I'm not sure why, but it's not liking restream. And it's kind of annoying, because I feel bad for the Rumble bros, because I do like Rumble, right? Like, obviously I'm pushing so much for Kick, and at the end of the day, but Rumble is still a good platform. It's still a good alternative. It's especially if you prefer YouTube over Twitch, because Rumble's trying to copy YouTube and Kick's trying to copy Twitch. And obviously the Rumble only streams are great for saying slurs. And I know they're having a campaign at the moment trying to get more content creators going to Rumble, which that's to me is a good sign, because that's what Kick had to do. And that's what helped make Kick better, is that they were actively invested into their platform, got the big creators to jump ship, or at least multi-stream to there, and then that also brought the small people in, and overall was a net benefit for everybody. But the key is that they have to invest into the platform in the first place, though obviously you need money to invest in the platform. If you don't have anybody on your platform, then you can't really invest. So it is a catch-22. But Rumble is part of Peter's deal. And it does have some big people on there, like Tim Pool, and now like Tectone, and, you know, Alex Jones, and some other people, right? So it's like, okay, you should have the money. You just need to actually put the investment in there. At least that's how it looks like to me. And it seems like they're finally doing that, because Kick has been dusting everybody. So I'm planning on investigating and possibly, you know, investing more into Rumble myself, now that they're actually putting the effort in. But that's all in due time. All in due time. Oh damn, really? I didn't know about the Peter Thiel angle? Yikes. Yeah, that's why some people don't actually like Rumble, because they see it as a honeypot. Which I can understand about that concern. However, the N-word. My ability to say the N-word is worth the honeypot, because I've already said it already, like, and I said it on Twitter, like, if I, you know, when streaming, you know, when I hit the wall and streaming dries up and all that fun stuff, right? Because like every content creator has got a shelf life, right? Some are longer than others, but it is what it is. It's part of the internet, right? And you know, when it all dies and falls apart, and I try to actually get a real job again, and they want to go through my history and be like, so why do you say the N-word so many times? And be like, okay, suck my dick. Might make me unhireable, but you know what? Hey, it's better than OnlyFans. And you can say any N-word as many times as you want on post. Yeah, but I've heard some sussy-wussy things about posts, and it's even more obscure than Rumble and Kick are. So, the thing about alternative platforms that a lot of people don't really... I don't want to say they don't understand. That's not what I mean here. But the thing about alternative platforms is that it really is a catch-22, right? Is if nobody's on that platform, then people are not gonna watch it, right? Kick didn't really get a huge resurgence of people until Asmongold started streaming on Kick. Obviously people were already streaming on Kick, but it was more of a niche, and it kind of had a bad reputation because it had those the ones like the Johnny Somalis, right, who were doing all this like domestic terrorism pranks on people. And so it was a good lawless place and good for like anti-censorship, but what didn't really have the base to actually watch people for, because the content creators weren't there. Like, you need the content creators to be there for people to watch the platform. But if there's nobody watching on the platform, then there's no incentive for the content creator to go there, because it's just a net loss overall, right? Because unfortunately, numbers are all that matter at the end of the day for both the content creator as well as the hosting website, whether that be YouTube, Kick, Rumble, Post, Twitch, whatever your example is. And that's what a lot of alternative platforms have always had problems in the past. Odyssey, BitChute, Minds, Gab, let's see, there were some more alternatives that I'm forgetting, about, but they've all had problems with retaining, because even though big content creators, let's say Sargon of Akkad, for example, would go to Gab, or would go to Minds, or would have their things on BitChute, because they don't have the money to invest into the website to make it better for both the content creator as well as the user, the viewer end of things. Oh, hello, kitty. Do I have to kick you out? I don't want to kick you out. You're being very, very cute, but you're also on my desk and being in the way. But yeah, like, they don't have the money to invest in it, which makes it clunky and hard to use, and so then people don't want to use it, and so then no content creator or viewer jump ship, and it's just this hot fucking mess that makes it really hard for alternatives to actually thrive without an actual investment into the website. The reason why Kick did so well is because they had the gambling money, and into it. Rumble should be better since it has Peter Thiel and all these other content creators that have already been, mass censored on YouTube, like Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes. Temple hasn't been censored, obviously, but, like, he has obviously done big promotions for Rumble. So, but they should have the money. They don't really have an excuse, in my personal opinion, unless I'm obviously missing something, right? And it's just very complicated. Unless somebody like Asman is willing to bring people over like he did for Kick and help raise those numbers and make things better from that end. Mines is still going, but it gets worse with each upgrade, so it's mostly them shooting stuff on the foot. What way to go was the Facebook alt? Yeah, Minds was really bad when it first launched, because I remember using Minds, and I was like, yes, finally an alternative platform! And the only one that I followed that really, really used it regularly was Oozaloo. And it was not a very pleasant experience, because, one, nobody was doing anything on there, and two, the layout was weird. It was just a mess. Like, the only alternative platform that did very well was Parler. And frankly, I don't even know how Parler did. Like, I'm assuming it was just lucky. A mix of luck and investment. Because Parler was a great app. Like, Parler was a fantastic app just to doom scroll for. But before doom scrolling was really much of a term. And, like, it was just an overnight sensation. Because it was a great app for content creators. It was a great app for the viewer side of things. And had a perfect free speech. And this is in the height of when there was mass censorship online on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, obviously. And so it came out as massively free speech with enough investments that not make it a huge eyesore and pain to use. And then, Trump was on there, Sargon, Alex Jones, everybody and their mother was, like, on Parler. And it's a little bit too successful. It's just a little bit too successful, because then they had to shut it down. Oy vey, as they say. And they try to blame the January 6th protests on Parler, when it turns out it was mostly organized on Facebook, because that's where all the boomers were. Because Facebook is still the biggest, social media platform, at least it was back then. Now I think X has overtaken it, but it's still in regular use by the boomers and Gen X's, and even millennials too. The millennials only got Facebook because of their parents had Facebook type of situation, and now they're the ones that are the parents, well, if they are having kids and using Facebook, and then being one-shotted by the AI slop. But anyways, Parler got thrown under the bus, and thanks to Parler having so much freedom of speech, that's why X doesn't have freedom of speech, fun fact, because thanks to Parler, Google and Apple Play stores realized that they needed their own TOS, and so therefore, if you want to have your app on the App Store, you have to make sure you actually censor properly based off their, their own TOS. And if you don't do that, you can't have your app there. So that's one of the main reasons why you can't say the N-word on X, for example, because of Apple and Google Play's stores TOS. So, but it's because of Parler. Yeah. Very unfortunate, but censorship is not going to go away. Not completely, at least. It's highly unfortunate, but at least we're in a better situation overall than we were like 5 years ago. Overall, things still aren't doing too well, but overall, Yeah, Rumble should be an alternative instead of a YouTube alternative. Well, they were trying to poach, and they really got the popularity when YouTube was in their worst censorship phases back during 2020 and like 2022 roughly, because of COVID and Black Lives Matter. Because YouTube was, oh god, that was borderline unusable during those days. At least if you're in the political spectrum of things, because everyone had to dance on eggshells. Even like the gaming channels, right? Like Game Grumps, for example. I remember kind of watching them a little bit here and there, just kind of like checking in to see how they're doing, because I was still, in that phase a little bit. And like I remember them having to use like the coof, right? The coof was supposed to be the word for COVID to get past censorship, because they even though they weren't exactly political, though obviously Aaron and Danny definitely leaned left and made it very blatantly obvious, especially as the years went on. COVID was such a big deal to literally everybody, as it shut down the fucking government and the economy, and people lost jobs and had to stay at home, right? And so like there's no way to not really talk about that. And you had to use, like, the regular channels just had to find like keywords and code words to try to get around the censorship. Because if you use the word COVID, you would then get that little bar underneath your video being like, this is the WHO standard on how to have COVID. If you don't listen to conspiracy theories, or little like warning thingy, and just flag your video. It was absolutely batshit insane. But YouTube's actually a good platform design-wise, right? Like, you have a channel, you search the channel, you find with their name, you have the subscribe thing, it shows up on your feed, you get to see their videos, the layout's very nice, they have live streaming, they have the little posts that nobody uses, and various other little things. Like, it's a very good website overall for how it functions. And so having a free speech version of the same thing is a win versus YouTube's massive censorship boner that they used to have. That's exactly what Kick was doing with Twitch, right? Like, Twitch is actually a good platform function-wise for live streaming, specifically only live streaming, where you search a channel, you follow them, and then you catch their live streams. It shows up in your feed or in a little sidebar. You get to see all the other top streamers that are live. Going on there, you have the raid functions, the bits, everything like that. Like, function-wise, it's great for live streaming. But the problem is, it's got horrible TOS. It perma-bans people, or just temporary bans, which are just suspensions, but whatever. And has all these different double standards, completely run over by ethos. So we just have why don't we have an alternative that's basically the same thing, but with the freedom of speech? That's really all people want. And that's where Kick comes into play. It's just green Twitch, except with significantly better freedom of speech. Like, I'm still not gonna say the N-word here, because I did read Kick's TOS, and there are things in there that, if it goes popular enough, or if the government tries to use it, whether it be the EU or American government or whatever the case is, they could technically use the TOS against you, and it can be a little bit harsh if that day were to happen. But it seems more like a Apple Google Play store safety measure more than they're actively enforcing it. And as a platform, it's superior than Twitch because of the freedom of speech, because of the amount of things you can do. That you don't have to worry about being banned. and they actually are putting investment in. Versus Twitch is getting worse as time goes on, not just because of the content creator side, because of the lack of care that they're putting in Twitch itself. It goes on both sides. Actually, 3 sides here. It's a threesome, right? You have to have the platform itself, the content creators, and the viewers. It's a triangle. You need all of them to exist for a platform to function in a proper way. B, Twitch, have streaming monopoly, ruin it. Exactly that. Exactly that. I do expect Twitch to die eventually. Maybe not this year. Maybe next year. But probably by 2030. Let's see, it's 2026, right? So probably by 2030, Twitch will probably be obsolete by then. Hell, the only one streaming there might just be Hassan Piker. Do you know of any alternative payment processors or banks? Not really. The only alternative payment processor, and it's not even a processor, the only alternative I know is Subscribestar, and that's an alternative for Patreon. And that's not exactly a payment processor or a bank. There's really no version of it. There's the Japanese version of a payment processor. I forget what it's called. I remember when PayPal and MasterCard were going after Japanese censorship, or trying to make the Japanese censor themselves a few months ago. And they created their own alternative, but it's very much region locked to just Japan. Because they didn't want any Western tourists coming in there and ruining it like they do everything else. Will Twitch die before Dan Clancy? That is the question. Probably. Dan Clancy's old, but he's not that old. Isn't Rumble Wallet a thing now? Don't know if that classifies as a payment processor. It uses, like, Bitcoin, right? It uses cryptocurrency. So, if you count that as a payment processor, then sure. But I personally don't, because most people don't actually use cryptocurrency. It's a whole different payment with crypto, not actual cash. Well, I say cash, but it's just numbers, right? Everything is digitalized, so doesn't matter. She would have shilled for Rumble Wallet if she was being paid. I mean, hey, I was saying I was considering investing more into Rumble, and that includes being part of the whole like Rumble Premium. No, or like it's called Rumble something. I forget what it is. And one of them is an ad for Rumble Wallet. And listen. I'm a cheap whore. If I can get paid to advertise for something that I don't think is that bad and or I support, especially if I support it, then I'm going to go ahead and do it. It's a win-win. It sounds like a good idea to me, or it's actually a good product. I get paid for it. Fine. It's a win. And with Rumble Wallet, I don't really see the problem with it other than being cryptocurrency. And I don't have a problem with cryptocurrency other than it's just another form of the digital age, which I'm not exactly a fan of because I'm a little bit of a Luddite, but I also know I'm not going to be able to do anything to change that either. So, you know. Tis what it is. Tis what it is. Like, for example, right? The Dragon's Treasure. I know, if you found a fascinating website, did you know, chat, that if you go to thedragonstreasure.com and use code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order, you can get all your soap, tea, and coffee needs, as well as focus drinks. He even has dragon and foot molds for his soap. See, now that's a product that I'm willing to advertise, because they're actually good products. The tea man's really based and friendly. The soap was good. I actually just used it the last of my bar of the Three Wise Men today. And so I'm going to have to get either my other Three Wise Men bar out or the Ray of Helios. I think I'm going to do Ray of Helios next just to kind of like switch it up there. You know, but yeah, code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order at the Dragon's Treasure, chat. Skip ad. Oh, there you go. Ad over. My, you know, I'm not actually gonna apologize. I'm affiliated after all. But like, you know, I had to do it. I had to do it. If I'm gonna be talking about advertising Rumble Wallet, I had to do the advertisement for the Dragon's Treasure. Thank you, Gus of the Dorks, for the $5 duels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congrats on 11K. We know that video opening up to audience, admitting that your Sundare's secret love-hate of MLP is on the way. Follow Equestria. Please kill yourself in Minecraft. Also, Kitty, I need the notebook. I kind of need the notebook so I can write down the $5 dues to follow Equestria. She's glaring at me. She's laying on the notebook that I have where I write down for little game funds and stuff. Yeah, she doesn't want to move. I'm sorry, Gus of the Dorks. I'm not gonna be able to get the $5 after all. My cat says no, and I listen to my cat more. Okay, I moved her. I'm probably gonna kick her out. Because she's being a cat. Okay, kitty, come on. There we go. There we go. But anyways, enough about the whole other platforms and things like that. As the title says, and the reason why we're doing an early stream today is that thanks to you guys being very generous and liking some dumb woman on the internet for some reason, I hit 11K on YouTube a couple days ago. So thank you very much about that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, chat. Technically, I commissioned this thumbnail for the 10K that I hit not that long ago, and I did make a whole thank you post on Twitter for the 10K, and I meant to do a whole actual celebration for 10K in itself, but but 10K hit a lot faster than I expected, so I wanted to actually get the commission for the thumbnail, and then by the time the thumbnail was done, we already hit 10K, and then by a long shot. And then on top of that, I didn't know what to do. This is so dumb, but I wouldn't do something special for 10K because it's a big milestone, right? It should be something that gets celebrated properly, and it's like, okay, I want to do something that's not exactly political. That's actually a thank you to you, the community, for allowing me to hit this such a great milestone and everything like that. And I just couldn't think of anything. I'm not very creative or clever. I don't have a ton of money to do anything crazy things I don't know, a music video or some sort of fun event or things like that. And plus, honestly, the big thing is really I'm just not creative. I'm really just not creative. I just sit here and I fucking yap. I don't know how to do these things. So I'm sitting here okay, I had to do something. And I just couldn't. And then I went on vacation. And then I was just like, okay, well, I guess this is not happening. But then we hit 11K, and I was just like, okay, I got this thumbnail commissioned. We just hit 11K. I need to do something. Because I oh. And the something is the same as usual. Because once again, I'm not creative. It's just the same as usual. So we'll talk. I figured do a little bit of an earlier stream. It's a Saturday, right? Do a little bit of an earlier stream. And, we'll talk some politics because we did the game stream yesterday. And then if there's some extra time, then we'll play some game. It won't be 13 Sentinels. I have a different game that I think would appeal. I hope that appeals to you guys a little bit more. I hope so. Because, I do want to play games that interests the general community when it comes to something special for the community, that type of deal. Of course, as if we have time for it. There are quite a few topics today, and I didn't start all that early. I wanted to start earlier, but that didn't happen. Yeah. But yeah. So that's the kind of deal. So I'm sorry that it's nothing super, super special, but I wanted to actually thank you guys because it's been a fairly crazy year and a half since I started streaming. And it's only getting better. It's only getting better. Like, I'm in a much better position than when I started Amalgamyte. Like, it came to me in a dream back in like August of 2024, where I was just like, I got, or at least the name Amalgamyte did, but I was thinking to myself, like, I really want to be a VTuber. You know, I've always wanted to be a content creator of some sort since I was like 11, 12 years old, and I was watching Sky Does Minecraft, and I was like, yeah, I want to be a YouTuber. And then I started watching political content, and I was just like, okay, I want to do political commentary. And then I was like, but I'm a woman. And this is probably like one of my more feminist takes I've ever had. But I I really like, I was back in like 2020 roughly, actually. I was going to start making political content. I had a whole like name that I got together. I had like a whole like theme too, but I stopped because I, one, wasn't in the best position to do so, and two, I had the dumbest thing that I thought I had to be a man. This is such a feminist fucking thought, but I thought I had to be a man because I wanted to replicate the Gamergate days, the skeptic, well, more specifically the skeptic community, with like a figure that was a little bit more dark and edgy, and I was like, okay, I need to get like a voice changer so I can be like a man. I was like, I don't know where to get a voice changer. I don't have money to get a voice changer, and then just gonna stop there. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Like, thinking about that now, like, because the only like political females I knew at the time were like Lauren Southern, Lauren Chen, and let's see here, Candace Owens, I guess I feel like there's a couple others. Blair White, but she's a tranny. A shoe on head, obviously, and that's like basically it, right? Like that's like basically it. That I can remember on the top of my head of like political content creators that were like Fox News hosts. And I was just like, and I didn't like, the only one that I liked was Shu, right? I fit like Lauren Southern always seemed a little bit like a little something was off about her, and sure enough, definitely was a good call to avoid her. Lauren Chen, I just didn't find her appealing either. Like Candace Owens, I didn't trust her with her whole doxing website that she used to have before all of a sudden magically switching over to the right randomly one day out of the blue, like in 2017. And so it's just like, okay, so it's just like Shu. And it's like, and I felt like the only way to be like respected was to be like was a man, which is so dumb. Like I said, it's like probably my most like feminist woman brain moment I would have had. Because one, you shouldn't respect women anyways, and two, like me using a voice changer, really, do you know how dumb that is? It's just unbelievable. Oh. Yeah, I really did dodge one. Imagine watching a male VTuber. I wouldn't have been a VTuber. I would have been a PNG tuber. Because I was trying to replicate like my idea at least was to try to replicate the skeptic community, like Armor Skeptic, Logic, those kind of people that had those little PNGs that were a little dark and edgy, like, you know, with a little bit more of a like Victorian or medieval setting, that kind of appeal. I'm not gonna say what it was, but it was roughly within that realm of things. And yeah, I didn't get very far with it because of my own stupidity and limitations there. And then I just kind of stopped. But anyways, the plan was that I was going to do like the political commentation then, and then I didn't. Which is honestly, you know, I'm not exactly, you know, one that believes in God. And trust me, chat, if I ever become one of those like born again Christians, if I ever start like proselytizing, please, for the love of God, just take me back and shoot me. Okay? I'm a little bit irritated at the moment. But there has been things on the line over the, let's say, the past year-ish roughly, where these born-again Christians just really irritate me. Because I don't want to use the term grifter. I don't want to use the term grifter because it's overused and very cringy and stuff like that. But ooh, buddy, there are so many of these born again Christians that I just want to be like, just, anyways, besides that, where was I going with this? About me being a content creator. And then, how did I get to the born again Christians? I don't know how I got to the born again Christians. I just completely just like tangented there. But anyways, but yeah, content creator didn't work. Oh yes, I know where I was going with this. The thing is, like, I don't believe in like. I kind of do believe in the fact that things happen for a reason, right? Well, I'm not like a born again Christian or anything like that. And once again, take me back and shoot me if I ever do. But I do kind of think that things happen for a reason to a certain regard. Like, obviously, you know, you control your own life. Only you can make the change. Only you are the one making the decisions and then dealing with the consequences, good or bad, and then how to go forward with it. But at the same time, I do think that on a certain scale, there is a little bit of things do happen for a reason, and at least when it comes to like major events that actually like really point you, lets you kind of look back and say that point was exactly when things started looking up for me, or things really changed in my life, in general, and you can kind of learn and grow from it. And I do think that even though I didn't do any political content back in 2020 with my cringy fucking skeptic community OC that I had, I think that did happen for a reason, because obviously it probably wouldn't have been worked out very well, and I wasn't in the best position to do anything with it. And the time period between 2020 and 2024, a lot of stuff happened in my life, good and bad. And I learned a lot from it. And the position that I was in 2024 was actually worse, thanks to bad decisions. But me becoming a VTuber and starting streaming and everything like that has actually made my life better by a fucking long shot. Like, words cannot describe how much my life has changed in the past year and a half alone. And you know what? The past 4 years, the 4 years between 2020 and 2024, you know, that time period, the trials and tribulations I went through to get there to become a VTuber in the first place, I think was kind of worth it. If it gets me in the spot that I'm currently in now. And it's like, you know what? I do appreciate that. I do. I am very grateful for that. However, obviously this wouldn't have happened without your guys' support. Hence why, to finally go back to thanking you guys again for the 11k, that's what matters, right? You guys are what matters. And so I hope you continue enjoying my content for however long my shelf life ends up being. And then when I start imploding like the Quartering, or Jarbo, or whoever the fuck else has been imploding recently, then you can just, you know, put me to bed until I say, okay, Hag, time to go to sleep. Here's the pillow. Hey, it's not so bad. He could have been a woo-woo crystal witch guy kind of gal. Yeah, that would be pretty bad. That would be kind of bad. I thank you all Demons Must Die for being a member over on YouTube for 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With the little dangerously smug emote there. Ooh, a little bit dangerous. It was a little bit dangerous there. It would have been goated, and I would have tricked you into admitting you're female and then try to groom you. In 2020, Grotsky, you would have been like, what? Wait, how old are you now? You're like, you just turned like 20, I think, right? You would have been like 14 or 15 years old. I would have banned you. I would have fucking banned you from my community at that point. That is disgusting. I don't want any fucking 14-year-olds in my fucking community. You know how awful that is? Holy fuck. Listen, I like older men, okay? If an older man wants to groom me, then great. But I'm not gonna let a 14-year-old go anywhere near me. Oh, I'm not a cougar teacher. You know, like, once a month you hear the stories of, like, some high school female teacher starts, like, you know, has sexual relations with a minor. Uh, uh, hello, and a Euro fan and how is here. How are we doing? Well, thank you for stopping by. Hope you're enjoying stream so far. I like my European brothers, so don't worry. I'm not racist towards them. I just find it hilarious that I witnessed the Courtney being laughed off of Gab and Post. Yeah, he's not doing too well. He is not doing too well, and I pray to God that never happens to me. I mean, it shouldn't happen to me because I'm not married and I don't have a bull. I'm not being cucked, and I'm not like trying to like hey, I'm gonna like nuke your channel. I have connections. I have a non-Pajit fucking YouTube representative that I'm gonna use to just destroy your channel and try to go after your kick. So I hope that doesn't happen to me. But man, at the same time, I have seen so many big content creators over the years go from the top dog to just dead in a ditch, like how the mighty have fallen. And I just... I'm just like, okay, the clock's a-ticking. Let's see how long I can run my course here. Rumble is not online. Yeah, I know, it's unfortunate. For some reason, Rumble and Restream are not getting along at the moment. I'm not sure what it is. I didn't know... I realized it when stream started, and, I don't know how to fix it being live, so it's probably something in the back end. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Rumble Bros. Oh, sheesh, I did not need to learn that about the quartering. Yeah, I'm not... Okay, for the record, if you want to learn more about the quartering drama, go to, like, Oko, or, like, some other, like, drama channel or something like that, because I don't know, like, all the details. This is just, like, what I've been gathering over the past few days as it gets worse and worse. Because, like, at first I didn't care about it, because it's like, okay, the quartering's making himself into more of a locale. He's already kind of been heading that direction over the past couple years. I never really watched his stuff anyways. I don't really care. Whatever. Once again, every creator has a shelf life. But then he decided to hit the nuke button and try to get Kino Casino... Well, he did actually get Kino Casino's clips channel taken down, and then trying to go after their kick. And I'm just like... okay, that's a little bit too far. That's just a little bit too far. You just don't do that. You just don't do that. As someone like him who has been on the internet for 10 years, right? Like, he wasn't part of the original Gamergate. He kind of came a little bit after it. But, you know, roughly 10 years. And made it through the whole COVID censorship and managed to survive. You just don't go after people's channels. No, whatsoever. That is people's livelihoods, right? Like, it might not be a real job working at construction and super arduous like that. Or it might not be Jew daycare or things like that. But entertainment is still very important to people's lives. And obviously, if people like the channel because of the content they create, that is not you to fucking decide to shut it down because they make fun of you. All they're doing is just making fun of you for the stupid things that you've done. And yes, it fucking sucks being exposed for your skeletons in your closet, because everyone's got skeletons in their own closet. But you just put your head down and you deal with it. Because eventually, the drama will pass within a few days to a week, and they'll focus on somebody else. And yeah, people will bring it up from time to time. But for the most part, as long as your content is good, nobody's really going to care about that. But instead, he decided to hit the nuke button and actually go after their fucking asses. And it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? You just don't do that. Like, we already had to go through years of massive censorship with YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and everything else in between. And so many people lost a lot of their livelihoods. A lot of my favorite creators died because of it. Or they had to go to alternative platforms. Or in the case of Sargon, create the Lotus Eaters, which he was thankfully lucky enough to do that after getting his channel demonetized and then losing his Patreon with it. But to get from somebody stabbing, in this case, from the front in a way, since he made Twitter posts about it, from the inside, you just don't do that, man. You just don't fucking do that. That irritates me, right? I like this. I'm not a fan of the quartering. Never really watched his stuff. Didn't really care about him. Don't really care about the cuckolding, right? I don't give a shit about any of that. But I do care about other content creators going after each other for just being insulting and poking fun at each other and deciding to try to nuke each other's channels, or in this case, just nuking their channel. I don't even care about Kino Casino. They're not my fucking content. Like, I've seen some clips about it, and frankly, I find them extremely obnoxious. The constant screaming and the triangle cowbell thing that they do and everything like that. That's not the content for me. That's not what I find entertaining. But you still don't go after people's livelihoods about it because they make fun of you. Oh. Oh, God. The coordinating did what was equal to snitching in prison, then running to the Africans for protection, hoping the guards won't turn a blind eye to you being stabbed. Yeah, like, he's not getting any support. Well, I shouldn't say any. There are a few people actually trying, like, you know, supporting him for this. Because now, in return, now he's being doxxed. People are going after his house and his family and all the fun stuff, right? Which I don't support, by the way. As shitty as what he did to Kino Casino, he's still, like... I mean, on one hand, it's karma, and he kind of gets what he deserves, but at the same time, like, he still does, once again, it's still a horrible thing to do to somebody, and that's one of the things he just don't do either, right? You don't dox people, you don't go to people's houses and harass them, but now he's playing victim, and frankly, I don't really care. Like, do I support it? No, of course not. Of course I disavow the doxing and going to his house and harassing him and his family. But I also don't have any sympathy after what he did to Kino Casino. It's the consequences of his actions. It is what it is. Internet blood sports content should have died off a while ago, to be honest. I mean, it basically has. It's sort of kind of coming back. I say very sort of kind of. Debate is starting to kind of come back a little bit. Leaflet seems to be bringing it back a little bit herself. And I know Arch has talked about possibly bringing it back too. And at least on, like, you know, his side of things. So it's possible that debate can still, like, happen. Which I know it's different than internet blood sports, but come on, they're roughly the same, right? It all turns into the same thing, right? Where screaming matches or one person crashes out and, you know, all that fun stuff. That's always what happens for debates. At least on the internet. And debate isn't blood sports. Blood sports are shit flinging. I know, but like my point is that debate usually just turns into blood sports because there's usually one person or both starts crashing out and then shit flinging at each other, like you said, and it evolves to that. It evolves into that. And so if we do start bringing back the internet debates, blood sports will more than likely actually come back because of it. That is my point there. Sorry if I didn't really explain it very well. You know. Yeah. Doxing is escalating further. Yeah. Congrats to Mobile. Thank you. Thank you for the congratulations and the support. Thank you. Oh, and thank you, Ultrix Saka, for the $20 redos. Thank you. Quartering's a Zeo guy, just saying. Just so you know. I mean, yeah, that's not that surprising. Based off what I've seen on Twitter. I don't even know I follow him on Twitter. Like, since I just use my For You page, I see a lot of people on my For You page, and I'm like, wait, I don't follow you? I see you so much on my For You page, I figure I did. So, and he's kind of one of them. I see him pop up from time to time. And then other times that people I do follow, I don't see them at all. It's weird how Twitter works. Anyways, but I kind of got that. But like, even though I obviously don't like Israel, right? I'm not exactly a fan of the tiny hats. just because somebody defends Israel doesn't mean they're wrong on other things. I know that's a bit strange these days to have that opinion, especially with Israel being as big as a contention as it is. But if they're right on other stuff, then they're still right. Like a broken clock is right twice a day type of situation. It's kind of how it is. The quartering is usually relatively okay on like gaming culture stuff, usually, but that's my observations. Because once again, I don't watch him. I don't really follow him. I just, I see him from afar, and I don't really care. If I want to get my culturally and gaming news, I go to Arch. And that's basically it these days, actually. Yeah, basically just Arch. Because Sargon has gone full hard politics with the Lotus Eaters. V still does gaming cultural stuff too. I'm trying to think who else. Because I don't really watch anybody. Like these days, I really just don't watch anybody since I do my own content creation. Yeah. Yeah. Problems is a lot of the Israel stuff is the front for generic anti-Western, anti-white rhetoric. Yeah, I mean, yes. I would agree. Mostly from the left side, right? Like the reason why the left is pro-Palestine is because they see the Palestinians as poor brownoids and Israel as the extension of white America and white supremacy, and that's why they hate Israel. But for the right side of things, right, where I stand on the right, it's more on the lines of I see Israel as the reason why we do have such a problem with immigration and brownoids in general, and now these endless Middle Eastern wars, and a whole bunch as feminism, communism, basically all the societal plights that we have these days. You can just it's every single time every single Stein as the meme goes, and that's why I don't like Israel. So it's just because just because we both don't like the Israel doesn't mean it's for the same reasons. And I know I just said the broken clock's right twice a day, but the intention behind the meaning is very important. And in the left's case, no, they still fucking hate me because I'm white. They still want me dead because I'm white. They'd be more than happy if I became a career woman and girl boss slay queen and, froze my eggs and never had kids before and then commit suicide at 40 because of it. They'd be more than happy just to lose me. That's the reason why Renee Good didn't get a bunch of love for a very long time. Like, she did for a bit, because she's the first one to die from the whole ICE situation. But you had the protesters actually coming out and saying, it feels a little bit weird that I'm defending the life of a white woman here. Like, it'd be different if she was black. And then the whole black community was like, oh, you can't say her name. Only it's for black people or a black woman. And it's like, yeah, you still hate my guts and still want me dead. It's, I'm good. I'm not gonna join your side. Every sign, single bird, Timowitz, the names you can trust. Hell yeah. To the chickens, thank you for the $2 dues. Thank you. I do enjoy Artie and Fist. I've never heard them before. Myself. My apologies about that. I basically got siloed. Like, I 100% got siloed. I just stuck with Sargon and the crew back in the day. I didn't really expand too much. I mean, I did a little bit. Like, I liked Oozaloo. I liked Teal Deer. I liked Kraut before Kraut did Kraut things. I liked the Pastor Louis. I do miss Pastor Louis quite a lot. But, like, a lot of them still had connections with the, like, at least some sort of, like, ties to Sargon. So, like, that's... But, like, half of them are gone now. Like, not even half of them. Like, a lot of the people I used to watch are just disappeared. Most of them died because of the COVID shit, which is why I get so salty about it. But there's very few people left, and I just haven't bothered replacing them because don't really need to, I guess. Renee Good was his Aaron Bushnell 2.0 and how the left didn't care about them at all for being white? Yes. 100%. Also, I need to blow my nose. Give me a second. There we go. There we go. Congratulations on 11k. You deserve every single one of them and more. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't want to be too big though. Don't give me too much support, okay? Just enough. Just enough. And but not too much that I actually start becoming someone. Okay. Arch wants me to get very, very big, and I'm just like, no, I'm good. I want to stay relatively small. Pastor Louis ascended with his government job in New York City. That's the thing. I don't actually know what happened to Louis because I know he was really struggling during COVID because he didn't want to take the shot. But since he had a government job, they were trying to force him to take the shot. And so he was like, he didn't know what to do because he had a good job being a literal Fed. Which is unfortunate. But he had great fucking videos talking about like Buffalo and crime and various things like that. Plus his Fed stories. And then on top of the fact that he was a Fed, obviously his content was a little bit more dangerous for his job. Especially being underneath, you know, the Biden admin too. And he just disappeared. And I hope he's doing well. I pray one day he comes back. But I do worry about it because he did have that Fed job under Biden and didn't want to take the shot, but felt like he was forced to take the shot. So I hope he's doing okay. I hope he's doing okay. If you get famous, don't forget the fans that were from the beginning. Oh, I haven't. I recognize a lot of the old heads quite frequently, and I do appreciate them. I even have a little sticky note over here where I wrote down the first few people that followed me on Twitch, because I did stream on Twitch until I got permabanned. And so I do have their names written down there. That remind me. They're basically all but gone at this point, but that's okay. People come and go. It's just the way of the internet, but I still appreciate the fact that they did follow me on Twitch way back when I first started out with my really shitty mic quality, my little PNG that I drew myself, and you know, just trying to figure out what I was doing with streaming overall. She lies. She's forgetting right now. True, I do have short-term memory loss and long-term memory loss. I just have dementia. Who are you again? Who? I don't. What? Amalgamyte. Thank you, definitely not a Frenchman. Thank you for the $5 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I remember finding Sargon in 2015 during high school and Arch in 2016 during college. Love to see them grow and see the next generation. That was literally me. I found Sargon like in 2015. And then eventually through him Arch, because they did the whole Google Hangout stuff. At the time. I first found Sargon and then V and then Arch, and I basically kind of stayed with those three. Well, and then obviously like Louis and Crowd and stuff like that. But I feel like I really like their content overall. Like, I don't know the exact timeline for like V and Arch because they all kind of like came roughly around the same time. But I did find Sargon in 2015, and yeah, I'm very happy about him. Like, I still love Sargon quite a lot. And I'm very actually happy more recently too, because the Lotus Eaters are now turning into the Notice Eaters. A lot of it's thanks to Harry, I think. But I've noticed that the other presenters are also slowly kind of being like, okay, so this whole Israel thing, okay, that's a little bit questionable, right? And now Sargon's even talking about it. Like, he had a video, which I did watch, which actually relates to one of the topics that I do want to talk about sometime today. And you could just tell that he's getting frustrated with the Iran war and Israel's involvement with it. I'm like, yes, Sargon, convert to the dark side. Yes, yes. You can do it, Saruni. I believe in you. I believe it. Yes, Sargon. Yes, join the Lotus Eaters. Join the dark side. Recognize Israel is the enemy of America. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. I just kind of. I muted myself. I'm retarded. I muted myself while I was trying to turn off the toggle. Fuck! How'd you accidentally mute yourself mid-sentence? I turned off the toggle. I'm sorry. I forgot that I have toggles, and so I'm like, I should probably actually use them a bit more because I have the angry on, and then I just didn't. I'm starting to think you might be a woman with your tech skills. But I am not a woman, though. There's no such thing as a woman on the internet, okay? My dick is 12 inches long. Flaccid. And 3 inches wide. Also flaccid. The silence is beautiful while it lasted. Okay, but I was saying, because somebody brought up about the COD Daily channel. And yeah, so like, that's what I was talking about. Is that Sargon did make the video on the COD Daily channel. Then he had one a couple weeks ago where it calls the tail is wagging the dog, which I thought was really good. But yeah, because Sargon's got the COD Daily, obviously. Then he's got Sargon of Akkad, Sargon of Akkad live streams, the Thinkery, obviously the different Lotus Eaters, but I kind of count that as like separate at this point in time. He also had another channel, the Pondering, as well. And then I know he's got the Twitch, which I'm not sure why he streams on fucking Twitch. But apparently, I know he had a Twitch channel that he started a couple years ago. I couldn't really get into it because I'm sorry, Sargon, but you're not very entertaining when it comes to playing games. Which is honestly fine because that's a lot of people, including me, right? Right? People come for the politics, not exactly for the games. It makes sense. And then I feel like he's had a couple other channels too, but I'm forgetting. What is even going on anymore? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I can't believe I'm watching a man from a Chad. No, the scary games are amusing. We need to make them all scream more. Well, there are a couple horror games on the fund if you want to make them. Wasn't Sargon a game dev at some point? Did he ever release? No, it never released. However, he is working on a tabletop game, with Arch, and I know that's going very well. I can't give any details out for obvious reasons, but I know they are working very hard on that. The art is fantastic. Oh, it's absolutely fucking gorgeous, and the world that they're building is really fucking cool. I'm very excited for it. Once they get the Kickstarter coming up, I will definitely put some money towards that, because even though tabletop has never really been my thing, I've always wanted to do tabletop, but I never had the friends to do it. I still don't have the friends to do it. Alone in my dad's basement. But I will throw some shekels their way to help support it, because I'm very excited for it. Ah. He had a movie review channel too, right? I don't think he did. I know Armor Skeptic and Shoe and Head, when they were together, had a movie review channel that they did together, and I watched that. But I don't remember Sargon having a movie review channel. Off the top of my head. There. She says we're playing Vampire the Masquerade. Well, when I'm saying tabletop, I'm thinking like actually in person on the kitchen table, which is what they're doing with their game. And I hope they are successful. Yeah, I always hope they manage to dethrone Games Workshop. I constantly wait for a worthy contender. I fucking hope they do. But I feel, I don't know. I'm not sure if they will, just because Warhammer is growing instead of shrinking, even though they become so woke, which is highly unfortunate. Too many women are getting involved with it, but that's beside the point. But I hope that within the next few years, like after it gets developed, right, it does eventually, because Game Workshop does need to fucking die. They do need to just die. There. And then thank you, Eldritch Saga, for the 5, 7, 9, $11 redos. Thank you there. The first one said ignore. Whites, babies, rule. I 100% agree. Definitely need a lot more of them. Which, by the way, if a white pill, by the way, white babies did go up, birth rates did actually go up in 2025. Meanwhile, all the brownoids, the birth rates did decrease. So that's a good sign. I mean, the birth rates in general are still abysmal. But whites are having more kids than the browns did in 2025. So, that is a white pill. You should take it, because Lord knows we need white pills. He reviews The Last Airbender on it. The Synopsian was, I think, was the name. Really? Did I miss that one? I was, because I usually followed as many as I could, right? Listen. I'm a big Sargon simp, okay? So if he had a new channel, I checked it out. If I actually knew it existed. That's obviously the key, is that knowing that it actually exists. Which usually he would advertise it. The Synopsian? Yeah, that's just a music channel that I'm pulling up here. I know he had the Pondering. Okay. I'm not seeing it on the my little quick search here on my phone. So, Ripperoni, I guess. Ripperoni. I thank you, Monolith Preacher, for the $2 videos. Thank you. I'm a lurker, been watching since Dear Elon. Congrats. Well, thank you. I know I've seen you around, Monolith Preacher, but thank you for your support for all this time. Because I do know you've been here for quite a while. For quite a while now, so thank you for that. Thank you. I'm glad that you still like my content through it all, because I know I loop a lot, which is like one of my flaws. Many flaws. There. But yeah, thank you guys. And thank you, Slice and Doppelganger, for hitting the goal. Here, so we got the P.E.P.E hoodie. We are donning the P.E.P.E hoodie, which does not look that good when I'm standing like this. But the P.E.P.E hoodie has been donned regardless. So thank you, Zalatskan, for that, for the $2 videos. Late, how much did I miss? Not much. I just been yapping. I've really just been yapping here. Synopsian is correct. Ancient recitations as well. Oh yeah, I remember that one, because that's when he was reading like old like philosophy books, and like was supposed to be doing like basically audiobooks of them is what he was trying to do. Didn't really last long. That's one of the problems of his side channels, is that usually he didn't like do them for very, very long. Like, he would do a little bit and then he would drop it. Which, I mean, hey, when you have like 10 fucking channels and your and you know, your bigger channels are based off politics and there's always something happening and different things like that. You know, I can't exactly blame him for it. For there. Synopsium is not symposium amal. Okay, I really did actually put that in instead. How did you know? How did you know that I made such a retarded fucking mistake like that? I know what synopsium fucking memes. And it still just wants to show me the music channel instead. Oh, is that it? No. Maybe. Oh, this actually might be it. This looks like it could actually be it. The last video was 5 years ago. Yep, and that's Sargon. Okay, I found it. Wow, I'm surprised I never actually heard about this channel before. How did I miss this? I'm a fake fan. Chat! I'm a fake fan! I'm a fake Sargon of Akkad fan. He got 75,000 subscribers on it. A few videos on it. And it's his fucking face in the video. Okay. Well then, I thought I knew everything. Apparently I did not. Cancel your bronze tier Lotus Eaters right now. No! I've been a bronze tier member since 2021. And I'm proud. I will carry that to the grave. Unless, like, he really implodes the Lotus Eaters somehow. Which I fucking hope he doesn't. I mean, I've been watching him since 2015, right? Like, 11 years. 11 years of watching Sargon of Akkad. That's most of my life. That's like half my fucking life right there, chat. Holy fuck. He really did groom me now, didn't he? Don't tell him that. Yeah, I'm planning on sticking with him for a long time unless he really fucks up. But, you know what? I think his shelf life's pretty long. Must repent of being a fake fan by reacting to videos now. I'm half tempted to. I do want to react to a Sargon of Akkad vid, right? From like probably the Akkad daily channel sometime. But it needs to be one that I can actually react to. The problem is, I just watch Sargon's, like, I feel like I've actually gotten more right-leaning than Sargon has because of the whole Israel topic and various other different things. Over the past, like, year and a half, now that I've actually split away and done my own content. But now I feel like he's catching back up. And so, like, when I watched this video, I sat there like, or like this one, I don't really, it's just gonna be me, like, just being like, yeah, Sargon, I like Sargon so much. And that's about it. Like, there's not gonna be much for me to react to. But I thought about this one, because I was just like, ooh, I want to talk about, like, the feminists, right? Go back to the old Gamergate days. I thought, I haven't watched this one yet. I haven't watched this one, but I was like, this might be a good react video. But I don't know. I don't know about that one. Or like this one too, woke activist 10 years on, same thing, right? Because I could talk about the old Gamergate days. But I was just like, I don't know. I don't know about that, but like, I kind of want to. I kind of want to actually. I watched it. There's a good video. They both are. Oh, okay, okay. You need to surpass your teachers? Yeah, but now my teacher is catching back up. which is not that hard. Because I've always said, okay, I will die in this fucking hill, right? When people are just like, oh, Sargon don't talk about the Jews or Israel or whatever the case is. He's not that based, you know, Sargon of Applebee's, blah, 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 blah. You know, all this fun stuff. I'm like, listen, he knows the problem. You can tell us that you can tell he knows the problem. Because if you actually listen to his solo live streams that are not in the Lotus Eaters, like, you can tell how angry he is. Like, you can just tell by like his wording, his facial reactions, like, and his tone of voice. Like, you can just tell that he's trying to hold back and not like Fed post, because he does live in Britain after all. He's a major political and figure there. Lotus Eaters is the biggest media company there, right? Independent media company, and also news channel. Like, they get more views on the Lotus Eaters across all the different platforms than the BBC fucking does. And Sky News and various things like that, right? And like, so he can't actually just Fed post, right? He can't just be like, the Jews did 9/11 or any or he can't do that kind of stuff. So he has to be very careful with how he articulates his words, or he's gonna get a knock on his door. Like, and it's like, I was like, trust me, and now he's finally like being a little bit more open about it. I'm assuming he feels a lot more safer, because there has been a huge shift on the internet when it comes to talking about these different things, where a lot more people are open about it. And it just, and I was like, yes, I told you. Thank you, Dizzy Lizzie, for the $2 videos. Thank you. Reclaim my credit card can now make you do lewds. No lewds allowed, other than my own stupidity or game streams. But thank you. Thank you for it. You should do it. Oh, react to those videos? I mean, I'm not against doing that tonight. I wouldn't. Maybe we would. Okay, let me at least talk about like one of the topics that I have planned, and then maybe we'll do a react to Sargaroni, because I like the Sargaroni. Okay, I like the Sargaroni a lot. He just wants Britain restored. That is true. Like, he really just wants his country not to be like fucking shit. Like, I remember when he was talking about, like, he lives in Swindon. And, you know, talking about his, like, little, how small it is, his hometown. Especially when he was, like, creating the Lotus Eaters Revenge, like, originally. And how he was so proud of it, and how small it was, and didn't have all the problems that London did. And that London was going to some sort of zoo. And all these other, like, different criticism of London. And now here we are, like 6 years later, and actually technically less than 6 years. I remember him complaining about what Swindon was turning to be like in like 2023, 2024, right? But it's only gotten worse. So now like Swindon is like just as bad as London, but it's still a small town, and they have to deal with all this migrant crime, right? All those vape shops and barber shops, and them loafing around on the street, and the rape gangs, and the thievery and stuff like that. And it's just like, yeah, no wonder he's gotten a lot more radical over the years. You can't exactly blame a man once he's watching it literally in front of his own fucking eyes. Thank you, Object Saga, for the $5 videos. Thank you. Sargon got the beatdown he needed when he needed it. He got better, and it's probably the best success story we have. Yeah, I would agree, right? Like, I know there's a lot of people that like Mr. Medicare, and you know what? Hey, as a Sargon fan, I do not hate Mr. Medicare. I never really got into his stuff personally. I stayed on the Sargon side of things, but like, I don't hate the guy. He's kind of funny, and when he does his random streams on the Sunday nights, they are entertaining. He's pretty good on Twitter for the most part. I do disagree with him on certain things here and there, but like, Mr. Medicare, I respect them. But obviously I love Sargon, and I do think he has changed and evolved a lot over the years. I think he's like the prime public example of how a lot of people, including myself, has changed since, let's say, 2016. Or 2020 or 2014, if you want to like go with the Gamergate era, right? Where, you know, we were ignorant to what was happening to the world. We just saw that the video games and media was getting worse, and there's this huge wave of social justice warriors coming in and crashing down and ruining everything, and we wanted to stop that from happening. And then over time you start noticing how it's all kind of connected in a way, and it just expands further and further and further until it's more all-encompassing politics with geopolitics as well, philosophy, different things like that. And then things are also getting worse on top of it instead of getting better, and it just pushes you from going from a normie head in the sand to someone who is now, ethno-nationalist. Though I will say I like Steve Law's definition of ethno-nationalist, is that there's no such thing as ethno-nationalist. It's just nationalism, because that's what nationalism is. It's supposed to just be for you, your own ethnic group, your own people, for your own nation under the state, because that's how it's always been for the entire human history until 80 years ago. There. But I still say ethno-nationalism versus civ nationalism, because unfortunately in the modern politics there is that split there. Overall. And most people start out as like civ nats, right? We're like, oh, it's it's okay long they assimilate, blah 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 blah, and follow the laws, speak the language, and they're fine. And then you realize that they don't assimilate, and they don't follow the laws, and they don't speak the languages, and then you look at their own origin countries and be like, wow, they're all the same. Oh my god, they really are all the same. Oh, they learn about IQ and some other little different things. You're like, you know what? Hey, my people are better. My actual flesh and blood is a lot better than some sort of paperwork there. And then you become an ethno-nationalist that way. That's like the shorthand version of how it works. I think he is a public example, right? As he has his history. You can find things on Internet Archive, not everything, but you can find a lot of his stuff, online from the past 12 plus years now, and you can actually watch the gradual change. You can see it in real time as things get worse and worse. And I feel like he represents a lot of people because of that. Thank you, Smudgy, for the $2 reduce. Thank you. The Boris wave speed ran the UK to start waking up. 100%. 100%. They were supposed to get Brexit. They were supposed to leave the EU, and they did in name only. And they still had to deal with overregulation and stifling laws. And, obviously the police knocking on your door for saying a mean word on Twitter. And on top of that, you get Browns instead of Romanians. It's great. It's fucking great. Lotus Eaters actually made a video where they said that ethnic nationalism is actually true nationalism and civic nationalism is basically fake. Good. I'm glad. I know that not all the Lotus Eater presenters actually believe the same thing. I know they have Stelios, the Greek guy, and he's still kind of stuck on the liberalism aspect of things. But that's one of the reasons why I do respect the Lotus Eaters actually a lot. Because obviously they're all on the right, the big tent of the right, but they all have different viewpoints and different backgrounds and skills, which is exactly what Sargon wanted to do when he was creating the Lotus Eaters, right? Callum obviously was his right-hand man before he left, and then Josh has this psychology degree behind it. Harry, I don't really know his background specifically. I know he was a musician and he does rock and all that fun stuff. But I don't know exactly what his thing when he first joined the Lotus Eaters, because he's one of the OGs. And then obviously there's all these new guys, and I haven't been able to catch up with all of them and all their different skills. But they all have different viewpoints that are still right-leaning, but from various perspectives. And so it's not all one simple, echo chamber for different beliefs. Now, they've pretty much all shifted with time, but it's not the same. It's not all the same. And I like that a lot. Thank you, Amana Yud Sushai for the $2 videos. Thank you. Congrats on 11K. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wouldn't have been possible without you guys. Thank you so much. And thank you last on top again for the $2 reduce. As Sargon knows, probably is Jay's. He needs to say it. I mean, he kind of has been, like, and he's been saying Israel more specifically. But once again, like, this is the thing. Obviously, I don't really censor myself. Like, I don't say the N-word on YouTube because I'm not suicidal. But I don't really bother censoring myself. And I've been told repeatedly that I actually do need to censor myself a lot more because, well, let's be honest here, chat. It wouldn't be that hard just to go, and it's all gone because I don't censor myself. But now you have someone like Sargon, who's got massive channel. I mean, he's got basically like 500 subscribers on COD daily. He's got obviously the Lotus Eaters. And that's a massive business that he's heavily invested in over the years. I mean, and their own channel here on YouTube alone is what they have. And then obviously his main channel, Sargon of Akkad, which should have hit 1 million fucking years ago. He was so close to 1 million when he got originally demonetized. It was insane what has happened to him. And then, you know, obviously LotusEaters.com for those like the short stuff, his live channel here. He hasn't done anything for it, but it's fine. And just like, you know, all this different stuff. And he lives in Britain, of all places, right? He lives in Britain. So where it's notorious for you just, you know, you say a mean word on Twitter and you get, you know, a knock on your door from the police. Which I don't think he'd be arrested for simply a mean word, or else it would have happened already. He's too big a figure for that. But they would be more than happy to find some sort of excuse to take him down. I mean, they already tried to smear his name with, I wouldn't even rape you, back from his UKIP days. He can't just simply be like, yeah, it's the Jews. You gotta be a little bit smarter than that, right? And then, yeah, Sargon can't speak out because he doesn't want to root for Rupert Lowe 100%. Like, he is... The Lotus Eaters and him have been one of the main reasons why Rupert Lowe has gotten so popular. Obviously, Rupert Lowe doing what Rupert Lowe's doing is the first reason why Rupert Lowe is so popular. But having such a big media company like the Lotus Eaters and such a big channel like Sargon, who's well respected, and he's probably the biggest political figure within UK itself, right? At least independent political figure. Talking about Rupert Lowe and what he's doing and now Restore Britain is immense. Like, that is the best way to get the word out to talk about it. And people have done straight interviews in Britain talking about, you know, asking people like, hey, do you know who Rupert Lowe is? And they're like, oh yeah, you know, he's great. And do you know about Restore Britain? Oh yeah, I support Restore Britain. Restore Britain's already got like a ton of members just from the short period of time that it's actually existed. By the time 2029 rolls around, I do think Reform will have a run for their money based off how things are going. Obviously, if things stay the same. Right? Obviously, if things keep on being successful, blah, 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 blah. There. And he can't just tarnish Rupert. He can't have this situation with UKIP, right? He learned his lesson from UKIP. He can't just be running around being little troll, you know, the little shithead that he used to be, because he used to be a lot funnier, which I do miss that old Sargon, a bit. But he can't be like that anymore, because when he tried with the UKIP with, I wouldn't even rape you, that went down the hill. Obviously, things are different now than it was back then, but the British media will take everything they can, any sliver of chance they can, to ruin Sargon, to ruin Rupert Lowe, to ruin Restore Britain, and he just can't make those same mistakes. And that includes talking about the tiny hats. It's unfortunate. But there are bigger things at stake than talking about the tiny hats when Restore Britain needs to get into office in the first place, and then they can take care of the effects the tiny hats have had, and then eventually get to the tiny hats. Because after all, the Lotus Eaters are now the Notice Eaters. Fuck, even Connor! I know he's left the Lotus Eaters at this point, but even Connor's talking about the Jews, okay? And Connor was trying for a very hard time. He was in full Israel defense. He went and kissed the fucking wall. And then he had that whole like 3-day, 4-day Twitter spat with that one with that one tiny hat. I did that interview talking about how horrible like Fuentes is. And he's just like, yeah, so these tiny hats, they're not so great now, are they? So we're getting there. It's a slow but steady process, but we are getting there. I think it's Loxon for the $5 reviews. Thank you. And then taking him down would cause an outcry. He and Dink should wait for an event and call for a tea party if he has to. He should leave so he can speak. Yeah, unfortunately that's just not how that would work out. Right? That sounds nice on paper, but it would really damage like Rupert Lowe and restore Britain. Maybe not with actual supporters themselves. It might actually make more people support them, at least online. But the British media would do everything in their power to slander him. The dirty smear merchants, after all. And it would not be very pretty. It would not be pretty. He would lose the Lotus Eaters. Like, the state is extremely evil. Look what happened to Alex Jones with fucking Sandy Hook. Okay? Now, I'm not gonna say Sandy Hook actually like, it was fake or not. It's real. Like, you know, I don't really know much about Sandy Hook. It was kind of like before my time. But, you know, Alex Jones was talking about how it's, you know, conspiracy theory didn't actually happen. Got sued into oblivion. How many trillions of dollars? Like, it was a ridiculous amount of money that Alex Jones was supposed to pay back for quote-unquote damages. Complete scam. Complete ruination of himself. And he's able to bounce back with lots of support. Obviously. And he seems to be doing relatively well. But it didn't take much. Like, that did hurt him significantly. And without the mass support of online, he would not be able to bounce back like he actually did. So, it would be a very similar situation if Sargon did that with the Lotus Eaters. Even if he did leave it, it would still occur. You have to be very careful with playing with these dangerous forces. As a random stupid woman online that likes to yap, it's really not that big of a deal because I'm not part of some political movement. I don't have like a business that I'm trying to run, right? I don't have like any of these ties exactly. I can just kind of yap and make a fool of myself. But he's got a family with like 5 fucking kids, a whole business with employees. He's one of the biggest political figures in Britain. And he's got ties with Rupert Lowe and Restore Britain, obviously. You just cannot throw a mine. You can't throw a bomb into that by talking about certain things. He's already on thin ice by talking about the Israel issue, which is great. I'm glad that he is, but still. Steve Laws deserves most of this credit. All these people are hanging off to the center right were forced to move further right in order to keep their audiences because Laws and Zoomer Historian pushing the Overton window so hard. And I would agree with that. I would agree. Like, I pretty much, if you want my take on something, just go look at Zoomer Historian. Like, I'm not gonna lie, right? Women just copy off of men. And I love Zoomer Historian, at least his takes on Twitter. Like, he's great. And I'm well aware that Steve Laws and Zoomer Historian are a huge part of why the British right have been able to push as far as they have. And the Lotus Eaters more or less have been following it because they have pushed the Overton window themselves. But it's kind of like I know some people might see it as a bad thing, and I do understand why people see it as a bad thing. But when you have a media company, international media company, well, I guess not international, right? But like they have international audience. I remember them being very happy to find out that there was Japanese people trying to translate their videos and reposting them, and they were very happy about that they're actually spreading to the Japanese audience by doing it. Anyways, right, when you have such a influential media company like that, you can't just talk about these issues without some sort of anon pushing, right? In fact, we would not even be where we are today without anons online. I mean, that's what Sargon was originally. Sargon of Akkad is not his real name. It's Carl Benjamin. Sargon of Akkad, the historical figure, is not what he looks like. You know? No similarities there. I guess other than the beard. And because Sargon was just an anon back then. He didn't show his face. Arch was also anonymous as well. And it's just these anons online pushing the Overton window by talking about these issues, because being anonymous is the best way to protect, well, obviously, by the definition of being anonymous, is to protect your identity, not showing your real name, your real face, any real actual connections. And any way, shape, or form. And so you can't tie what they're saying, what they're doing back to the actual character, real person, to ruin their life. And that's what Sumer Historian is for the most part. Steve Laws is actually not exactly anonymous, right? But he's still an independent outsider that was risking his independent self to push forward. But now that Sargon is, shows his face, he is Carl Benjamin, he does have the Lotus Eaters, there's a lot more risks there. Can't exactly push the Overton window when you show your real face and name and have a whole business to run. You can when you're anonymous online, like a VTuber. Like a VTuber, right? It makes things really easy to say. Which is why they want to kill anonymity on the internet. Exactly, that's the full point. Which is why we have to keep on fighting back against that, because we can't let that happen. Anons are extremely important to pushing issues to make them go from online to reality. Actually, Sargon talks about in this video, and I agree. Once again, I love Sargon, not gonna deny that. But Trump, Gamergate got a lot of benefits from Trump, but I do also believe that Gamergate helped push Trump as well. Like, a lot of people say that we memed him into the office. Every week now, I see a new meme about Zoe Quinn, about how, like, she is, this should be put in history books for how this whore, was able to cause the Iran war. Like, because there is a direct correlation between Gamergate and Trump being in office now in 2026, and I guess suddenly the Iran war. You could actually make the line connecting them, together. And, sorry, I started losing my point there. But that's because of anonymous people on the internet bringing these issues into real life by spreading the word and talking about everything. Thank you, Eldrick Saga, for the $5 dues. Thank you. Did you talk about Trump crashing out on Tucker, Megyn Kelly, and Alex Jones? I have not, but it's actually the main topic for today, because I did want to talk about it, and I've just been yapping a ton. But I kind of like this, actually. Like, I kind of like this whole just chatting about, like, random things. And I do think it's a nice fit for the whole, like, 11K celebration, where I'm just talking to you guys about random stuff. Like, it's still within the political realm, obviously, but it's not anything, like, dark, depressing, blackpilling news. It's just kind of us sitting around and, well, chatting, right? Just chatting. Thank you, Mana Yud Sushai, for the $9.99. Thank you. The problem with the right is that if you don't show your power level, they will call you cringe. If you show your power level, they will call you a fed. Side note, you can just call me Mana for short. Okay, I will just call you Mana then. Thank you so much. But yeah, I would kind of agree to a certain extent. I definitely agree with the whole power level. They'll call you a fed. That's why I make jokes, or are they a joke, about me being a honeypot or Mossad agent, different things like that, because I'm well aware what it looks like, being at least apparently a girl, at least supposedly a woman on the internet, right, with a VTuber model, talking about these different things. I'm well aware of what it looks like, and even though I'm not going to get into the drama, but there have been a couple instances where some VTubers have definitely gotten very spicy about certain things, and then they've been exposed about not being exactly who they claim to be, and different things like that. I am well aware of how it all looks, right? Together. However, the whole don't show your power level, they will call you cringe. I haven't seen too much of that. It depends on the circles that you're in. Because the right is a very big tent, for better or for worse. And if you stay within the CivNet side of things, you're relatively safe, right? I mean, civ nationalism is actually losing a lot of support as time has gone on, but it's still the more normie safe opinion about stuff. and you will build an audience based off that, and they're not going to call you cringe for not having that power level. Versus if you then switch to the more, you know, tiny hat side of things, if you don't show your power level, then yeah, they're going to probably call you cringe because they see that as weakness, which we can see in some people in chat, right? And that I don't think it's really a bad thing, because as someone who does talk about Israel and the effects, I can see where it's coming from. Like, it's like the final form of political awareness, right? It's the tiny hats and all the evil things that they've done. The happy little merchants rubbing their hands. Okay, wait, can you hear that? Wait, can you hear that? I'm not sure if I have to talk for you to hear it, if I can just, like, go silent and my mic picks it up. Okay, I have to talk. But yeah, I there's a little bit of that, but it depends on the circle that you're in on the right. So yeah, it's not that big of a deal-ish. Yeah, it's audible. Good. Are you smiling like a happy mass salesman while doing that? Well, of course. Why, Vay? That's awfully anti-Semitic of you for assuming that I would be smiling like so, you know, jubilee by rubbing my hands together live on stream and creating lots of friction. So my hands are actually really, really warm, but that's awfully anti-Semitic of you. How dare you? How? Oh god, I can't. I gotta. Okay, and now I'm losing the effect. A mole hand rubbing ASMR. I can't. It's not making the noise anymore. Oh well. Those weren't hands. It was my hands. Because it was a little pocket thingy. As the. I wonder if I don't like press it as hard. Does it make the sound? Or. Okay, it's. Maybe it's the oils now that's stopping the noise from. Anyway, I'm getting. We're not gonna talk about that. I think it's a awesome doppelganger for the 1,000 warp tokens. Thank you. Very generous of you. Very generous. I have shit to lose is no excuse. Everyone has a family. He and Dink need to wait for the next atrocity and call for nope. Then take up arms. Well. I'm well aware that the only way out of this is to vote our way out of this, right? We gotta vote our way out of this, boys. We gotta vote our way out of this. I get that, but I don't see Sargon and Dink being the leaders. I see them being the spokespeople. And not the actual leaders that devise the whole process of things. I do think's a bit of a difference there. It's incredibly difficult to moderate between black pillars and Trump writers. Yeah, that's why I have to like. I feel like I have to clarify my position all the time. I know a lot of you guys. Like I recognize a lot of you, right? But like I do see some new people from time to time, and so like I feel like I have to clarify my position on a lot of stuff and try to be like relatively nuanced on different things. But be like, listen, I recognize tiny hats, right? I recognize the long noses, the tiny hats, and how happy they are when they sell their fucking shekels. I fucking get that. But there is certain times and certain places where it's not exactly applicable. And you have to be careful where you put your power level at. There are various things, like, I'm not going to be talking about the stuff with, like, V on Under the Bridge, or Arch on the Archcast. So I do get a little bit more spicier on the Archcast than I do with Under the Bridge. Because Arch hasn't yielded me yet. Like, and various things like that. There's a time and place to talk about these different things, and different events call for different viewpoints as well for different things, which, you know, I'll use this as a segue into this specifically, right? This specifically has caused a lot of infighting over the past few days. I know I'm a little bit behind on it because it happened on the 9th and today's the 11th. But this Truth Social post by Trump is a great example how I feel like it's really hard to try to toe the line between the noticing and the diehard Trump supporters and different things like that. Like there's an in between, believe it or not. I know it's hard, but there is an in between. But thank you, Ultra Saga, for the $20 reduce. Thank you, with just a simple K. I'm not sure what this is in reference to. Is that with the finishing the sentence about like white babies are cool? I'm not sure, Ultra Saga, but if you want me to throw any of your dollar reduce, and this goes for anybody, right? We do have game funds if you want me to play a specific game. There are various games that are being funded that you can throw your dollar reduce to. Normally I do ask for you to be retroactive, not to actually add it in the actual super chat, but every once in a while, especially if you've been very generous, I will allow retroactivity in there. So if you let me know if you want me to throw any of your dollar reduce to that stuff. Yeah. Trump has been compromised, and honestly, he doesn't have the heart to carry out the will of the American people. Too much against him. Good luck in 2028. Yeah, I would say he's been compromised. And to be fair, even in 2024, I knew he didn't have the heart to carry out everything. But I thought he would at least get the mass deportations, at least as best as possible. And things are still better in that front. Like, the border is closed as best as physically possible, because obviously if you get in, just because it's a long fucking border, and mistakes will be made. But it's basically like a 99.9999% success right there. Better than anything would happen under the Democrats, no matter who would be. Kamala, Biden, Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro, whoever they want to throw in that case. And that there are some wins with immigration overall. I mean, ICE is being funded, or at least trying to be funded better. They did go after some people in Minnesota, which caused all those protests. Borderline riots, actually. I don't even want to call them protests, really. They were just breaking the fucking law. Like, instigators there. 7,000 people between all the different group chats on a daily fucking basis trying to stop ICE from doing their jobs. And then a couple people got killed in the process. That's just more than a protest. But like, there are good things happening, and I don't want to forget about that, even though I obviously am very heavily critical of Trump. Because I do recognize, like, I'm not critical of Trump because I'm a leftist, right? I'm not screaming and reading and being like, oh my god, he's a Nazi! How dare he deport all the brownoids that are ruining my country! Go vote Democrat, guys! I'm not like that, okay? Like, I would never say vote Democrat. Democrats are just gonna make it worse. He's not a Nazi. In fact, I wish he was a Nazi. I wish Trump was as half as bad as the left thought he actually was. That's my problem with Trump. He's not far enough. And even then, him not being far enough, I would probably be relatively okay with. No, because I knew he was just a stepping stone, right? He was not the final solution. But the problem is, he's not even fulfilling his, like, campaign promises. In fact, he's going back on some of his campaign promises as well. And it's like, okay, that's a whole different story. Like, I know you're a politician, right? He's not the businessman, the outsider that, you know, he was back in 2016. I get he's a politician now, but, like, that's... there was a lot of promise back in 2024. I was actually ecstatic that he won, and I was like, yes, we're finally going to get at least some change. And here we are in 2026, and it's like, okay, well, it could have been worse under Democrats, but it still was supposed to be better, and it's not better. I know things take some time, but it's still 2026, and now we got the Iran war. Like, Iran war. Okay. Like, that's a really big thing right here. The Iran war, right? That's what a lot of, like, these, like, Trump I'm gonna say MAGA, because it's really, like, the Trump coalition has split between, like, the, like, MAGA and America First, which America First does have some ties to some people, which I don't really care for, but I feel like that's the best divider that we, like, that people can understand as a generalization. I would personally try to divide it a little bit better and clarify. But I think MAGA versus America First is the best easy generalization for most people to kind of understand here. And where was I going with this? But it's just the Iran War. There we go. The Iran War is just a real nail in the coffin for the situation, because it's like he gave up on the home front, right? He saw all these judges blocking him, and he's not able to get the mass deportations. A lot of his executive orders are going out the window. The SAVE Act doesn't look like it's passing. It's taking fucking ages to do so. Now we got an amnesty bill that's gonna be prepared for the House too, and it's an absolute fucking disaster. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I can't do anything. All these evil judges are stopping me from, you know, doing everything I was wanted to do, so I guess I'll just bomb Iran. That's not a good look. Where it feels like your president has given up on your country and starts focusing on international stuff instead, because that's the only place that judges don't stop him, is with international stuff. And it's exhausting. It's exhausting. Or MAGA versus MIGA. Or MIGA. MIGA. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. MIGA. I know, MIGA. Wait. No, MIGA. 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 I'm gonna go with MIGA, right? Because if I'm not careful, MIGA can sound like something else. Oh. Yeah. The irony that foreign war is easier than meaningful change at home cannot be overstated. Exactly! And that's the fucking problem. He doesn't have the balls to be Bekele, which I'm not that surprised about. But, like, that's the only way to actually save the home front, is to actually be a Bekele. Say, fuck the judges, get rid of the juries, and actually be the authoritarian that you need to be to clean up. Because if you don't, then the judges are going to cock block you at every single farm. Every single stop, they're going to cock block you, and that's what they've done to him. And so, well, okay, I'll just bomb Iran, because it's better than anything else that he can do, apparently. Thank you, Eldritch Saga, for the $20 reduce. Thank you. Whatever you wanted to go, been busy trying to improve my art and stuff. Oh, okay. Then, okay. Can I put it towards Wind Waker? Because that's a game I really want to play. But at the same time, I also want to put it towards a game that, like, you chat want me to play, right? Because, like, obviously, I want to play Wind Waker, but I want you guys to be entertained. That's the first and that's the biggest priority, is your guys' enjoyment. And if I would love Wind Waker and I would gush over it, but I'm not sure if that's actually what you guys want. There. I want Wind Waker too. Where's the list of games, Amal? I just have them. I have them in a notebook here. I'm not sure if you can hear it. I'm assuming you can hear this. But yeah, I have it in a notebook here. I need to ask Arch to see. Actually, I need to figure out how Arch does his little, like, thingy where he has the whole go on his stream. I want to see if I can do that. Then put on Wind Waker, nerd, but, like, I want to make sure that you guys actually like the game. And I know you guys like the horror games, but I really don't like the horror games, so I don't want to put it on the horror games. Wind Waker would be sick. Okay, I'm saying votes for Wind Waker, so I'm gonna put on the Wind Waker. I'm gonna put on the Wind Waker. Listen, I'm gonna put on the Wind Waker then, okay? Okay, let me count. Here. For Eldritch Saga's donos. And thank you for letting me decide, Eldritch Saga. I will greatly thank you for the contribution to Wind Waker. Sorry, I don't mean to have the dead air. I just have to count. And I lost count. Okay, mods, remind me to count after stream. Because I lost count and I don't like having dead air like that. So I will do this after stream, but thank you. Can I contribute to a contract of fun? The contract of fun? Do you mean like stop the fun? I mean, preferably no. As how that works is like I play IE negative. I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, not sure how exactly it would work, really. Because it's not like I'm gonna play, like, I know I'm playing 13 Sentinels right now. If Wind Waker gets funded next, I'm not gonna drop 13 Sentinels to play Wind Waker. I'm going to complete the game, 13 Sentinels. And then, I think the next one is going to be Bioshock, I think? Don't quote me on that, let me look. Let me look here. I think the next one is... Nope, I lied. Shadow of the Colossus is next. After 13 Sentinels. And then it's gonna be Bioshock. And then the game after that is still up in the air. So we have a long way to go before Wind Waker would even be, like, played. If it gets funded it's the next game to be completed. The Guts of the Dorks is trying really hard to get Fallout Equestria going. And that makes me very scared. But yeah, so I'm not gonna stop a game that I'm playing to play another game. The only reason why I did that with Deadly Premonition is because of the problems I had with it. Bioshock Infinite? No, the first Bioshock. First Bioshock. But that would be after Shadow of Colossus. But anyways, back to the news because I started yapping again. So a couple days ago, Trump made a true social tweet saying that, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state of sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common, low IQ. They're stupid people, they know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Okay, so... when I first saw this, I was in absolute disbelief. Like, it was like after stream, I was scrolling through Twitter, and I was just like, I sat there, and I just was chuckling to myself. Like that point of like, where you hear or read something so ridiculous, they just have to kind of laugh, right? Right, you just kind of have to laugh at just how ridiculous it is. And I was sitting there just being like, okay, how do I quote tweet this? How do I quote tweet this and express how I feel right now, but also not completely, like, going crazy here? And I did it, right? And I got a decent amount of backlash for it. I got a little bit corrected too. I will take a small L for this, my original reaction to it. Because when I read this originally, I was thinking, what the fuck is he on about? What do you mean Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years? Like, I will not defend Candace Owens, right? I am not going to defend Candace Owens. She's a black. 2, she's a woman. 3, she's a black woman. 4, she's got all those, like, doxing, the whole doxing website that she did back in, like, 2015 during, like, the original Gamergate days, and magically shifted right overnight, and very suspicious. And various things like that. 5, she's completely off the fucking walls bonkers there. I like to eat and chew on my tinfoil to get the extra brain damage. But 2, where she's going with the conspiracy theories is beyond Alex Jones' original level. Like, at least Alex Jones has a whole, you know, his right jar, where it's actually like, if you actually look into it, it's like, oh, he's actually correct, right? Candace Owens is just like, trust me, bro. She just sits there and yaps. Doesn't show any proof. And it's just like, trust me, bro. I saw the Egyptian plains in a dream. Like, I'm not gonna defend Candace Owens. Any way, shape, or form. But the other 3, at least, right? Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and Alex Jones. Where does this come from? Like, I don't answer that. I know the answer now. But, like, when I first read this, I was just like, what the actual fuck? I never watched Megyn Kelly. Okay, she's a woman. Opinion dismissed. But Tucker Carlson, I've always been... I'm gonna say always. But, like, over the years, I've definitely warmed up to him quite a lot. Like, I actually kind of like Tucker Carlson. I say kind of because he's a little bit too much of a civic nationalist for me. And more recently, he's got that whole weird softness for Islam. I don't... And people have been saying he's got connections with Qatar. I don't know how true that is. If that would make sense why he's got that weird softness for Islam a little bit. And that's a little bit suspicious. But if he's right about like 75% of issues, I can kind of ignore that to a certain extent, and then I'll just criticize him when he talks about Islam. Like that one clip that that he did for criticizing Trump's Easter tweet, being like, you shouldn't be mean to Islam on Easter, to sum it up. And I'm like, that's ridiculous, dude, right? Because you can still like somebody and be critical of them when you disagree with them for whatever their issue is. And that's how I feel about Tucker Carlson. 75% of the time, I like him. There 25% of the time when he's being a sibnat or being soft on Islam, then I'm critical of him. It's not that hard of a concept there. They'll be like, yeah, I like you most of the time, but not on these issues, and then here's my critiques. So, but he's always been like really supportive of Trump until relatively recently with the Iran war and the lack of deportations and other issues as well, where I've also been critical of Trump for these exact same issues because of the Israel ties. Like, that's like it's so it's not like I'm not saying go vote Democrat. I'm just saying, hey, wow, it's a bit suspicious that Trump's got all these ties to Israel, and now we got this whole Iran war thing going, and it makes me very unhappy. Like, once again, let's go back to the whole nuance of the situation, and it really irritates me that he can only 100% fully like somebody or 100% heavily dislike somebody, and there's no in between. No in between. Oh shit, did we get a dog raid? Wait, did we get a dog raid? Oh, we did get a dog raid. Oh my god. Okay, welcome Temp. Welcome Raiders. Welcome in. Hope you had a nice stream. We are celebrating 11k here on YouTube and talking about politics as per usual. And ranting about Israel. So if you don't like the spiciness, please leave the kitchen. If you do like the spiciness, hope you enjoy my taco meat, because I have lots of taco meat to feed you all with jalapenos and onions and tomatoes. This is not sexual at all, I swear. I can cook. I'm a woman. Anyways, but thank you, Temp, for the raid. And thank you, mods, for shutting him up. Thank you. Not a Vtuber taco. I didn't think about that until I started saying it out loud. I was like, wait, I shouldn't be talking about my tacos. Because that's like the main meal I eat every week. I make that like twice a week, and I have leftovers, so I eat it like 4 times a week. I had that yesterday for my meal of the day. Was my tacos, actually. My leftover tacos. So yeah, I make them quite frequently. But anyways, That's boomer logic? What's boomer logic? Like, are you talking about like getting along with people even if you don't like fully agree with them? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Because I know that's kind of like been thrown out the window throughout the years. I thought you were straight, but you more taco than a gay Latina. Well, listen, okay, it's Americanized tacos. I slap on sour cream. It's really simple, actually. Okay, I make the taco. I put the taco meat in the frying pan. I add the onions. I add the tomatoes, cumin, chili powder, chipotle powder, and then while it's being made, I have in a different bowl I forget what it's called exactly, but it's more onions and jalapenos with lime juice and salt and pepper, and I let it soak while I'm making the food. Let's say soak, but like, you know, sit and that kind of deal. And then I combine them when they're all done, and I get the flour tortillas, because fuck corn tortillas, and I slap on the sour cream, add in the taco meat, sprinkle on a little bit of cheese, and they're delicious. They're delicious. 10 out of 10, recommend. Best tacos ever. Cumin. Yes, cumin. Is that how you're supposed to pronounce it? Don't tell me I'm pronouncing cumin wrong. It's supposed to be cumin. Unless this is like a regional dialect thing once again. It's cumin, not cumin. Yeah, you're right. Thank you! When Amal retires from VTubing, setting up a taco cart, Amal's leftover tacos, I might actually do that. Not gonna lie, actually. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Anyway, going back on topic, and not my tacos, not my spicy tacos. Here, so we did Tucker Carlson. I don't really know what Megyn Kelly. I know she went. I think wasn't she on Fox News and then she left Fox News, and now she has her own independent thing. I'm not exactly sure what she does. Like I said, never really got into her stuff. But I like Tucker Carlson for the most part. And he also left Fox News. Why did he leave Fox News, by the way? I don't know. Talking about election fraud? Anyways. And then Alex Jones. Obviously, Papa Jones. Everyone's favorite conspiracy theorist. Much significantly superior than Candace Owens. Oh, fuck. That was a loud burp. Excuse me. The whole Alex Jones' right jar gets filled every single day. They're treating the freaking frogs gay. I don't know. Alex Jones has been beloved for such a long time, and out of all of them, he's definitely Trump's diehard #1 supporter. Out of all of them, because Tucker Carlson was a bit hesitant on Trump in the very beginning. Megyn Kelly, once again, I'm not exactly sure. Candace Owens is a grifter. Okay, I'm gonna straight up say it. She's a grifter. And black, and a woman, and a black woman. Anyways, but Alex Jones was like #1 from the very fucking get-go. And out of everyone, I definitely saw the biggest backlash for Alex Jones because of how long he's been a supporter of Trump. Now, I know there's a clip of him, and I will play it here once we actually finish reading this, of him saying that Trump needs to had the 25th Amendment used against him. So, I'll put a pin in that, say that for a little bit later, we will address that here soon. But regardless, the point is, when I first read this, and for a lot of people's reaction based off of this, it's like, you're throwing your biggest supporters on the bus. Because even if Tucker was hesitant in the very beginning, he has been arguing for Trump for at least quite a while at this point in the grand scheme of things. Because it's important to remember that in 2016, there wasn't actually that many diehard Trump fans. Like, there obviously were quite a few, but a lot of people saw him as a lesser of two evils between Hillary. Not everybody was actually sold on Trump because it was Trump. They just saw Hillary and thought, fuck no, we're not voting for her. And even though I was not old enough to vote in 2016, I was one of them. Like, I supported Trump, but, like, I didn't really like Trump. I just saw him as better than Hillary situation. And then over the years, as his presidency went on, I became more of a fan of him, even if he was quite stuck because of his bad appointments. I still saw him as overall a net good, for not at least making anything worse, right? So I don't hold it against Tucker Carlson for having that position. I don't actually hold anybody for being, like, anti-Trump back in 2016. Because for a lot of people, the wake-up call was in 2020, after seeing what happened after the 2020 election, the massive fraud, COVID, Black Lives Matter, and all the tranny fucking bullshit. Those 4 things, all happened roughly within the same amount of time period, and that was a huge bomb on a lot of normies to make them realize, hey, wait, maybe this Trump guy isn't actually that bad. And granted, I was already on the Trump train before all that happened, because of the first presidency being pretty good for not making things worse, overall. But for a lot of people, that was the time period where they really started switching as things got worse under Biden. Megyn Kelly, once again, can't exactly defend Candace Owens. I'm definitely not defending, but these are still 4 people that have been supportive of Trump for a very long time and been advocating for Republicans or for conservatism for a very long time. The one thing they all have in common, too, is that they've all been critical of Israel. All 4 of them have been heavily critical of Israel, as things have definitely started shifting and pointing towards the fact that, hey, maybe Trump's not actually the one in charge. Or if he is the one in charge, he's definitely got a lot of people whispering in his ear, telling him silly little things that he should do that are not exactly the best. Not exactly the best. There. Anyway, I'll continue on actually reading this. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't even have what it takes, they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, aren't even invited on TV, because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free, cheap, and publicity. Well, see, this is where Trump's definitely having a boomer moment, in my opinion, where he only cares about if they're actually on TV. Like, he doesn't fully understand the power of the internet still, for some reason, even though that's actually where the majority of his base is active and has the most control and power to be able to change things. And, like, you at least saw during the first 6 months of Trump's presidency how if there was any pushback for Trump was doing or slight hesitation, there was some major corrections. So, unless now that might have been like Vance or Rubio or somebody who understands the online space a little bit better. My guess is Vance. That was able to make those changes and swings. But at least it seemed like chimping out would actually work during the first like 6 to 8 months last year. And then it just kind of, chimping out just kind of stopped working. And I do think at least part of it is because he's a boomer. And if they're not on TV, they're not relevant. Not understanding the fact that TV doesn't matter anymore. You can get a lot more views and a lot more money just by being a streamer online. And there are a lot more influential people online than there are TV. The only people watching TV are the boomers. Like, and that's it for both CNN and Fox News, both sides of the aisle. It's just boomers. I mean, for fuck's sakes, my dad watches Fox News clips on YouTube. He doesn't even watch it on actual TV, like the line TV, right? He doesn't actually watch it on antenna TV. He watches it on YouTube, the clips. Like, they're still pulling heavy numbers. All of them. Candace Owens has for all her faults, there's a lot of them, has massive numbers. Massive numbers that she's pulling on YouTube. 5 million subscribers. And she's just she's got her own website too. She's raking in the dough. Tucker Carlson, biggest fucking podcast #1 podcast on Spotify. I don't know what Megyn Kelly does. And Alex Jones has been deplatformed so much that I've lost track. But he's still obviously a well-known name. All 4 of them combined together, I could almost say with guarantee, though you can fact check me, chat, bleh, that they are bigger than Fox News. And that's, or at least the mainstream media. And he just doesn't know that because they're not on TV. Tiny hat support and above the 60s is unquestionable. He doesn't get that for under 40. It's like the opposite. The one thing that joins the right and the left is disliked with the tiny hats. Yes, for different reasons, but still. There are a lot of goddamn boomers. I know. My dad's a literal boomer himself. And they are a big chunk of them because they're literally called baby boomers, right? Because they're just popping them out like fucking crazy. I get that. But there's also a lot of young people. A lot of Zoomers, a lot of Millennials, a lot of Gen X. Like Sargon's Gen X. Most of you guys in chat are older than me. You're like I think if I go look at my analytics, I think it's like between like 25 and 35 is like the majority of the ones on YouTube at least. There. And, you know, like there are a lot of young people younger than boomers. I have turned to dust. Truly a hospice in here. It's okay, fellow my little chatters. It's okay, my little chuds. It's okay. I will help you. I will wheel you personally one by one into the nursing home and then take a pillow and snuff out your life, then make things easier for you. I will give you the Canadian healthcare personally myself. No socialism. I thought Sargon was an older millennial. No, he's Gen X. The man's like, he said his age on a video recently. He's like 49? or something like that. Like, he's on the younger end of Gen X, but he's still a Gen X. Somewhere in there. Like, 46? Yeah, something like late 40s. Late 40s is what he is. So he's on the young side of Gen X, but he's still Gen X. Now I think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but no one's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I would have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me, and just gave CNN 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hands-filling fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Okay, so they definitely don't have third-rate podcasts. I already mentioned that they pull in massive fucking numbers, bigger than, like, Fox News does on TV. And he won the presidential election in a landslide because of the podcasters. He was, like, obviously Fox News supported him because he's a Republican, but, like, he won because of the amount of support he was able to garner online after everything he's been doing. Like, everyone was talking and supporting about him on the right, including Tucker and Alex and Candace and Megan. Like, everybody was like that. Like, okay, here's a photo of at least some of them, right? Here's Tucker right here. Not your grandfather's Republican Party, October 25th, 2024, celebrating at Turning Point with Trump, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and you guessed it, Tucker Carlson. If not for the massive support he has online and the amount of people, like, a lot of big names like Tucker talking about him and supporting him, like, he would not have the amount of support he does, because online space does translate to a decent degree into real life. Not 100%, but I would probably say 50 to 60% is my rough guess, because so many people are terminally online these days. Why do you think people don't have friends? Why do people don't go outside and touch grass and go to, like, we talk about how, like, oh, you know, people aren't dating, or people are not going to bars and drinking alcohol anymore, or all of the shopping malls are being shut down and restaurants are being shut down. Like, people are just terminally online. And they're watching these podcasters. They are important. They're immensely important, actually. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money on the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Okay, not defending Candace Owens, but the fact that he's using her, you know, attacking Macron's wife for being a man as the excuse is something, in my opinion. Though I have to ask, chat, right? I have to ask, who do you think is more pretty? Candace Owens or Macron's wife? Okay. Now, let me pull up a picture of her so you have a fair comparison. Now, I will judge you for your responses. I will judge you for the responses here. So here's Macron's wife. Right there. Okay, Candace Owens or Macron's wife? Which is more pretty? Need a side by side? Okay, fine. Let me get the monkey out. Candace Owens. I misspelled her name, but it's fine. I'm gonna use this picture because I'm too racist not to. I have to use this picture because I'm a horrible person. I mean, I could get a better picture of her, right? I could get a better picture of her, or I could do this one. Anyways, Macron's wife or Candace Owens? You decide. Neither. I'm straight. I'll throw in the Lord Loomer as a wild card. No, I can't do that because I have to go based off Trump's true social post, okay? Okay, Trump said that Macron's wife is more prettier than Candace Owens. And I just want to know who you guys find as the more attractive one. Here. Can I have none? See, that's the correct answer, chat. That is the correct answer. It's supposed to be neither, okay? I will die a virgin before fucking either Candace Owens or you know, Macron's wife. That is the Chad true self position. And yet too many of you guys on Kick are voting for Candace Owens. I'm disappointed in you. I am severely disappointed in you, you fucking race traitors. You fucking race traitors. I'd rather stick my dick in an anthill. Look, Trump's an older gentleman. He doesn't have the same eyesight as the olden days. See, that's a reasonable... See, you know what? I can agree with that, right? Obviously, older men do like younger, prettier women because they're more fertile. But once you get to a certain age as a man, you can kind of recognize the beauty of older women to a certain extent. So you know what? Hey, maybe he can see Macron's wife's beautiful 6-inch dick and how gorgeous it actually is. There. You know. You guys chose, you kick bros chose Candace Owens. Oh my fucking... You race traitors. Absolute race traitors. You're choosing the monkey over the possible man. Which is worse, being gay or a race traitor is basically the question I was asking. It stuck me in a rock and a hard place. He's like 20 years younger. If you're talking about Macron, yes. Like, Macron was a very young boy when Macron's wife started hitting on him. Like, she is the stereotypical story of the cougar teacher going after the younger boy 100%. He was like 12 when she was like 33 or 13. Yeah, she was his teacher. Yes, exactly. Like she is a significantly older than him because of it. Race traitor is much worse because you're increasing the Browns. I mean, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Okay, this is at least a quadroon. You think she's only got a quad in her? You think she's only got a quad in her? I mean, she's not like darker than the night sky. I'll give her that. But you think she's only got a quad? Anyways. Thank you, Amanda, for the $9.99. Thank you. I find most discussions break down if you not share at least 80% of common in the worldview. Less than that, you're like talking to someone from a different planet. That's why debate is fake and gay. I would agree with that, but debate's mostly just for the viewer, not for the actual people in between to change their mind and find a common ground. It's mostly just for the viewer retention and figuring out who can actually withstand the fire with their ideals and opinions. Which is why I'm not a debate bro, because I would probably fall apart within 5 fucking seconds, because I know I'm retarded. I just like to spew my opinions, and that's it. Oh, wood chipper? Yeah. Yeah, listen, gun to the head, the 70-year-old pedo man is pretty bad. Oh, which is why, once again, the true cell chat position is neither of them. But Trump went with Macron's wife. You take that as you will. 'Cause apparently a lot of you chose Candace Owens, at least on Kick. We were only able to do the poll on Kick because I'm retarded, but it's fine. Oh god, where was I at with this? Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, rigorously claiming it was a hoax. Okay, now to address the Alex Jones thing. Okay. We will play the clip of him saying about the 25th Amendment here in a second. And by second, I mean like 30 minutes based off my yapping skills. But to say that he deserves to lose his entire fortune because of the Sandy Hook fucking shit, that's... I'm sorry. That's... I can't. I can't support that. Because that was absolutely insane. How many... What was it? Billions or trillions? I can't remember. But it was a fucking shit ton of money that Alex Jones was being sued for. For what? Defamation? Like, for conspiracy theories? Like, it's supposed to be for, like, emotional damages and different things like that. But it's wasn't even, like, Alex Jones was just, like a crazy person on the internet. Like, you're not supposed to, like, take him seriously, though he's right about everything. It's just... like, he completely got fucked over. Okay, fine, he lost the lawsuit. Okay, he's probably supposed to pay some sort of damages for defamation, different things like that to the victims. But billions? Billions of dollars just for this. For basically having conspiracy theories. Like, what? Am I... Like, should you be sued for saying the Jews did 9/11? Like, because of the victims on 9/11? Being like, oh, you're disregarding all the pain and suffering? No, I don't think so. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely abysmal. Like, I mean, what he said was wrong. I mean, yeah. If it is actually, real, which I'm assuming it is, because like I said, it's before my time. So I don't really know much about the Sandy Hook situation. But it's also the internet. And you can have your crazy, tinfoil hat conspiracy theories. It's not that deep. I mean, for fuck's sakes, look at Candace Owens. If you want a conspiracy fucking nut, just look at Candace Owens and the weird things she's been saying about fucking Charlie Kirk and his family. Which I'm not even really I'm not even a fan of Erica Kirk. I really don't like the woman at the moment, based off how she's been acting since Charlie Kirk got assassinated. But don't think she should be sued to oblivion for the things that she's been saying. Well, Candace shouldn't be sued to oblivion for what yeah. Let me rephrase all of that, right? I'm not a fan of Erica Kirk after what happened with Charlie's assassination, personally. But I don't agree with Candace on some of the crazy things she's been saying about Erica Kirk. And I don't think Candace should be sued to oblivion because of that either. Like, there's reason here. There's in between. Like, and here we are. Ridiculous. And he says that Alex Jones deserves to be sued because of it. After Alex Jones supported... Like, Alex Jones was a diehard supporter until the Iran fucking war. Until the Iran war. That is what's dividing the fucking MAGA movement. Is the goddamn... Ugh. These so-called pundits are losers, and they will always be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all the other radical left news organizations are hailing them, giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers, just trying to latch onto MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs, and after a few times they go nasty. Just like Major Traitor Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength, not in allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. I don't really care for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, to a certain extent. I don't think she's the worst. She's a little bit too performative. She's definitely too much of a woman. She tries to play victim too much. I don't really like her. But she's at least, for a politician, saying the right, like, at least pushing the bills for the right stuff. Overall, I probably say she's better than Thomas Massie in some cases, actually. When it comes to trying to address the issues that actually matter. Because allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons, I'll be honest, okay? I really don't know how to feel about that because of the fact that they've been saying that Iran's been 2 weeks away from nuclear weapons since the late 80s. And I just frankly do not care. They are the boy that cried wolf when it comes to this issue. And so I hear about Iran having nuclear weapons. I just go like, I don't like whatever. Like I don't really believe you. I don't like. I know I probably should, right? I know logically Iran having nuclear weapons is a bad thing. But after hearing that my whole entire life, and then looking at the clips of them talking about it since the late 80s, which is even double my fucking life, and I'm just like, so they've been saying this for as long as my sister's life, and I'm just like, I just don't believe you. I just do not believe you when you say about nuclear weapons, so I don't care about it. But you know what I do care about? Immigration, both legal and illegal. And I at least was hoping Trump would take care of the illegal. And he's doing a better job about that than any Democrats would. But it's still not far enough, still nowhere near where it needs to be, and it's not getting any better. It's not getting any worse. But it's not really getting all that much better. I mean, still better than nothing, but like it's nowhere near as half as what it should be. I mean, there is this guy named Eric, fuck, what was his last name? Yeah, this whole like military company, paramilitary thing. And he proposed last year to Trump about using his little paramilitary to like deport like 100,000 a year or something like that. A swallow swell? I don't think that's it. But I might be wrong. There. But there was one with like a paramilitary thing. Was going to do like a ton of people a year with what he had, and then Trump rejected it. Which at the time, I remember purporting to it, and I was like, at the time, I was like, I'm not sure how I feel about this because I'm scared about the government and the military and different things like that. But at the same time, I recognize it's the best way to actually handle the immigration problem, so it probably is a good thing overall. Though it does make me a bit concerned about the future. And now a year later, I'm like, yes, get this little Eric Prince. Thank you, chat. Prince. There. Eric Prince, or Eric Price? Prince. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Prince. Yeah. Eric Prince, the guy who had Blackwater mercenaries. Yes, him. And now a year later, I'm like, yes! Where is this Eric Prince guy? I don't know much about him, but I'll take those missionaries, that and whatever it is. Let's come on, let's use them. Colors, get the color swatches out, run them all up, throw them into the ocean. Let's go. Oh, like, where is he? I know I like to hate the Texas H1Bs. We still have Somalians. Like, oh my god. Trump's been constantly complaining about Ilhan Omar and how bad she's been for years. Nothing happens. Always with the judges, nothing happens. Like, those are all the bigger issues at hand. I really don't give a flying fuck about Iran. When you've been saying they've had nuclear weapons since the 80s! Anyways. And that's what all four of these people have been critical on, was basically the Iran war is the main focus thing, but also the other Israel ties that Trump has been having since like summer of last year, like late summer of last year roughly. Thank you, Massive Doge, for the $4.99. Thank you. Frankly, Margaret, I do not care until the illegals leaves. Yes, exactly. I do not care, Margaret was a great meme from Vance. Vance was really good at the very beginning, and now he's... Yeah, that's also sad, but I'm not gonna get into it. Thank you, Eldritch Saga, for the $5 videos. Thank you. Archon's wife, 50-50 chance straight. 0% chance of abomination being created. True. So, I think I'll take the 50-50 chances on being straight than the creation coming out of it, with Candace here. And thank you, Desert Ghost, for being a subby bubby for 11 months in a row. Thank you, my dude. Nice to have. I can't actually. That means we're getting close to having 1 year on Kick then. Woo, buddy. I wonder. Maybe I need to figure out what date the 1 year of me like officially streaming on Kick again is, and maybe we'll do something special for it. But I thought that was in June. April, May, June. Yeah, I thought that was in June. Oh well, I'll figure it out. Anyways, And then also, he posted this. Well, this is commentary from Truth Social, so this is supposedly was posted on Truth Social. And it's just it's an AI video of Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Alex Jones. I don't know who that is. I can't tell. Tucker Carlson. I'm assuming Megyn Kelly. Trump's in the way. And then Nick Fuentes, like, crashing out. Actually, does it play any audio? Yeah, it's copyrighted. I thought that was the case. It's an AI video of them, like, crashing out screen and reading. Kind of like that old meme of that one the fat leftist chick with the short hair and the yellow vest when Trump first won. And just like, it's kind of like that, except the AI video with all of them instead. Joe Kent. Okay. In this case, and it's a little bit cringy. A little bit cringy in my opinion. But, I mean, it is typical of Trump. But I guess my biggest issue is, right? Stop playing the audio. I guess my biggest issue with all of this, is not exactly Trump making fun of people, because he's always done this. My issue is the fact that it's for some of his biggest supporters for such a long time. Minus Candace Owens, because I don't like Candace Owens. And they've been, or at least, like, I guess Candace Owens has been on the right to a certain degree, right? Like, she was, like, as much as I don't like Ben Shapiro, you know, she was part of the Daily Wire for a long time. If anything, Ben Shapiro was a very big anti-Trump person for such a long time. Like, this whole entire first term, Ben Shapiro was, like, so against him. And now that Trump's doing more of Israel's bidding, he's like, oh, I love Trump so much. Okay, fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, there. Like, and I just don't like it. Like, I can understand where Trump is coming from, because they are being critical of him. And we will address the Alex Jones thing. I know I keep on saying that, but we will address the Alex Jones thing here in a little bit. But, like, I know this is what Trump does, but to just throw them under the bus like this, I've been thinking about it since this whole post was on April 9th, right? 2 days ago. And I've been thinking to myself, like, okay, how do I explain this on stream? How this makes me feel? And even though it's been a couple days, I still can't really articulate it properly. I'm not smart enough to be able to do this, I guess. Because it really just rubs me the wrong way. It really just rubs me the wrong way. Here. How he's acting with this. With them in particular. Like, I don't care about Fuentes. Or I don't know much about Joe Kent. I definitely don't care about Candace Owens. Not exactly a huge fan of Thomas Massey. He's okay. Like, he's got some good things, but he's also got some bad. Same with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, I kind of put them roughly in the same camp, right? I don't know much about Megyn Kelly, but I can still recognize that with Candace, she's been on the right since about 2017, roughly. Major Taylor Greene was a huge Trump fan. She was sucking him off. Like, I actually found her annoying for the longest time because she was being so performative with how much she was just on Trump's dick. Alex Jones has been a supporter for such a long time. I don't know much about Joe Kent. Tucker Carlson's been a supporter of Trump for such a long time. Megyn Kelly, to a certain degree, as far as I'm aware. I'm not gonna touch Fuentes. And just constantly, one after the other, he's like throwing them into the meat grinder because they're being critical of him for not doing America First things. Like, it basically seems like his definition of America, making America great again, is whatever Trump thinks America is, whatever Trump thinks. When in reality, even though he's the figurehead, even though he's the political instigator, even though in a way he is MAGA, to make America great again, you needed to do certain actions. And the Iran war is not exactly the action that a lot of people want him to take to make America great again. It's immigration, both illegal and legal. Amount of fraud. The Democrats assassinating leading people for years now. Obviously, Charlie Kirk's the biggest example. But like, there's obviously been multiple attempts on Trump's life, and there was like back in COVID and Black Lives Matter, there was the Chaz back in Portland and Seattle, and somebody got assassinated for wearing a Trump hat. Then 2017, there's Republicans being shot at a baseball game. Throughout the whole Gamergate series, into Trump's first term, there's plenty of people being punched and milkshaked and called Nazis for wearing MAGA hats in general, as well. Like, there has been a mass amount of left-wing violence to the right for like 10 years now. 10 longer than that, but let's just say 10 years just to have a time scale. Nothing's really been done with that other than Antifa being a domestic terrorist organization, which is a good thing, right? That is a good thing, that it's finally a little domestic terror organization, but if you don't actually do anything with that label, then it doesn't mean anything either. So there's that aspect of stuff. Like, there's so many things that need to happen to make America great again.
The Jews? Is it the Jews?
The Iran war is not it.
The Jews.
Like, it's just not it. It's just not it. Like, and that's why I say, like, it's hard for me to properly articulate this. I feel like I wish there was one specific word that I could just use to sum it all up. But the only thing I have is the phrase. It rubs me the wrong way. I get they're being critical. I get it. It probably feels like in his eyes like a backstab because of it. But at the same time, he is the president of the United fucking States. You don't just throw your biggest supporters on the bus because they've been critical of you. You're the president of the United States. You ignore them publicly, and privately you should probably actually listen to them and be like, hey, there's sort of kind of a problem here. Especially when, like, Netanyahu pulls you aside and be like, yes, let's do the Iran war. Let's do the Iran war here, Trump. Oh, you're such a sexy little figure. Iran war is so dangerous. We should do it together. Like, I'm not gonna give you any boots on the ground myself. But I'm gonna drag you into it. And then Vance and Rubio are like, hey, so maybe this is not exactly a good idea to do this Iran war thing. It might cause some problems with our base. And Trump's like, I'm gonna believe Netanyahu instead, the prime minister of a foreign country, than my own vice president and my own secretary. But, you know, we're gonna do that instead. Okay then. Okay. This just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it does make sense. This is Trump, but like, God. He's the president! Thank you, Danny DeLito, for the $2 reduce. Speaking of Mossad, thank you. Weird of how all the messaging switched right when Israel was about to was cut out of negotiation. Just noticing. Yep. All those little suspicious little details there. Suspicious little details. And then thank you, Rubber and Jill's visits for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Hashtag alien isolation. I will throw your $5 reduce, alien isolation. The pies are creamed and now setting. Thank you. Also, please watch the trailer for Routine. It's a perfect game fun, only about 6 to 8 hours long, so a good 1 to 2 shots. Maybe we have a lot of game funds. So if more, listen. I'm a whore, right? I'm a whore at the end of the day. If more money gets thrown for Routine, then I will maybe create a fund for Routine. But right now we have Silent Hill 2, Alien Isolation, Wind Waker, Fallout Equestria, kill myself, Deus Ex, and Change, also kill myself. Five Nights at Freddy's, and I feel like there's another one. I think that's it. Regardless, we have lots of funds, and we still have to get through a lot more games before those funds are even completed, so I'd rather not add too many game funds, unless you really want to, like, throw money at me, which don't do that, because that's gay. I'm a woman on the internet. Don't throw money at me. Save it for your fucking bills. Still. And, it seems like the Trump's followers on True Social were not exactly happy about this. there are lots of people who were happy about this, and this was the case on Twitter as well. And you can find it by scrolling here as well. So technically there is both sides of this thing, and it might be because of my own silo, because remember, the algorithm does try to push things that things that will make you very upset, but at the same time the things that you're gonna like a lot. So I might have just been siloed off, but it seemed like overall a lot of people were not happy with this take. And it's interesting to see it even on Truth Social, Trump's platform that he made, because he got himself got banned off the internet. The actual sitting president got banned off the internet. Let's see. What your way of lying? Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, have been your day ones. You need to step back and take a good hard look at who's whispering in your ear. Get back to America first. I personally put up with years of abuse from black jobs out here in Cali for showing my support of you, but after this, I'm hanging up my red MAGA hat you sign. Get right, Trump. Trump is going against everyone that fought for him to win just because of the Epstein files and being in war with Iran for Israel. They didn't leave MAGA, MAGA left them. MAGA left me too. So sad to see. You had so much potential. Trump voted for all of you 3 times. I feel so betrayed. Feel like you're insane. Kindly either resign Donald or face the 25th. You're mentally and emotionally unfit to be POTUS. Oh, Trump be mad that the people who believe and spread his campaign lies don't believe anymore. What a deranged lunatic. Okay, well that's... Rainbow flag tells me that this, and the wording tells me it's a fucking leftist. So opinion disregarded here. Like, I don't care what the leftists think about this, right? This is a split within the right itself. This is a civil war within MAGA or the right or conservatives, whatever label you want to put on it. And that's the problem. Well, I don't fucking care about some stupid leftist. But like, it's just it's annoying. It's annoying. But to address what Alex Jones said in particular, which Alex Jones was the one that got the most support from the Truth Social post, but he's also got the most damning thing against him as well, which should be addressed. So let's listen to this clip.
Essential threat. How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment, it's harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for an internal coup before.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is for the whole world.
Yeah, if I was the Democrats, I'd stop poking Trump and messing with him. That only makes it worse. Like, you guys need to watch out. This isn't a guy acting like he's crazy. This is real.
Well, what's there going to be to take over in 2026 or 2028 if this hits the fan? If we get it, he's threatening an extinction level event for the people of Iran tomorrow. Does nobody think there'll be any blowback from that? If he follows through on that, the whole world is screwed.
You were saying during the break, there's other ways to do this. People.
So the first part of it, I thought, okay, well, maybe Alex Jones was just trying to, like, ask questions to get this guy kind of to get prompted, you know, being like, hey, how do we 25 Amendment his ass? Was a little bit of a aggressive question. But then he's like, well, you know, you've never called for a coup before, you know, what's made you change? And he's like, oh, well, this is, you know, this is like actual scary things. But then Alex just kind of seemed to agree with him. And I was like, wait, hold on a second. Like, I was willing to give Alex Jones a benefit of a doubt in this situation. But it really actually does seem like he actually agrees to use the 25th Amendment against Trump here. And that's...
Need to just, not just tell him the truth, like Susie Walsh said. It's time to just not, I mean, say what you just said.
Yeah, well, legally and constitutionally, the vice president is an independent elected official. The same as legally and constitutionally, the only oath any member of the military takes, any member of the State Department takes, any member of the intelligence community takes.
And this is where the clip clips off. But, like, now this is what I think triggered the Truth Social post. Because even though Alex Jones has the most support for him out of the 4 people listed, this is the most damning. Because calling for the 25th Amendment, for those who don't know, that's basically where they remove him out of office and then JD Vance takes his place. There's a bit more to it technically, but for simplicity's sake, they want Trump removed. And it's really hard to do, like the guy addressed, but it's also really fucking retarded. Like, their whole reasoning is retarded too. They genuinely seem to believe that with Trump's True Social post that he did on Easter, which is what they're referring to, that he's actually going to nuke Iran. Like, he was... As someone like Alex Jones, who has been a supporter of Trump since day one, he should know that that's how Trump works. He's boisterous. He's all bluster. He doesn't actually show... You shouldn't take him 100% seriously. Like, he was just being tough because that's what he does, right? He talks big, you know, but the actual actions are very small. He puts up a good front. He did the exact same thing with Kim Jong-un with North Korea back in the first term. I can't believe... I know I have a horrible memory, but I can't believe how short-term memory some people are. Especially like someone like Alex Jones, who's once again day one. Like, people have already forgotten that in the first term, the left was screeching and crying and shitting and pissing themselves about Trump using nukes on North Korea and how there's a nuclear war in North Korea because they were doing Twitter spats with each other where he was calling Kim Jong-un, like, I think it was like little boy, I forget, or he was just being really insulting to Kim Jong-un back then. I forget, now I'm the one forgetting, I guess, but he was not exactly being the kindest there. And everyone's like, oh my god, we're gonna get nuclear war with North Korea. Oh, Little Rocket Man. Yeah, Little Rocket Man, thank you. And Dotard. Yeah, Little Rocket Man, right? And nothing happened. If anything, we actually had great relations with North Korea. Like, North Korea is not even a threat. I mean, okay, I shouldn't say that. But North Korea is not as much as a threat as people thought it was, at least back then, because he was able to basically humble Kim Jong-un and work out some sort of agreement, and things are fine. Like, you never hear any news about North Korea anymore, and any problems that we have with them in the United States. Like, it's like, you should not take Trump seriously when it comes to different things like this. I don't know why people keep falling for it. It's been 10 fucking years. Like, and yet and here we are with Alex Jones and this other guy being like, he's going to destroy civilization by nuking Iran. You're fucking retarded. And then the one that called for the 25th Amendment, that is a bit too far, in my opinion, to do so. Because even though I'm not happy with Trump, and I've spent how much a stream complaining about Trump, how many streams complaining about Trump over the past few months, like, I know a lot of my, pretty much most of my backlog at this point has been deleted because I had to wipe my channel back last summer, which is unfortunate, but if you could find the old VOD somewhere, I was actually very supportive of Trump until about summer last year where things started, like, declining. And I was like, okay, you know, I was coping really hard, but I was trying my best to see the bright side of things. As time has gone on, it's getting harder to do so, but I still do try to give him credit where credit is due, because I do recognize that he is better than the Democrats. I would not want to 25th his ass. I like JD Vance, minus the whole race mixing and teal connections, but I still don't want... What's the benefit of using the 25th Amendment against Trump? Like, he's not going to run for a third term, no matter all the jokes aside. He's too old, and if he's not going to be breaking the law and going after the judges for what's necessary to survive America, he's not going to break the law and to run for a third term just for his own well, I guess he is pretty egotistical, but like, I don't see him doing that. I don't see him going actually that far. So what is the point of using the 25th Amendment just to get Vance in? Like, it's not gonna really change much, and it's gonna give more power to the Democrats there by showing weakness. It's really stupid to do so, in my personal opinion. And here we have Alex Jones talking about it, which I think is retarded. I also don't think that warrants a True Social post crashing out about Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson. I think this is part of the reason why he did it, but I don't think it warrants it, because even though Alex Jones is going a bit too far in my personal opinion, he's only doing this because of the Iran war and how but how many issues Trump has caused. They've only been critical of him because of the Iran war and how many issues, you know, Israel has caused with American politics. But they still support him overall. They're not saying vote for the Democrats. At least I hope maybe Candace Owens is saying vote for the Democrats. She's a black woman after all. Plantation. But like, they're not saying vote for Democrats. They're just saying, hey, maybe Israel's got too much fucking influence over you. Get some help. And says like, you know what? Fuck you. You're all third-rate podcasters. So it's like, and why are you wasting your time on this? He's talking about how he doesn't return their calls because he's too busy with world and country affairs, but he's doing this about them, and it's just like, oh god. And you know what? Hey, maybe it's gonna be like an Elon situation, right? Because like last year, Elon left Doge because Doge went absolutely nowhere because of how bad the corruption was in the government. Then he crashed out and accused Trump of being in the Epstein files and tried to make a whole third party filled with Indians, and that all lasted like a month, 2 months, and then all of a sudden they were in good terms again. So hey, maybe this could possibly happen. I don't really think so. I don't see Alex Jones or Tucker Carlson coming back from this. Candace probably will because she's a black woman. Megyn Kelly, I don't know her enough to really judge, but she's a woman, but at the same time she's also a white woman, so she's got more bonus points over Candace. There. But this is just, I don't know. Like I said, I just rubs me the wrong way, the whole situation. Ugh. His owners implicitly defended Tyler Robinson. I hope not. I hope that's not the case. If that is the case, I'm gonna be even more upset with her. I get with the assassination of Charlie. Like, I get Charlie Kirk's assassination is a little bit sussy wussy. Like, I would say, I agree. I believe 90% of it, 90 to 95% of it is the Antifa, Troon terror cell that happened, right? I do agree with it. However, there are some sussy wussy things about what happened with assassination. There are some sort of ties to there are very loose but still ties to Israel here and there, if I remember correctly from my reporting of it, which was months ago at this point. So, haven't exactly been super keeping up about it. But for the most part, I'll go with official story because I'm also well aware that we're not going to get all the answers until like 50 years later, right? We're not going to get all the answers. There's a little bit too many sussy-wussy things. We're not going to get the answers. But I'm not going to schizo post and crash out about it like Candace Owens trying to find the answers. So I know the government's not going to tell me. The government's not going to be honest. It's the fucking government. There. And so she's now going to... And now she's also implicitly defending Tyler Robinson in the process. And that's... That's too far. That's too fucking far. What do you mean? Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to be assassinated. Sam Hamm was right when he said this is you. Charlie Kirk is us. I'm gonna start screaming again. I know I had some super chats I missed. Thank you, Mana, for the $9.99. Thank you. Hey, we might not get the deportations or the true/justice for the Epstein victims, and we might have been lied to into a war again, but the government is releasing UFO files. Enjoy the slop. Nom 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 nom. Delicious, this trouble of just grab. There's rotten fruit and shit. Dead bodies. I feel like the turtles in the Ganges River until I died. Delicious. I want more. Thank you, the Watchman, for the $10 dues. Thank you. Well, the people he called out all went out and claimed he was a bandman, Taco, needed 25th, etc. Given that, I think he's right for his post. Most are grifters should be giving credit anyways. I mean, like I said, the 25th I think is too far. Madman, I don't care. Taco, I also don't really care. Like, there are reasonable criticisms of Trump to be had. Madman and Taco are... No, it's not as bad as the 25th. I think it's a little bit unnecessary. I do agree it's unnecessary and not needed. Not important for the criticism aspect of things, right? But it still just bothers me. It still just bothers me after so many years of support. And then now that Israel's got so much influence, and now we got stuck in the stupid Iran war, that now they're being critical of him, and I might not agree with how they're handling their criticism of it. They're only doing this because of the fact of his own actions. And he's throwing them under the bus instead of actually being like, hey, maybe I should listen to some of my longtime supporters and being like, where did I fuck up here? No, I'm just gonna say they're all third-rate podcasters and go fuck yourselves. I just don't like that. I just don't like that. Like, let's see here. Well, let me try a good example. I'm gonna use myself here as the example. Right? If like Trium, right, my head mod comes to me and it's just like, hey, so this thing that you did on stream, whatever you said on stream, you know, you probably shouldn't do that, or, you know, maybe you should take it down, or whatever the case is. I would probably be not exactly the happiest because, you know, nobody really likes being criticized, but I would try to take his opinion and his advice in mind because I know he's probably just wanting the best for me. Or like any of you guys in chat, right? Like if I do something and you guys get upset with me, like if I actually, not just over my stupid opinions, because once again, a woman has opinion, dismiss it, right? But if I actually do something or say something that's like really negative and actually bothers like 80% of you or something like that, then, and you get upset with me, then I would be like, oh shit, I really fucked up. I should apologize and not do it again. Take it down. Whatever the case is, right? Like, I don't know. Like when some of your biggest supporters, long-term supporters, you know, your friends, whatever the case is, look at you and be like, hey, you need to stop. You get some help. Maybe this is not the right decision. You should listen to it. But that's just my perspective of things. No, you be more like tra-la-la-la-la, I'm a dumb woman. I mean, possibly. I'm not gonna say no to that, right? I'm not gonna say no. I am a tra-la-la-la-la, I am a dumb woman. But I would like to think that I would listen as best as possible. We're a year and a half in. Oh, give it a couple months before you're calling for the 25th yourself. Yeah, like I think it's I do think it's a bit too far. I do think it's a bit too far to call for the 25th. I can understand him having problems with him, but to throw them on the bus publicly like this is, I don't know. I don't like it. I do not like it. I do not like it. Then, after the Truth Social post, Alex Jones came out saying, I have made it very clear that I no longer support Trump, and I'm very thankful to him for making it clear that I have nothing to do with him. The new Trump is a rotting husk of the old Trump. I hope 47 enjoys Mark Levin being his spirit animal. Which, I think this is also, I don't know, I see this as cats fighting now, because I'm just like, okay, well, Alex Jones said it was too far, but then Trump's response is also too far. And Alex Jones is responding to this, and it's just like, you're not making things better. Stop! I do agree with the whole Mark Levin being a spirit animal, though. Because it is funny that, oh, where did I have it? I had a tweet from Mark Levin here. Is this it? Yeah. But, you know, Mark Levin's saying like, oh, Trader Tucker's following creator, then gets community notice, being like, Tucker Carlson is #1 in the news category in Spotify, where his podcast is streamed. Keep in mind, when Mark Levin says Trader Tucker's following is cratering, he is quote tweeting the Jewish Insider. Tucker Carlson, the anti-Israel, anti-Semitic podcaster's opposition to the Iran war has strained his relationship with Trump, has seen his personal ratings nosedive, including among Republicans, according to a new poll. Not exactly a good look when Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham are whispering in your ear. And then he's being like, oh, of course, you know, following his cratering gets community noted. Alex Jones kind of has a point here, because it's like, it basically does seem like Trump has replaced his, you know, longtime supporters with Israel first, like Mark Levin, Lindsey Graham, Laura Loomer, and various other people like this. Like, I can't believe Mark Levin's MAGA now. Yes, exactly. That's the problem. There's a meme. Do I have it in the tab here? Yeah. Like, this is when did MAGA become MIGA or MIGA? MIGA. What's up, my MIGAs? MAGA then versus MAGA now. So Tucker, Candace, Megyn Kelly, Andrew Taylor Green, Elon, Alex Jones versus Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, I don't know who he is, Mark Rubio. I don't really have that many problems with Rubio, but I can understand the distrust because it did take him a very long time to actually get on Trump's side, but he's not the worst. Which, I know some people don't like this, and there are good reasons to not really like this whole MAGA then versus MAGA now thing, but I do think there's at least some truth to it as well. Because, like, here are these outsiders, for the most part, right? Tucker Carlson, I mean, he's on Fox News, but he's, like, independent, right? None of these people are politicians other than Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she was sucking Trump's cock so hard. Oh my god. One of these people are politicians. Obviously, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, and he's got his own problems, right? None of these people are perfect. Candace Owens. But they, for the most part, these people built their bases on the support of the regular people. Even in the case of Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, they, I guess also Candace, you know, they were both Fox people, but then they left Fox for being too far on the right. And now they're independent, and they're getting even bigger numbers than what they got on Fox News. With, like the community note said, that Tucker is the #1 podcast on Spotify, and Spotify is still a big platform to have your podcast on. His YouTube channel is massive. Like, these are... Candace Owens got popular as an independent, then she got with the Daily Wire, now she's independent again. She still pulls in big numbers. Alex Jones is literally Alex fucking Jones, do I need to say more? Like, these are more or less outsiders, right? And then we have Ben Shapiro, a tiny hat. You can even see his little thingy right there, right? Hiding in his little hair. Technically an outsider, but come on. Tiny hat, got connections. Mark Levin, politician, also tiny hat. Laura Loomer, tiny hat. I don't know who this person is, but I'm assuming tiny hat. Marco Rubio, politician. Like... Like, this is not exactly a good look, to say the least. Now, I wish that this whole civil war just seems so unnecessary. Like, this would not have been happening if we did not have the Iran war. Like, at all. It should not be how the right splits. The right should be splitting based off immigration. Right? Where the ethno-nationalists take control and the civnats are upsetty and they either convert to ethno-nationalists or they crash out and leave. Because all that matters to this country at that hand is immigration. That is by far the #1 by a long shot issue. Absolute #1. Number uno. Zero. Like, square of one, we can't go anywhere unless we fix the immigration issue. And the only only split we should have is how hard we should go, right? The people crying that we're being too harsh versus the people who are advocating for harsher policies even more so. That is the only split we should have. And so we got the Iran war. The Iran war is how we're splitting. Great. Lovely. There. Just... It's sad and exhausting. And then, like, when it comes to Tucker... not Tucker. The whole, like, he lost his job at Fox News for having the guts to cover the endless list of voting discrepancies that are unique to the 2020 election at a time where people like Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro had already abandoned Trump. Right. Like, Ben Shapiro was like a never-Trumper for so long. He's been so critical of Trump from the very get-go. Right? Like, it's one thing if you were not exactly a fan of Trump in the very beginning in 2016 because, you know, you thought he was he's unpresidential, he has his issues, but you still supported him because he lesser of two evils. See, that was me. I saw Trump as lesser of two evils. I wasn't exactly a fan of him, but I thought he's better than Hillary. And that's the camp that I would put, like, Tucker Carlson in, because I know he wasn't fully supportive of Trump in the very beginning. But over time, he has changed because, like, the first term showed Trump actually wasn't that bad, and he didn't start any new wars. That was one of the things that Trump could proudly state, was he was literally the president to not add any wars. And he campaigned upon that as well. That he just didn't start any wars. In fact, he apparently ended 8 wars, and it's just like, what 8 wars were happened? Well, we don't know because they didn't fucking happen because he was able to stop them in time. Like, that was a big thing that he was able to promote when he was campaigning. Ben Shapiro has never been on Trump's side until, like, relatively recently. Now he's doing Israel bidding. Marco Rubio is a little bit more suspicious, but then again, he was also running for the Republicans back in 2016, and I believe in 2020 as well. So, though I might be wrong about the 2020 thing, because it was basically just Trump. It was basically just Trump in 2020. There. So, he was kind of like competition, so I could see why Marco Rubio wasn't a fan for the longest time. He seemed to have chilled out and been a little bit better. So, I don't trust him. He's still a politician. Not the worst. But, like, there's a difference. There's a difference. Just 2016? Okay, there we go. MAGA doesn't like Ben Shapiro. What is he doing here? Well, that's the point. That is the point that this little infographic is showing, is that Trump, if a lot of people feel like Trump has sold out his base for the Israel first people, and MAGA, right? MAGA, make Israel great again, crowd, that mostly just focuses on the what America can actually do for Israel and benefit it, which a lot of people see the Iran war as the big focus point. There's been signs before the Iran war, but the Iran war has really made it a lot more obvious here, because nobody really supports it other than the boomers. Duh. Ruby, to be fair, is actually competent at his job. Yeah, like, Ruby's actually been not that bad. Like, he's been pretty decent. I don't fully trust him, politician. But, like, you know, not the worst, right? Not exactly the worst. And not like saying these people up at the top are perfect. I have problems with Candace. Lots of problems. Woman. Even more of a woman. She's insufferable. Elon's got some issues. H1Bs. I actually kind of like Alex Jones. But the 25th Amendment thing was a bit too far, right? Tucker's a little bit too soft on Islam. A bit too much of Sivnat, right? I have criticisms for every single one of these people. But at least I can say that they do care about America and what's best for it. For the most part, I would say. These people, they don't care. Well, Rubio seems relatively okay. These people, no. 100% Israel first. And that's all that matters to Trump, apparently. And he's willing to sell out these people for them instead. Thank you, Massive Doge, for the $1.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How many jobs Rubio has now? Fuck. I've lost count. I lost count. He keeps on taking the roles for different people because he is sent all over the place. Ruby Game Meme is various jobs of importance will probably help him later on. I think so. That helps make him, like, that makes him a lot softer. A lot softer, to everyone's look, and including me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably falling for that too. Can't forget that a lot of the evangelical Christians are super pro-Israel and they're a significant population. I know. But they are a significant population, but this is why it's a civil war, right? It's like half the base is split. half the base is split, and that's the problem. MAGA should not be having a civil war for fucking Israel. It should be over actual issues like how hard we're going on immigration. Oh, that hurt my throat. I shouldn't have done that. If the New York Times article to believe, it does seem like Ruby was against the Iran war. Yes. Which, you know, it's kind of take with a grain of salt, but at the same time, like, there seemed to be some believability within that article. That Rubio and Vance were like, hey, this is a bad look. We don't do this Iran war thing. Does it anyways! Why? Anyways. I'm looping. I'm repeating myself a lot. So let me get to... Where was it? First off, speaking of fucking Jews, here is one. Laura Loomer, this whole Make America Great Again lady, right? The new MAGA, right? Here, let's listen to her outright admit that she sent the president Tucker Carlson's clips to ruin Trump's impression of Tucker Carlson.
But the president has had enough of Tucker shit. And yeah, I'm just going to admit it. I sent the president Tucker Carlson's clips so he can see the shit that he says about him. I do. And I want that motherfucker Tucker Carlson to know that I'm the one who knifed him from the front. I want him to know. I'm not talking about physical violence, physical knifing, but yeah, I'm the one that sent the president all your shit, Tucker, because he deserves to see the fact that you are lying about him and you are smearing him and you are saying the most vile things about our country and our president, and you are creating so much chaos. You're going to cause the Democrats to take the House and the Senate, and you are endangering our national security by whitewashing this barbaric death cult ideology known as Islam.
I agree. He's a little bit too soft on Islam. The whole Qatar claims are a little bit suspicious. I haven't looked into them, so I can't verify for myself. But his softness on Islam is a bit of concern there. But to purpose, so one, for this plastic Barbie here, right? Because she's got so much plastic surgery, it's insane, right? So if this tiny hat Barbie has a direct connection, direct line to Trump, which apparently Tucker Carlson doesn't have, because Tucker Carlson hasn't come out and admitted that he sent clips of Laura Loomer to Trump whatsoever. Like, he hasn't said he's done that. And so she's got a direct line to Trump, and she's purposely sending clips to Tucker Carlson to sabotage his relations with Trump. Is crazy to me. Like, I know where she's coming from in the sense where, like, oh, well, he's dangerous, he's hurting Trump's reputation, blah, 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 blah. But Trump's the one who's hitting his own reputation with the Iran war. Laura Loomer's 100%, 1,000% on board for the Iran war because she's a Jew. She's an Israeli. She wants this to continue. Tucker is an American. He doesn't want this to continue because he sees this as hurting America. You see where the loyalties lie? And the fact that she's like, oh yeah, I'm going to send all these clips to President Trump to see how Tucker's bad-mouthing him. Like, that's such a petty, awful, horrible fucking move. Like, it's... I like, why? Like, that's just disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. That she's like, because Trump doesn't need to know this kind of stuff. Like, if Tucker was actually talking about, you know, oh, the Democrats should be in charge and, Kamala Harris would have been better, vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028, and, Trump should be, cast out, and various other things like that, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, this is a little bit more reasonable there. That's a little bit too far. Tucker's actually, like, knifing Trump in the back, actually. But he's just being like, yeah, Israel's got too much control of the country. This Iran war fucking sucks. And there's a difference there. There's a massive difference there. And she's just gloating on her live stream talking about this.
So I just hope that he knows that, yes, Tucker, there are people out there who actually have the courage to take your drivel and take your bullshit to the president and to stand up against you. I don't know who Tucker Carlson thinks he is. He thinks he's so popular. Even President Trump today called him out and said he's like a third-rate podcaster. I don't know why Tucker Carlson thinks he's so fucking special. He's not. He's not special. He is endangering the lives of Christians, of Catholics, of Jews, and all non-Muslims in the way that he continues to whitewash this death cult ideology and the way that he continues to incite violence against evangelicals and Jewish Americans and even the president himself.
What? What do you mean incite violence against evangelicals, Jews, and the president himself? Not saying I'm Tucker's biggest fan. I don't watch him religiously. I don't watch every single thing that comes up in my feed about him. But I feel like I would have seen or heard if Tucker was like, yeah, let's go assassinate the president. Charlie Kirk style. By the way, that's sarcasm, YouTube. Sarcasm is a joke, okay? Joke. Like, hypothetical, like that, like, I feel like I would have heard that. He's not inciting violence whatsoever. He's just being like, yeah, there's a problem here with the evangelicals and how much they support Israel. The problem with the Jews and how much they support Israel within America. And Trump's falling for all of it. Like, that's not inciting violence as far as I'm aware. Like... Oh, and this is just awful. And if we technically want to play this game, so there's a tweet that she apparently deleted 2 days before this True Social post, where she says Trump has sold out Israel to the terrorist mullahs in Tehran. The art of the deal is the art of betrayal, which I'm assuming is about the ceasefire that was supposed to happen and failed immediately. Now, some people say it's a doctor tweet. I can't exactly verify this, so take this with a grain of salt. Supposedly she deleted this. Some people say it's photoshopped. But so take it with a grain of salt. But if this is true, if this is actually true, that she said this 2 days before the Truth Social post, she's not any better than the Tucker Carlson she's criticizing then. If that is true, once again, okay? Like, remember when Loomer was lying about someone slashing her tires to get clout with losers like Bake Alaska back in the day? I don't remember that. I never cared for her. Like, she always smelled to me. Could also be the fact that there's rumors that she's not actually a she, which all that plastic surgery and some of the other photos I've seen before in the past definitely point to otherwise as well. Little bit suspicious there. But this is just like, this is just so shitty to do. And she's just gloating about it. Just absolutely gloating about it. It's disgusting. Thank you, The Watchman, for the $5 reviews. Thank you. Marjorie Taylor Greene enriched herself their construction business. Owens is a grifter. Kelly is a fair weather feminist. Carlson's a bad actor bought by Qatar. Well, okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, I've said this. All of them have their problems. So with Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay, so she's a politician who is using nefarious, less than ideal means to, sift money into her pocket. Okay. That all politicians do that. That's actually not my biggest issue with Marjorie Taylor Greene, actually. The corruption's actually not the biggest issue, believe it or not. That I have. Owens, I definitely agree 100%. Kelly, I don't know enough, but, being a woman, obviously opinion dismissed. Carlson, I do actually like Carlson about 75% of the time. The other 25% of the time is because he's a little bit too lenient on Islam. And the Qatar thing, like I said, I haven't verified, but it does seem like kind of, I can kind of see it with things. Like, they all have criticisms. They're not perfect, obviously, and they all have different issues. But the one thing that they have had is the fact that they've been a Trump supporter for a very long time, a very ardent supporter, and one where they basically still are. They still are America first. All their criticisms are about Israel and how much influence, not about America. It's just about how Trump's acting. Like, there's a difference there. They're not saying vote for the Democrats. They're not saying Gavin Newsom's better. They're not saying fuck America, destroy America. You know, all my homies hate America. You know, let Iran bomb America, anything like that. They're not saying any of that shit. Versus Laura Loomer and all these other fucking, you know, Israel first people will be more than happy to have America just be completely destroyed. In fact, they advocate for policies for America to be destroyed. That's because they're Israel first. There's a difference there. Like, just... I don't know why that's... I get women opinion dismissed, like I said. Like, I get it. And you don't have to agree with me on everything. That's totally fine. We can have our disagreements, right? I've said many times, even in this stream, that I can still like people even if I disagree with them on some different issues. Like Tucker Carlson, for example. The best one. Because he's the one I like the most out of all of them, I'd probably say. Even though I do have big disagreements with him. But I don't know if I'm not explaining myself well. I feel like I've been definitely repeating myself a little bit too, actually arguably too much this stream on this issue. But it's just there's a difference between being America first and Israel first. And even with all their flaws, they're still America first. Thank you for Massive Doge for the $4.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This reminds me of during late Roman empires, the Gothic generals often controlled weak emperors, waiting for a Jewish vice president to get in. Well, yeah, we're not. We're halfway there, depending on your stance on Vance. Stance on Vance. I like how that rhymes, actually. I like how that rhymes. I have more tabs about this issue, but since I've been feeling like I'm repeating myself a lot and a little bit too much, arguably. No, actually, I lied. There's a few more tabs we'll do. But start wrapping this up here. This is Tucker's response to Trump's Truth Social post about him. Here. He's in a tough spot. Established media never reports this, but the Israeli government has a storied history of blackmailing U.S. presidents. Perhaps the most jarring example occurred in the 90s, when Israel used recordings of Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky phone sex session as a leverage to pressure Clinton into releasing convicted spy Jonathan Pollard from prison. We're not joking, that really happened. Which, I don't know about that because I wasn't alive in the 90s, but I do know Israel does have a lot of ties to blackmailing presidents before. But, you know, okay. The following sex story is worth remembering as President Trump attempts to end the Iran war. Like many other things Israel has done, it shows that America's special ally is willing to play very dirty to achieve its goals. Dark money campaign contributions, extortion, physical threats, even assassination. And their anti-Christian worldview, the ends always justify the means. They have no issues destroying lives. Israel's current top priority is making sure Operation Epic Fury does not stop. Sorry, I'm burping again. Excuse me. They know the U.S. fighting their war for them is the best chance at expanding their borders and becoming a global superpower, and a peace deal will fill the pot. Based on the country's past, its leaders are doubtlessly willing to push as hard as necessary to ensure the bloodshed continues. That could mean Clinton-style blackmail against Trump or something far more morbid. Which, I agree with this, right? Like, it's... we had the ceasefire for, like, what, 5 hours? How long did that ceasefire last? Not, like, I went to bed, we had a ceasefire, I woke up, it was already gone. Like, it was laughable how short it lasted. Because Iran was bombing Israel, and Israel was bombing Lebanon, and there's this whole disagreement over what the 10-point plan was. And then Trump's like, oh, this is a great 10-point plan. Oh, no, I threw it in the trash after all. Sorry. Like, that whole ceasefire was a complete fucking mess. And people are already forgetting about it because this is how the news cycle works. And it's very clear that Israel doesn't want to stop this. And there's even a clip of Netanyahu talking about how, despite the ceasefire, they're still going to keep pressing on. Because, you know, fuck Iran. Like, they don't want this to end. And there's obviously the conspiracy theory of the whole Greater Israel Project, which, to be fair, there definitely seems to be some credence there, seeing that they're fighting Palestine still, but that war is still going on last I checked. They're bombing Lebanon, and now they're using America to bomb Iran. So they have 3 wars going on, and the fucking sandbox at the same time. And talking about how Turkey is next. Yes, now there's rumors that they're going after Turkey, which is why they want them out of NATO. Like, oh my god. We do not know for sure whether this is happening, but the mere possibility is haunting enough to keep the president up at night. He is under a level of pressure that most people cannot fathom, with rabid Israel firsters viciously harassing him anytime he dares to stray even slightly from their favorite country's agenda. Their shameless pursuit is steadfast enough to even make a man like Donald Trump go mad. They are persistent as any group in history, no matter how well the White House has treated them in the past. They are never grateful, they always want more, and they refuse to give the president even an inch of breathing room. This is unrelenting full-court press. We decided to write about this after Trump published a Truth Social post attacking our company, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, each of whom supported him for years. Rather than engaging in petty name-calling, we want to give the president some grace. He is facing a level of pressure that is dark enough to make him abandon his campaign promises and morph into precise kind of politicians he once vowed to destroy. He would not have let that happen unless his personal stakes were really high. We hope he overcomes. So, I've heard that Tucker said some less than nicer things, like about how Trump's a slave there. But from this segment alone, it's very graceful. Like, this is what Alex Jones should have done, actually, instead of his more of a crack. Alex Jones was crashing out, which I think was the wrong way of handling this. It's just an endless cycle of viciousness there. But Tucker's response is much better, because it's like, it's giving him grace, right? And it's being like, hey, I understand that Israel is a very nasty country. And he's under a lot of pressure, and he's being led by the nose by the wrong people. And so we hope for him the best. And I think that's actually really nice of him, actually. Like, that's... I don't know. Like, that's... This is the way that properly handle it, because it addresses the problem of Israel by also acknowledging that Trump's actually not a bad person. Because I don't really think Trump's a bad person. I do think he's just got too many connections to Israel. Yeah. And it just sucks to see this happen, because he really is turning, like I mentioned earlier. And I stole this from Sargon, I'm not gonna lie. Like I mentioned earlier, like, Trump campaigned on the fact that he was the president to start no new wars in his first term, and he actually ended like 8 wars. He is not a warmongering politician. And now here he is cozying up with Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham, which he's now also endorsing Lindsey Graham as well. Where the fuck did I put that tab? There we go. And then, at the day after the Truth Social post, he's now endorsing Lindsey Graham, saying Senator Lindsey Graham is doing a fantastic job. He's running against a lunatic named Mark Lynch, who supports perhaps the worst congressman in the history of our country, Thomas Massey, of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. I do not have to go into great detail, but needless to say, Mark Lynch will be a disaster for the Republican Party, and Lindsey Graham just gets the job done. Vote for Lindsey all the way. MAGA President Donald J. Trump. Endorsing Lindsey Graham. Endorsing Lindsey Graham. Really? 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 The war hawk that he's made fun of? Like, his entire fucking presidency, his campaign? Like, well, Lindsey Graham only cares about one thing, and that's war in the Middle East. He jerks off every night, 5 times a night. Extra lube required because his dick is so sore from how many times he's done it. To the thought of sending actual Americans to go die in the Middle East for Israel. He is abysmal. And Trump even knows about this. Because it wasn't that long ago that he was complaining about Lindsey Graham. I blame myself for Lindsey Graham because the only reason he won in the great state of South Carolina is because I endorsed him. Now, I forget how long it was. It doesn't have a timestamp for this. It doesn't have a date stamp. This is still like a Truth Social post. It must have been like the last time they were having the elections there, so probably a few years ago now. And he's just like, yeah, Lindsey Graham sucks. Like, they've never liked each other. Lindsey Graham has constantly fucking talked shit about Trump since the first term, 2020. Like, like there's rumors about him talking about using the 25th on Trump after January 6th, so that's unconfirmed, so take that with a grain of salt. Like, Lindsey Graham has thrown Trump under the bus every single way because Trump has been so anti-war. And now that Trump is actually doing the Iran war, Lindsey Graham's all up on him and rubbing on him like a fucking prostitute, being like, hey, baby, how you doing tonight, you know? I heard that there's a great war in Iran that you could possibly start bombing there. Wouldn't that be delicious? I'll give you so much love and attention here. Ooh, I'll stroke your ego if you know what I mean. Oh. And then Trump just endorses him. This is the day after. The day after he just threw Tucker, Alex Jones, and Megyn Kelly and I don't care about Candace. But Candace Owens under the bus. Like, really? Do you not see the problem at hand? Do you not see what the fucking issue is? Like, he's so unliked. That, like, when he was doing the campaign trail in 2024, which I'm not even sure why the fuck he even brought him on, right? Like, he got relentlessly booed. Relentlessly booed after he came on the campaign trail. Because Lindsey Graham saw the winds blowing for Trump in 2024. That's the only reason why Lindsey Graham did this shit.
Gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Lindsey Graham.
Boo! 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 Okay, then it starts playing some music. So we're gonna end it there. But, like, there's a lot of boos. That is so... Oh my god. Like, nobody likes Lindsey Graham other than the other war hawks and the Israel First people. And here we are. Yes, we're gonna endorse Lindsey Graham. And then this Mark Lynch guy, I don't know who he is. So I'm just going based off what other people said. But apparently this Mark Lynch guy is a billionaire businessman, America First, no AIPAC funding, critical of Lindsey Graham's warmongering. And yes, and he hasn't taken a penny from AIPAC. So, and I'm just saying this Mark Lynch guy actually sounds kind of nice. Like, he's self-funded because he's a billionaire. He's apparently America First. I saw some tweets of him talking about how H-1Bs are absolutely abysmal for the country. And he's got no AIPAC funding, which means he's not kissing the wall. And he's critical of warmongering. He sounds amazing. If this is actually true, because like I said, I don't know... I don't know much about him, but if this is actually true, right? It probably sounds pretty nice. Here. Remember when Lindsey Graham said Gen 6ers should be shot in the head? Oh my fucking god. Now he's just going after Lindsey Graham because of the endorsement stuff, but like... Okay, he doesn't actually sound that bad of a lunatic to me. He sounds perfect. This is actually what I want, personally, myself. And then there's this, like, this weird issue, too. Where... So, there's the... I covered the amnesty bill on Wednesday, I believe. Yeah, Wednesday I covered the amnesty bill issue. And I mostly went over the Maria Elvira Salazar, the brown woman, who was sponsoring this. And I did say, you know, hey, here's all the listed senators of people, not senators, here's all the listed politicians that are, you know, go after them, reach out to your congressmen and complain, that type of deal. But then somebody made this list being like, Trump endorsed Salazar, which I did cover that with the mass amnesty bill. Mike Lohr, apparently Trump also endorsed, Mike Kelly, Gabe Evans, Marlon Stutzman, Don Bacon, Young Kim, Mario Diaz-Balart, James Bard, Lloyd Smucker, James Cedel Moylan, Monica De La Cruz, Nick LaLota, Neil Dunn, Jennifer Kiggins, Zachary Nunn. So he's endorsed everyone except for 1, 2, 3 people who are the Republicans sponsoring mass amnesty here. Out of, I think it was 18 I counted on Wednesday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Oh, 22. Huh, interesting. I thought that was less than I counted on Wednesday. Oh, well. So, okay, 22 politicians. Only 3 he has not endorsed. And one of them is the Salazar, the lady who is sponsoring the mass amnesty, the brown woman who wants to bring in more spics. Not exactly a good look. Now, I'm not saying Trump is trying to bring mass amnesty, but throwing his longtime supporters on the bus, choosing Israel First crowd, and then endorsing the lady who wants to bring in mass amnesty a month ago, because he did it in February, actually 2 months ago, because he did it in February, which means the bill was already working in place, and he probably should have known about it, because it does take a while for these bills to be created in the first place, right? And then he's endorsed all these other people. It's not exactly a good look. It's not exactly a good look here, now is it here? Like, that seems to cause a little bit of problems. Like, pardon me for being a little bit hesitant here. I'd love to hear what the plan we're supposed to be trusting is for this. Yeah, I don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore. Don't vote for Democrats, right? Don't vote for the Democrats. I would never support such a fucking ridiculous, stupid thing. But my god, it's looking bleak. And I have to pee. Let me see if I can piss my anger out. I'll be back in 2 minutes, chat. Let's. I'm back. Okay, so I figured, since I've been heavily critical of Trump, and well, more recently, but obviously the past couple hours on stream so far, I figured I would say some good news about Trump, because I have been very, very harsh to him, and, you know, I want to actually, you know, point out where he actually has done some good things here. Because I do think that the credit is deserved where credit is due. Speaking of which, Eldritch Saga, thank you for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there a mall needs to get knocked up fun, by the way? There is not a fun like that, I'm sorry. Don't need a fun for that. I already had the clock ticking. I can already hear it every single day. The rabbit appears in my dreams. Anyway, so some good news. The US has let in 4,499 refugees since October. All but 3 were South African. Now, it's the BBC reporting on this, so they're gonna be, like, you know, complaining about it, obviously. And we'll read the article here. It's a relatively short article. But here is actually something good. President Donald Trump's overhaul of the refugee policies. I'm dying. Hold on. Okay, let me get some water. Sorry. Let me start that over. President Donald Trump's overhaul of U.S. refugee policies have created a major shift in the number and nationalities of people admitted to the country, U.S. government data shows. Since October 2025, 4,499 refugees were resettled in the United States, according to the Refugee Processing Center. All except 3 from Afghanistan were South African. Now, on Wednesday, I did show that one website was an independent data website that shows the refugee settlement program and how many people have been resettled since 2012 to 2026. I think or is it 2025? I didn't think it was updated 2026. I'm not exactly sure actually. On what year it ended, but vast majority of the refugees it showed was from Afghanistan, which was upsetting to say the least. However, obviously the policy changing to make it so that the fact that they're all South African for the most part, minus those 3, pretty good idea. It was pretty good actually. We still shouldn't bring Afghanistanis because people from Afghanistan, but this is a major upgrade. And the last full fiscal year of the Biden administration was started in October 2023. 125,000 people were accepted from 85 countries. Last year, Trump halted all refugee admissions, including for applicants and from war zones, but allowed Afrikaners, a white minority group he said was persecuted, to seek resettlement. South Africa objected to his characterization. Once again, it's the BBC. So notice how they're writing in this article. So like, oh yeah, the Biden administration let in 125,000 people from 85 countries. Look how amazing that actually was. Versus Trump, a white minority group. Ooh, evil. A white minority group. No, it's not from poor people from 85 countries, but the white minority. How dare they? And the South Africa objected to his characterization. Like, these are written in a way for this, like, to imply in your mind the evil that he's doing because they're white. And announcing the change, Trump said it would help strengthen national security and public safety. Priority was to be given to Afrikaners, South Africans, and other victims of illegal or unjust discrimination in their respective homelands, according to the announcement. The president has explained why we were resettling Afrikaner refugees in the United States, a State Department spokesman told the BBC when asked about the latest resettlement figures. The U.S. position on this humanitarian initiative has not changed. Diplomatic tensions between Washington and Pretoria have been rising since Trump returned to the White House. Just over a year ago, South Africa's ambassador to the United States, Ibrahim Rasool, was expelled after accusing Trump of mobilizing a supremacism and trying to project white victimhood as a dog whistle. Once again, chat, it's evil to be white. And so therefore, it doesn't matter if you're being, genocided in your own countries. Who cares? You're white. Ramaphosa tried to refute Trump's assertions and was backed up by John Steinhuisen, the white leader Democrat Alliance, which is part of the coalition government. Certainly, the majority of South Africa's commercial and smallholder farmers really do want to stay in Africa and make it work, Steinhuisen told Trump. In October, the South African government criticized the United States' decision to prioritize refugee applications from white Afrikaners, claiming claims of a white genocide have been widely discredited and lacked reliable evidence. The amount of crosses that were dotting that one road from that video, I talked about it when it happened, and it's lost in everything at this point. But says otherwise, or like that the one leader of the one party, I forget their name too. It's been so long. Talking about how, we have to, just kill white people. And all the different, like the fact that all the anecdotal stories of all the white Afrikaners talking about how, they've been, their house has been looted, they've been raped, they've been murdered. The house tours where they have like all these multi-lock systems and iron doors and chain fences and everything like that. Yeah, I'm going to think that they might actually be persecuted. I understand why, I definitely can understand why they don't want to actually leave their country, because it is their homeland, right? Like, they took South Africa and made it into something, just like all white people do. Like, they turned what was a barren wasteland with nothing on it and actually turned it into civilization. And it's their home. They turned, and they don't want to leave it. But there's a reason why 4,500 of them have left. since October 2025. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. And we've been bringing them in. And I actually don't have a problem with them because they're white and because they're actually trying to assimilate. And they're actually trying to leave an actual genocide. And there's really no other way to go. Like, the only other place you can go to is Europe. And that's also just far away. Because usually when there's a refugee thing, I'm like, okay, just go to the nearest country, like, which should be next door. That's not at war. Because it's going to be the closest thing to you culturally, linguistically, etc., etc. But they don't really have that in Africa, which is unfortunate. They used to. Rest in peace, Rhodesia. But so it's either United States, Australia, Canada, or Europe, and well, they're not exactly addressing the problem at hand, so it leaves the United States. And I'd much rather have them as refugees than literally anybody else. I don't want those 3 Afghans. I want them sent back. Like, I don't want any of the Indians. I don't want the Somalians. I don't want Chinese. I don't want any of these fucking people. Just go back to your fucking countries. And if you really are actually trying to flee war, whatever the case is, then go to the nearest country as a safe haven. That's what the rule is actually supposed to be. But they're not doing that. And they don't even go back when they get here, right? Like, all the Venezuelans, they're not going back now that we've, taken care of Maduro. I get that there's more than just taking out Maduro when it comes to their government, but right? But like, it's supposed to be getting better now, right? So then send them back. That's not happening. In fact, actually, that Maria Elvira Salazar, this lady who was sponsoring the amnesty bill, there's a clip of her that came out recently talking about how the Venezuelans need to stay here because it's still unsafe for them. This is after Maduro. And she's talking about how they need protection still, and they need to stay in America. Like, no, fuck you. They can go back. They shouldn't be here in the first place, but they can go back. And let's see, lack of evidence. It highlighted an open letter published by prominent members of the Afrikaner community, including academics, business people, and descendants of apartheid-era figures, who rejected the narrative, with some signatories calling the relocation scheme racist. Good. Suck my cock. Keep on calling it racist. You make it better every time you do. The first group of 68 South African refugees reached the U.S. in May last year. The numbers began ticking up this year, with 2,848 people arriving across February and March. They've resettled across the United States with the highest concentration of 543 living in Texas. Well, hey, maybe if we can bring in more Afrikaners, we can offset the Indian migration. Oh. God, I can't be happy about anything because this seems like a drop in the bucket for me. See, I understand where you're coming from, but I mean, this is a good thing because, I mean, look at the statistics here. Which actually comes from the government website. But basically, President Trump has turned the immigration courts into part of his vast deportation machine by pressuring judges to deny people asylum and firing those who do not comply. The asylum rate has fallen to its lowest rate in decades. So, I mean, look at that. I mean, it was already pretty low, and like, notice how it was actually starting to lower under Trump, his first term, and then under Biden came up and it skyrocketed once again. Obama was even worse. And then it starts dipping under Biden, which is actually kind of surprising. But then Trump keeps on bringing it lower and lower and lower. Like, this is the lowest it's ever been. 7%. 7% asylum rate. Which that means 93% of them are being, rejected. That is actually a good thing. That is a white pill 100%. Because that is just another way, in one of our many ways our system is broken with our immigration policies. Obviously, the visas are a big deal, like the H-1Bs, the L-1s, OPTs, all that fun stuff, or the travel visas, right? That's talked about a lot. Obviously, the illegal immigration's an issue too. The remittances is a problem. The green card in general, being able to, once you get your green card and citizenship, you can bring in your friends and family through another visa system in place. There's another immigration fraud that I just learned about fucking Jeets that are doing. Which I've lost in a tab. Somewhere. Where 10 Indian nationals have been indicted in a federal grand jury in Boston in connection with the conspiracy to carry out staged armed robberies of convenience stores for the purpose of allowing store clerks to falsely claim they were crime victims on immigration applications. Didn't know you could do that, but apparently you can. Where you can just claim that you're crime victims on your immigration applications to give you more reasons to come to America for whatever reason. And they're all fucking Patel. Every single one of them's Patel. Jitendra Patel, 39, unlawfully residing in Marshall, Massachusetts. Mahesh Kumar Patel, 36, unlawfully residing in Randolph, Massachusetts. Sanjay Kumar Patel, 45, unlawfully residing in Quincy, Massachusetts. D.P. Kapin Patel, 40, deported to India after unlawfully residing in Weymouth, Massachusetts. Ramesh Bahai Patel, 52, unlawfully residing in Eubank, Kentucky. Amita Bahen Patel, 43, unlawfully residing in Plainville, Massachusetts. Ronak Kumar Patel, 20, unlawfully residing in Maryland Heights, Mississippi. Singh Itaben Patel, 36, unlawfully residing in Randolph, Massachusetts. Minkesh Patel, 42, unlawfully residing in Perrysburg, Ohio. And Sonal Patel, 42, unlawfully residing in Perrysburg, Ohio. That's a lot of Patels. All Patel, what the fuck are all related to something? The Patel's just the most common, like, last name that Indians have. It's because it's one of the lower class, because you can tell based off their class. Their caste, I mean, not their class, right? You can tell based off their caste, based off their last name. I'm not exactly an Indian expert, but I know Patel's lower on the list, which is obviously the vast majority of them. It's like Nugent, yeah. Nugan, however you pronounce that fucking name. So, it's, yeah, they're all, there's a lot of common, especially, like, the ones, like, their first names ending in Kumar, too. There was, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them were, well, with their first name ended with Kumar, as well as, like, Jesus Christ. And a lot of them are Massachusetts. I mean, the good news is, once again, here's our white pill, right? They've indicted by federal grand jury in Boston in connection with conspiracy. So, and one of them's already been deported. The following defendants have been indicted by a federal grand jury with one count of conspiracy to commit visa fraud. So they need to be well, actually, they should get the death penalty, in my personal opinion, if they're unlawfully residing together. So they're illegal. They're illegals. They're committing visa fraud. They're also doing robberies of. I mean, they're staged armed robberies, but still staged armed robberies there. So they unlawfully have a gun, which I don't think that's really a thing. But if we're gonna be, I do want to throw the book at them, so I'll use it to my advantage. And then the whole robbery aspect of things, like, there's, like, so many crimes that they have against them. Just get them the death penalty. What's the point of sending them back? They're still pieces of fucking shits. They're gonna probably sneak in a different way. Just get rid of them. Let them exit from society completely. They're a waste of space. So, but anyway, so that's another white pill. 93% of asylum seekers are being rejected. The ones that are allowed in are basically the Afrikaners, so they're white and actually are legitimate refugees and actually assimilate as best as possible. Because assimilation is a myth, but there are gonna be better than others. Indians are getting indicted by the federal grand jury, and they're all named Patel. There are good things happening. It's just very small stuff instead of the big important things, which is what makes it frustrating. But remember, this wouldn't be happening under Democrats, right? If this was Kamala Harris, this wouldn't be happening. If anything, we'd be back to Biden numbers with the refugees, or maybe even going all the way to Obama, actually. Regardless, it would have been sky fucking high like this, with a almost 60% asylum grant rating, which is letting everybody in. The Indians wouldn't be, indicted whatsoever. Just the fraud investigation that Vance is doing wouldn't be happening. Just there are good things. Just very small, but are good things. I thank you, Father. Thank you, Jay from Subway. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Vengeance for Laura Loomer's tire. Check stream suggestions. Okay. Let me see here. Ah, okay. I mean, I wouldn't know anything about the tire because it just looks like a slash tire to me. But it also looks like a really shitty tire. Like, that's... Hold on, wait a second here. Oh, let me pull this up on screen. This Laura Loomer's tire here. Obviously, it's slashed, right? And it's deflated. But tires aren't supposed to look like this degraded. Unless they also went with a knife and also started, like, stabbing it that way before they started slashing. And also, those rims are quite rusty, too. I'm not... How long ago was this? I thought it was years ago. That's rotted? Yeah, like, tires are not supposed to look like this. That's not a slash, that's a split. No, it's old and rotted. Okay, so there's a nail sticking out at the bottom. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, I see that. I see that. So, basically, is the... Like, I know... Is the claim basically that she committed fraud? I know somebody mentioned that she tried to blame Bake Alaska for this. Which... I don't know anything about that story. Whatsoever. But, which is why this tire conversation is coming up at all. So, is this like a scam then? Because this tire is so rotted, like they probably got it from like a junkyard or something like that? The tire got so old that it burst on its own and tried to claim someone slashed it for pity points? Oh, okay. Because, like, yeah, this is an awful looking tire. Like, I've never seen a tire look like this that's actually on a car. Was she that broke back then that she couldn't actually afford to get her tires replaced? I get tires are really expensive, even back then. God, I hate to see what the prices are now. But, like, still, there's something you need to do because you kind of need tires to drive. If you don't, then you really fuck up your car. No, she's just a retarded woman? Okay. Maybe that is proof that Laura Loomer actually is a woman. She didn't get her tires replaced. Paranoid or lying? Okay. Yeah, sounds like a scam. Okay. So, well, I think we can agree that she lied about somebody else doing it. Now, whether or not it's actually a legit tire on her car or not, it's a different story, which I would fucking hope. Like, I kind of hope it's actually on her car, because that would prove how retarded she actually is. But, at the same time, if this is a junkyard one that she got randomly, that proves that she's even doubly more retarded because of the fact that people would be able to point this out immediately and be like, this is, yeah, you're lying, the bitch. Yeah. Last time I got a set of 4 replaced, it was $700. Jesus Christ. Oh, man, I'm glad that I don't need to get my tires replaced anytime soon. They're good for a while. I got them replaced a couple years ago. So I've already threw out that chunk of change. If that's a legit tire in her car, oh my god, she is retarded. Years? It was only coming a couple years. You don't need to replace your tires every year. You just have to rotate them. Like, I think once or twice a year. Which is what I have my dad for. It's great. I love my dad. He takes care of my car for me. It's fantastic. I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to get scammed by mechanics or go to a dealership. Lord help me when I get on my own, because I'm not sure what I'm going to be able to do. No. Oh. My vet's tires are probs around 200 to 300 a pop, so hopefully nothing wrong happens soon. I fucking hope not. Tires are so expensive. Like, I can't exactly, like, blame her. They are super expensive, but that's unfortunately what credit cards are for, right? Like, I know you're gonna get in debt and fuck over your life, but if you don't have a car, then you're doubly gonna fuck up your life. When's the last time you rotated your tires, though? I think my dad rotated my tires last year sometime. I'm not exactly sure. He just kind of does it. He's just like, yeah, I'll do some maintenance on your car. And I was like, okay, cool. I know he wants to do more maintenance on my car here soon because it needs an oil change. There's a gas. There's a very tiny, like infinitesimally small gas leak apparently. Like you can smell it, but I'm not actually leaking a puddle in the ground. And the little gas tank bar thing doesn't really say that I'm dropping, but you can smell it. And that I know that needs to be fixed. But that's never been a high priority because it's just like, yeah. Dad's just gonna do that. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate it. My dad's amazing. Like, I would not be who I am today without my dad. He is amazing. Like, the best dad I could ever ask for. Especially when it comes to dealing with my mom. Holy fuck. Oh. There. I love my dad. He's great. Sucks he's a little boomer, though, because that means that the time is coming sooner than later. Especially with my aunt having cancer. My aunt got cancer at the same age my grandpa got cancer and died. And she's the oldest of all the siblings. Not exactly a good sign for my dad. So I'm a little bit concerned, but I try to think about it. But Jamal is a very strong, independent black woman. She don't need no chat. Hell yeah, brother. All my niggas. Megas. For YouTube, I'm saying mig, like midget, migas, all my migas. I'm sorry, Amal. What? Aren't you my miga too? Shit. Oh, my aunt. Oh. I got distracted by my migas and I forgot about my aunt. Sorry to hear about your aunt. Oh, it's okay. It happens. That happens when you're old, after all. But it does. I'm more concerned about my dad than my aunt. But I'm not that close with my family in general, so yeah. I'll always be Omega. Well, thank you, Prometheus. Thank you. I'm glad I got my migas in chat. Actually, that reminds me. So, like, I call you guys my gamer words, and I've been doing that for, like, what, a year or so now? And I like calling you guys my gamer words. But one thing I need to do for you guys is I need some sort of actual representation for you, chat. Like, I know how a lot of VTubers have, like, cute little, like, animals that are somewhat similar to what the VTuber is exactly, right? But the thing is, I don't want a cutesy animal, right? I want something that's actually more representative of my content and you guys in general. Like, not just some sort of cutesy stuff. And I don't know how to turn gamer words into that because it's a little bit too long of a phrase and I can't exactly have you being black. Right? I can't exactly, because what I really would love is the shit emote, right? I know it's on Kick. I don't think it's on YouTube because it's a little bit too spicy for YouTube. But somebody commissioned an emote where it's the black person with the big lips and the jutted out teeth and the side eyes and stuff like that thing. And like I would love that to be it, but that's a bit much, right? That's unfortunately a little bit too spicy here. A little bit too spicy. Make us a bunch of freaky ass cryptids? No. Amalgamytes because you're part wolf and don't bathe? I thought about mites, but I don't really like mites, actually. There. Amalgaflies? Amalgaflies actually wouldn't be bad, but like, there's already the Amalgafly itself, right? There's already the Amalgafly. All her buzzing glory. Wait. There we go. All my beautiful glory here. You know, I need to use a Magafly more often. It's so adorable and so retarded. There. Grab the salt gun. No! Don't hurt the Magafly! I did nothing wrong! I did nothing wrong! Okay, I'm just a good Magafly. That likes to buzz in your ear. I go buzz 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 buzz. There. So I don't know. I was thinking. So I know Kick Bros, you can't see it, but the thumbnail for YouTube, it might be a little bit difficult to see. But there is actually. Can I just bring it up? I might just be able to bring it up. Actually, here, give me an extra second here. There are these chod P.E.P.Es that I asked Alucard, who is the one who made the thumbnail, to make, and I kind of like them. I kind of like them a lot. Like I didn't want to go P.E.P.E. Like I love P.E.P.E. a lot. Obviously, because of the whole P.E.P.E. hoodie, right? I miss P.E.P.E., but I can't actually use P.E.P.E. himself, right? And also, he's got some connotations with somebody else that I rather not have. But there's also the Chud, and I do like the Chud, but I don't want to actually straight up steal the Chud meme. But I thought the Chud P.E.P.Es, though, I kind of like them. What's your guys' thoughts on this? Because once again, it's supposed to be representing you. And like, if it's a little bit too offensive or too cringy, then like, I don't want to do it. Here. They're literally me. And like, I figured I can still actually call you gamer words with this. I still like gamer words, and I have been using it for like over a year now. I like the connotation of gamer words, right? Because it just mean the N word, right? It also means like faggot and other stuff, like, and slurs in general. But actually making gamer words into a representation is a little bit more difficult. Amal has found her looks match. Chuds are never wrong, true and real. The Chud P.E.P.E. is funny. They remind me of fucking Nurglings, lol. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I guess that's us, lol. Damn, I need to hit the gym. I'm not wearing that. Oh god, he's just like me. The duality of man right here. I'm not wearing that. Oh god, he's just like me. Holy shit. Make them blonde with blue eyes? But doesn't that kind of like defeat the point of like the Chud? And that way, look at the sassy Nurgling. They do look kind of similar. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I'll just do it on my phone. That way you can, you know, see you. I guess, my baby, possibly. If you're okay with this representation. Sassy Nurgling. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. Yeah, it's there. I'm not sold on it, but I'm not against it necessarily. I don't know if my opinion matters, though, so I'm not here that often. But Hula Troop, I've seen you around for, like, ages, though. Like, yeah, I might not be here every single stream, but I don't expect you guys to be here for every single stream. Like, you guys have lives. There's other people, like, that you watch and enjoy. Like, I don't... You've... Like, just the fact that you guys show up is amazing. That's what matters. And you've been here for ages. So, yes, your opinion does matter. We are Charlie Chud. We carry the nothing. Kind of hard to catch them all. Well, that's kind of the point. It's kind of the point. There's a whole army of my little Chud P.E.P.Es. Is the idea. I do love how Alucard made me, though. I love Alucard so much. I mean, look at the look for the foot fetishes. Look how beautiful those sandals are. Such pretty sandals. Like, I would totally wear these in real life if I had them. Gorgeous little sandals here. And like the dress too. Very, very pretty. Very, very pretty here. Very, very nice. Oh, here we go for the armpit fetishes too. See, we got all of them. We got the armpit. We got the foot. We got the nurgle. Obviously the titties. A little bit. We got all of them here. Would 100% abduct and breed. Yay! Yes! Breed the Amalgamyte. I'll just leave it at that. Legs for days. Chuddy Buddies is a great name for them. Oh, that's kind of like Subby Bubbies, yeah. Chuddy Buddies. But like, I don't really want to get rid of, I don't really want to get rid of gamer words, though. I just need some sort of representation for the gamer words. Which can't be black people, which is what I would actually prefer, but I can't have that for obvious reasons. Where's Tommy? It's a sundress. You don't get Tommy for a sundress. Like, it's supposed to be very pretty and elegant there. It's a gorgeous dress. Not something I could wear in real life, but, you know, hey. Looks like pajamas. Well, you look like pajamas. Fuck you. Aren't the wings supposed to be lower on the back? Oh, the wing placement does not matter. Like, I have such a convoluted design that I really don't care, like, where the wings fit placed, as long as it looks good in the end. There's actually some art where the wings aren't... I get art commissioned sometimes where the wings aren't even concluded because they're such a pain in the ass for the artist to draw with, like, different angles and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, even with the Malgafly, the wings aren't exactly in the right place, quote unquote, right? As you can see here. It's just wherever it works. It's just wherever it works. I recognize my design is, well, an amalgamation of different things, after all. Put Stalheim on this puppy judge and it's perfect. You know, honestly, I know it's not the Stalheim, but like, if you put the Sonogram in the background here, that actually would be kind of peak, but, you know, YouTube wouldn't like that too much. Yeah, YouTube wouldn't like that too much, now would it? I love dresses, 10 out of 10 art. Well, Alucard, I'm sure would definitely appreciate it because obviously he's a good artist and all artists love compliments. Maybe raisins wearing sunglasses like from the California Raisins commercials. I hate raisins. I mean, I hate blacks more than I hate raisins. But like, I really dislike raisins. I really don't like raisins. I'm not exactly a fan of you guys being raisins. Where is my shit? Wait. Did I was gonna show the shit emoji that I have. But I have so many things. I need to clean up my VTubing folder. I have a folder on my computer specifically for like all the VTuber art and memes and different things. A lot of it's the AI that you guys make because I do love the AI stuff. Because it's just so funny. I've been adding a lot of stuff from Lily. Oh, that reminds me, chat. I can't forget. I can't forget about this. But tomorrow, I will be Lily Mouse. I want to say Lily Mars because my inspiration for Lily is actually presenting Lily Mars. Well, the Aha song. Also the movie. But anyways, Lily Mouse. The vampire cat girl. The Nazi vampire cat girl to be specific. There. On tomorrow's vampire campaign. So, be there or be square. It's supposed to be at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, lots of fun. So if you like Nazis, where we're literally role-playing, for legal reasons, literally role-playing as them, then check it out. Anyway, my point was that I've been saying a lot of the Lily stuff too. I need to like organize my folder because I have so much in here now that I'm I'm losing track of like the thumbnails, the AI art, the actual art, commissions, other things as well. I have so many different things in here now. You guys are very nice and generous to me, so thank you. Thank you a lot, guys. You guys are very nice to me, and I'm really grateful for it. I don't mean to be gay, but like, yeah. Lily Pop and your server win? Never. Okay, maybe not never, but it's definitely something. Actually, let me pull up the Lily Pop. Lily Pop, Lily Pop, Lily Pop. Yeah, the Vampire Campaign server is really something else. They make works of art there. I'm being sarcastic, but at the same time not sarcastic. They make some crazy fucking shit in that Vampire Campaign server. It's amazing. I love it so much. Like, every day, I've been checking to see what new stuff they've been posting, and I get just more peak. It's every single day, there's just more peak there, and you're like, oh my god, I thought we already hit the peak, but there's still more. There's more. Anytime, and Godspeed them all. Well, thank you so much, and also good night. Hope you enjoyed stream and you sleep well. Oh, thank you, Chain Reaction, for the 10 warp tokens. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me I need to finish episode 3. Good, finish it before tomorrow. I expect every single one of you. I don't know how many are watching at the moment, but lurkers, VOD bros, people in chat, okay? I expect every single one of you. You know how like 10 minutes ago I said that I don't expect you to show up for every single stream, right? I do expect you this time, right? I demand you that you have to be there for the Vampire Campaign episode 4 tomorrow. Cause come on, Nazi cat girl, come on, Nazi cat girl. Yeah, I expect better of you guys. You better show up tomorrow, or else you are gonna be the one shot in the back. I promise. No. Use the sissy hypnosis toggle on Mall? Sure. I have to find it. There's so many toggles for this. It's amazing. Ooh. Uppies. Please give me uppies. I really want uppies, chat. Please give me uppies. Please. I want some uppies. I really love some uppies. Yeah, hold on, Magafly, hold her dearly and safely and securely. Uppies. Ah. Or ooh, that Magafly. Can I do both at the same time? Not to the same extent. I like it with the bigger eyes like this. What did the Amalgamyte ever do to you, chat? What did the Amalgamyte ever do to you? Like, come on, just adorable, just amazing and adorable. No. I'll throw you in the air like a football. How's that for uppies? Well, fuck you too. I see how it is. Where is the aha? Here's the hypnosis. I am extra done today. I'm sorry, chat. I'm very special ed. I like to ride on the short bus a lot, and I speak very slowly, and I can't formulate the thoughts very well. Anyways, Mossad is calling my name, and I must respond. Oh yeah, is there a movie night this week? Oh yes, there is movie night. That'll also be tomorrow. It'll be after the Vampire Campaign. It'll be after it. So probably 10 p.m. EST. Because it depends on how far the Vampire Campaign went. The last one went 6 hours. It was fun, but 6 hours. So I'm going to be guessing between like 9 and 10 p.m. EST. That'll give me, like even if it's like 4 hours, it'll give me time to get some food and some other stuff done and that kind of deal. So there'll be a movie night in the Discord server. There. Duh. Thank you, Jay from Subway, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fly swats you now. Oh, wait. Why won't it pick it up? Pick it. Does it not like my high? Okay, that works apparently. I don't know, man. I wasn't picking up my E, my screeching there, and I was like, wait, hold on. Do you not like my high notes? And then it does actually like my high notes a little bit too much. Also, slightly blue, you fucking pajit, stinky ass motherfucker. Get out of my country, you little shit skin. What do you mean there's a stinky around? What do you mean there's a stinky around like there? You're the one that's Indian. You're literally the H1B I hired for moderation purposes because you're so cheap. Okay, what do you mean there's a stinky around like that? You fucking piece of shit. Oh, there. I'm rooting for Gregory. Well, Gregory's kind of dead at the moment, so. There. Okay, chat. Should I change back to my normal model, or should I remain as Amalgamyte for the rest of the stream? What you decide. Also, I have other topics at hand. Or at the beginning of the stream, I did mention I would like to do some react sloppy to Sargon. I would like to give Sargon my react sloppy. So would you like more topics, or would you like the react sloppy for Sargon? Fly is fun. Bring back the normal. Do not redeem. Normal. We do politics. That would make sense with the react thing. That's true. I guess politics in general, really. But yeah. Depends on what the react is on. It would either be Millennial Feminist we won, or woke after his 10 years on. I'm leaning towards the work after his 10 years on, because I want to like look back in the past, but I also want to make fun of feminists, which he references apparently this one and this one based off that little thingy. So probably this one, woke after his 10 years on. Fly for react. React sloppy. I have no mouse and I must speak. Abraxion's fun. Can it be a woman hanging rant? Well, of course it's gonna be. It's woke activists with a fucking fat chick there. Almost looks like a man. React to the internet historian vid. It's a good dopamine. Is that in stream suggestions? You mean feral historian? Let's see, because somebody did post a feral historian video in here. I know he was on the Archcast last week. There. Yes. Look back to 100k, 11k celebration. Definitely not 100k. Fuck. Dude, guys, if I ever make it to 100k, don't make that happen, okay? Unsubscribe. Like, I don't care if you've been here from the beginning. Unsubscribe before I hit 100k, so I don't hit 100k. I don't want to hit 100k. Oh. Okay, so it looks like the react sloppy. Me giving me Sargon a react sloppy is a good thing. So don't tell Arch. Don't tell Arch I've been saying this, because he's definitely gonna use this against me. He is 100% going to use that against me. There. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Back to normal, chat. Back to normal. I love the Amalgamyte, but I do like the facial expressions that I can make with this model. So, yeah. Excuse me. I'm subbing if you make 100k subs. Good. Do that. That's what I want. So, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else before we got to the react video. And Aha! I remember. So, since it is 11K celebration, I know I'm doing like super late in the stream, but you know what? Hey, it is what it is. At least I'm saying it now, right? But I do have some things in the works. It's gonna be a few months before they're finished. You know, that's the case for commissions. I don't know if it's gonna make it in time for any specific milestone celebration. It'd be nice if it can, but I'm not gonna plan for it. Right? I'm not gonna plan for it. But I do have something in the works that's going to take a few months to more finish, and I hope that when it does, actually I know when it does, there should be more things for you guys to enjoy on stream. Because like, not like a whole, like nothing too crazy. I don't want to get people's hopes up, but one thing I do dislike about myself is that I feel like I don't really give you guys many fun things to do for stream to actually make it a little bit more enjoyable. I mean, it kind of makes sense because we talk a lot about like hard politics and news. So like having some crazy stuff isn't the best, but like having something a little bit more to break things up is more. I feel like that would be good, right? Anyway, so I have something in the works. Obviously, it's going to take a few months before it has happened, but it is stuff. I do have things in the background. I promise that, you know, that your support that you are giving me is not going completely to waste. Only slightly to waste because it's on an internet woman. But not completely to waste because I do want to make things happen to make things better for you guys. You know? There. I got plays because I cannot reveal because the haters will sabotage me. No, it's actually not because haters will sabotage me. It's because I don't want to spoil the surprise. I think you guys would be. I hope you guys like it. There. But anyway, that's it for now. I guess. Let's give Sargon a react sloppy job.
Before we begin the video, we have a live event going on the 11th of April 2026 in Swindon.
Oh yeah, I have a tab about that today actually. Maybe we'll talk about it Monday instead. Because I imagine it'll probably be a little bit more will come out Monday, but there's already some fun shenanigans that happened today for the live event, but that's beside the point.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be brilliant. Link will be in the description. I'll see you there because I have some great stuff to talk about today. And you know what I love is when on a long enough timeline, the right-wing perspective has proven to be correct. Now, just to recap for anyone who didn't know, back in 2013, I started my YouTube channel because I was just against feminism. I was just like, this doesn't seem very liberal. This isn't very fair. Why should we be privileging one sex over the other? I thought we were going to arrive in the complete meritocracy where we're not going to judge people based on their race, based on their sex, based on, you know, whether they're gay or not, blah, blah, blah. And I was there just living my life, just trying to be a normal person in the world. And I really didn't have any particular interest in politics or any of this stuff at the time. I was trying to make a video game. And this kept invading the spaces I was in until it became just one of those things where I'd found myself unemployed. You know, I'd left the job, and I was just like, you know, I'm just going to put on my old headset mic and have a ramble about why this feminism stuff seems unfair to me. I was very, very naive and very charitable to it at the time. And I love seeing the way that things have developed in that intervening 13 years. And the way I'm very happy with my own development. But I also love seeing the development on the other side of that because it just...
Like, it's kind of crazy because I got on Sargon about 2015. So about, well, roughly 2 years after he kind of like started his own channel, but still in, like in the early days of things. He wasn't like a massive channel. I mean, he was still decent size, but you know, nothing to the same extent that he is like these days, right? Or even before he got cucked and got demonetized before he hit 1 million on YouTube. And like how I got into politics, I was 12 years old on Instagram because I had an art account and I was part of the art community. And I just saw a infographic talking about how gays don't have rights. And I was just like, wow, that's unfair. That doesn't seem right. Which is kind of similar to how Sargon with feminism, where he's like, this is illiberal, right? This is the, I don't think we should discriminate against, because of your skin color or because you're gay, different things like that. But I kind of came from like the other side of things, because even though I liked video games and I would watch video game YouTubers, like my favorite YouTuber at the time was Sky Does Minecraft. I liked watching him play like cops and robbers with the other Minecraft YouTubers. And then I would, over time, I got more into like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye. And so I did like video games. I came more from the left wing perspective of, well, this is unfair that gays don't have rights. And that's how I kind of like spiraled into becoming a social justice warrior, or an SJW, which is the old term that we had for people who are woke. And I followed more accounts on Instagram that kind of talked about that stuff. Eventually switched over to Tumblr, where Tumblr was the main source of that, that political commentary for different things. I got really into feminism. And also it didn't help that my oldest sister, who's basically my mother figure, and she's still amazing. Like, I still love her very dearly. And she's changed a lot too since then as well, to be fair. But she was also a raging feminist, and she would talk to me about all these different issues, like the glass ceiling, the pink tax. I remember her specifically raging about the pink tax, how it was unfair that women's razors cost more than male razors, and so she was telling me that I needed to get like the cheap plastic disposable ones. That'd be better for me, and which is not actually true, by the way. Because women's razors are more expensive because of the front colors, but they're also because women have softer skin, and so they need there's a little bit more that goes into their razors because they have softer skin that makes it even harder to not harder to shave, but leans more to like razor burns and other things like that. Which with me with sensitive skin on top of that too, I get razor burns really easily if I don't properly take care of it. So needless to say, it caused some problems that I didn't realize till later on what exactly the problem was. So it's yeah. And anyway, I'm getting a little bit off topic here. But it was through, funnily enough, Armor Skeptic that I found Sargon of Akkad, because I was a fedora wearing atheist, and because I went to a Catholic school, which is another reason why I was actually for gay rights, because I found it unfair, and because the infographic had Christianity as the excuse for why gays don't have rights. And I was like, this is uncool. I don't like this. I don't really even like my religion anyways. It was just kind of like a combination of all these different things happening at once that kind of led me down this path. But I still believed in free speech. I didn't like censorship whatsoever. I remember there was a Tumblr post complaining about how like bitch needs to be wiped out of the English language because it's derogatory to a woman. I thought this is fucking retarded. What are you talking about? And I was basically like a free speech absolutist. I had no problems with slurs. Like even during my social justice phase, I was still an edgelord. I remember in 8th grade, and there's a picture of it. I have a picture of this, but fun fact. I made a swastika. I got a red armband and I made a swastika, and I was doing like the Hail Hitlers and making Jew jokes all day. I kind of forget what prompted it. It was some sort of thing that we were doing for class together, but I was just making just Hitler and Jew jokes like the whole entire day, and somehow did not get in trouble with the teachers in the process. And then we took a picture together, and like all of us in the class, and you can see me wearing the armband and the swastika in the picture. There. So like even as a social justice warrior, I still wasn't like that far down. I was just more on like the whole feminist gay rights, because this is before gay marriage got even legalized, side of things. And I wasn't, I guess, that crazy, you could say. I mean, I'm a woman, so by default I'm crazy, right? But I wasn't like that far down the rabbit hole, thank God. Because then I watched Armor Skeptic. Through Armor Skeptic I found Sargon of Akkad. I remember hearing about Sargon of Akkad on Tumblr and how evil he was. But I saw Armor Skeptic's videos about Trump, and they actually weren't that bad. And I believed in hearing both sides of the story. And I knew how crazy my mom was because I was going through the whole divorce during this time period too. And so I believed in hearing two sides of the story to get the full answer because my mom would just make all this like shit up about my dad to try to ruin him, and I knew that wasn't true. And having that whole mentality in mind, I decided to check out Sargon of Akkad, and I just really liked his stuff. He made a lot of sense, and he was talking about the cultural issues at hand, and I just got completely cured of my feminism. Just by like watching Sargon. Like, I guess in a way I was kind of already heading out of that path because around that time period too, um, there was this whole all cops are bastards were really being propped up on Tumblr, and they're starting to talk about like killing all men. Like that was a phrase that was really getting popularized around the same time was kill all men, which was a bit more radical, just a bit more radical than it was just a couple years before then. And I was just like, hold on, I don't want all men to die. My dad's amazing. I love my dad. I would not like he's doing everything he can to protect me from my mom. And he was a good cop. So like I don't think all cops are bastard either. So what are we doing here, folks? And it just all that kind of stuff like culminated together into the point where I started watching Sargon, and it's just like, you know what? This shit's kind of stupid. Like, I still believe in gay rights. I'm still not racist, right? I don't have problems with black people. Well, I mean, I did kind of have problems with black people, but I didn't want to. I was trying my best not to be racist. Uh, you know, and various other things along those lines. You know, no problems with trannies. I still wasn't on the complete Trump train, but I saw him as lesser of two evils. Thanks to watching Armor Skeptic and Sargon of Akkad talk about these different stuff, and just kind of been drifting further and further right ever since. Um, and even though like I'm a fake gamer girl and I don't play video games really. I mean, I should, but like still, I still cared about them because once again I watched Markiplier and Jack said to play video games. I didn't want these video games that I wanted to play. I just couldn't play because of my limitations from being under a rock, um, and having more controlling parents, which was a good thing overall, but still. And like I wanted to play these games. I didn't want them being ruined. Like I didn't want them filled with black, trans, and gay people, right? And women. I just wanted good video games. Even if I didn't have problems with black, trans, and women, or I guess I slowly had more problems with women. But like even though I wanted good video games, I didn't want politics in them, and it just kind of all went from there together since. And oh, here I am, and here Sargon is, but just two different sides of roughly the same argument, because my issue was with the gays was the fact that they didn't have rights and that was unfair, and he saw feminism overtaking and making things unfair for men, and because everyone should be equal, black gays and women and men as well. So still kind of the same mentality, just from a different angle at roughly the same time. uh uh hmm. Carl's more base and he lets on, but he has to keep himself in check because he has to worry about going to jail for opinions or his business being rude. Oh, 100%. Thank you, Smudgy, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sargon is a good boy. Yes, he is. He is. And thank you, Boog, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Congrats on 10K, not lover. Hope Lumi doesn't assault your feet again. She is the footfish after all. She is the footfish. Is this why you always begged Arch to let you speak with him? You're really a fan? Well, yeah, I am really a big fan of Sargon, but I specifically tell Arch that I don't want to talk to him. It's Lum Lum that wants to talk to Sargon about the Odyssey, not me. Like I don't want Sargon. I don't want to meet Sargon. Like I'm scared. Like even though I've evolved and changed over time myself, I'm not that smart, and I know he doesn't like VTubers. And I just don't want to make a fool of myself, really. Like I don't know, like I don't even know I would talk about the Sargon about different things, cuz like I agree with him on most stuff. It just is what it is. Like I don't want Sargon doesn't need to know about me. Like that's okay. I'm okay sitting in my little corner and just being and fangirling over him, and that's about it. Like I'm content. He doesn't. I don't need to make a fool of myself. Thanks. I must have misremembered. No, it's okay. It's okay. No worries there. But I don't want to meet Sargon. No, that's terrifying. Um. I don't know. I'm sure Sargon would talk to Arches and V's nice lad. Yeah. Oh my fucking god. Somebody super chatted like on Stanford Bridge a few weeks ago, or maybe a couple months ago at this point, about me, and they called me Maul, which is fun. That's what Arches calls me, right? That's no big deal, right? But Sargon's like, oh, who's Maul? And Archer's like, oh, it's just someone who's a fan of you. And he's like, oh, well, Sargon's like, oh, well, he must be a nice lad. And Arch was just laughing. And he's like, what, is Maul not a boy? And Arch was like, oh, no, it's fine. He's like, well, I mean, Maul's a gender neutral name. And Arch is like, yeah, no, yep, it's it. He's a nice lad. That's indeed for sure. I was like, Arch, you bastard! And he has no desire of correcting Sargon's I thought that I'm a nice lad, because he finds it more funny that I'm a man. And you know what? I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. I'm apparently a nice lad in Sargon's eyes. That is way better than if he finds that I'm a fucking VTuber, right? I'm a woman. that would we'll keep that impression. I still hate Arch, but we'll keep that impression. Well, you are a nice lad, to be fair. Oh, I mean, that's true. That is true. I do have a 12-inch cock that's 3 inches wide while flaccid. Depending on the day, obviously. But you know. It just varies. It just varies. Anyway, we'll continue with the video. I've been yapping too much. Well, and we only are a minute in. Oh, unpause.
It's nice to be proven right, right? It's just lovely to be proven right over and over and over. Because I did the hard things. I went and set up a media company. I did a couple of degrees. I became a husband, a father, multiple times. I pay a huge amount of tax. Like, I feel like I've done everything I'm supposed to do, and I'm healthy as far as I know, you know, God willing, touch wood. I'm happy.
He's lost a ton of weight since the old days. Like, he did the whole keto diet that he loves to talk about. Has done wonders.
Everyone around me seems happy, and, you know, there's a lot of work, there's always a lot of stress, but I feel like I've done the right thing by trying to be as virtuous as I can and not just indulging in vice, right? Just not just wallowing in vice. And on the other side, we've got other examples of people going in their own directions. And one of those people is Lindy West. Now, if you are an old head like me, that name might ring a bell. You haven't heard that name in a while. Lindy West. Yeah, she was a Jezebel writer back in the day when Gamergate was going on. And she was a fat pride activist, as you can tell. And she wrote a book called Shrill, Notes from a Loud Woman. I mean, do you want that to be a legacy? Hello, I'm fat and loud and annoying on the internet. Yes.
Hey, that sounds like a black person.
Please buy my book. West's memoir is full of wild, joyous vulgarity and ranges from body images to rape threats to puberty and love for her husband. Oh, okay. Very interesting. If you're part of a particularly niche audience back in 2016 when she published this. But she was really just, I mean, you forget how radical these people were. And I mean, still are. But you forget how much of a break from common sense morality that these people took. For example, she was the author of the hashtag Shout Your Abortion, because of course she had an abortion. Of course she's proud of the fact that she had an abortion. And of course she wants to chip away at stigma, lies, and the climate of shame. It's like, yeah, but you're murdering a baby, your own baby. You chose to become pregnant, and now you're murdering the baby that's produced. Like this, I remember at the time, shout your abortion was just a horrible thing. You know, and again, this 10 years ago.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, because this was 10 years ago, right? And they have a memory of a goldfish. But this is supposed to be like the counter protest to the Christian or the Catholic Save a Life. What's it called? The ones where they go to Washington D.C. every single year. Pray to end abortion type of deal that they have, and this is supposed to be like their version of it. Where, and I remember like it mostly in like college campuses I remember seeing it, where these college girls would hold these songs saying that they're proud to have their abortions, and some of them were interviewed and they talk about like how many abortions that they had, and some of those numbers would hit the double digits, and it was just aghast at how horrendous that is to get that many abortions. And it's just, I mean, one abortion's already like disgusting as it is, but when they had like 5, sometimes 10, and it's just like they're using it as birth control, and it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, that's like in my head I was forming like an abortion policy because I was still more left-leaning and still okay with abortion, and I was learning about this stuff. I'm like, okay, so we need to have a legal limit for how many abortions you can have. Like, okay, you can have one because of like, you know, accidents happen, right? You know, rape, you know, life of the mother, you know, maybe you're a teenager in high school and you don't want to like ruin your life by having a kid to become a single mom, right? You know, you can have one free pass to have an abortion. And then after that, that's about it. We're gonna that legal limit at 1. Maybe 2 for like extreme circumstances, depending on what the first one was actually for. Because if you got raped twice and got pregnant twice because of rape, that's more on you, lady. That's a little bit more on you if you got raped twice. Just saying. Yeah. I'm like, okay, so we're gonna calm down on this. My whole abortion policy is completely race-based. Ah, well, that part I'm not gonna fully disagree with.
I was a liberal, but like I still wasn't like, you know, I was won over by the Hillary Clinton safe, legal, and rare, as in only in the worst circumstances should a woman get an abortion. They're like, no, abortion is birth control, and we're proud of it. We're going to set up hashtags, shout your abortion, because we're so fucking proud of doing this. And it's just like, okay, man, just, I mean, that was just one of those things that was like, yeah, no, I'm going to the right. You know, sorry, I'm not.
That's how I felt too.
What being a hands-off liberal has done, and this is it. This is the sort of thing that this has produced. No, clearly we need authority and morality to guide society, because if not, this is the kind of thing that you get. And it at the time, I thought this was just funny because I didn't think it was going to really go anywhere. But then it started becoming evident that no, what's been produced in the universities has been disseminated out to the institutions of society, and this all accumulated in around sort of 2020 with Black Lives Matter, where you just had the full spectrum dominance of woke across culture, across all aspects of culture. But then, of course, this sort of thing starts petering out because it itself is not wholesome and generative. And so it becomes evident that this is actually a form of excess that is taking control of society, the Slaneshi reign of society. And actually, most people don't want to be ruled by these kinds of people. And
I would agree with that. But first off, speaking of being ruled by these kind of people, Mossad is giving me a call. Ooh. Okay. Well then. Mossad definitely gave me a call tonight. That's for sure. Looks like we're starting a new fund. After all, a new gaming fund. And it's too many shekels for me to ignore and say no, because I am a cheap whore. Well, I say cheap whore, but like, You know, I am a whore regardless of this case. Here. So so thank you, Kiri-sum, for the 250 shekels to start a Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask fund. So I will start that for you. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot of shekels. That is a lot of shekels. I will make it the same as the Wind Waker fund to make it even, because it is Zelda. Though since I have played Majora's Mask before, um, it's okay. I don't really dislike Majora's Mask, but I don't also hate it either. So, but yeah, looks like I might be playing Majora's Mask before Wind Waker though, because well, once again, the shekels have come in. You failed to mention that? Find his Wind Waker then? Oh. Well, never mind then. Okay, scratch that. Scratch that. Kiri-sum has changed his mind, and listen, 200. Listen, shekels are shekels. Okay, I'm not gonna disagree or argue when shekels are involved like this. I'm a whore. So, but hey, the Wind Waker fund's getting close to completion. I'm not complaining about that. I want to play Wind Waker. So thank you, Kiri-sum, for that. Thank you. That's extremely generous. Of you. So thank you, my dude. Thank you a lot. And I'm especially honestly for helping fund Wind Waker, because well, I really want to play Wind Waker. So hey, I can't wait for that to be soon. After 13 Sentinels, after Shadow of Colossus, after BioShock, right now Wind Waker is in the lead for the closest game to be completed for the fun, and I'm not gonna complain. So thank you, Kiri-sum, once again. All the homo towards you. No socialism though. There's a difference. I'm not wearing socks. Never mind. Apparently no homo. Wait. Even more homo then? If I'm not wearing socks? Not sure how the rules work. I'm not feeling particularly gay today. Boys 11K celebration. Okay, maybe extra gay. I'm gender fluid, chat. I'm fluid. I go back and forth like a bipolar fucking woman. I don't know if I should be gay or straight or a socialist or kill the commie. I can't make my decision. I just still. Which version, by the way? GameCube or HD? Probably GameCube, because the HD one is on the Wii U, and I already have ways for the GameCube to work. I do not have ways for the HD to work. For Wind Waker, which is kind of unfortunate because I heard the HD actually has a good quality of life upgrades, but that's on Nintendo for not getting a Wind Waker version on the Switch. So I guess it is what it is. It is what it is. There. HD is hideous? It is? Well, damn. Okay. Can you post the fun progress again? Yeah, I can. Somebody, mods yell at me afterwards. Actually, yeah, Wind Waker will be closer, because I know Eldritch Saga said I could pick the game to go towards. I'm gonna to send his donations to Wind Waker. I just have to add them up after stream. So yeah, we're gonna get at the rate we're going. Chat, we're gonna get Wind Waker soon, and I'm gonna be very, very excited. It's not gonna be till the end of the year before I get to play it, but I'm gonna be very, very excited to play Wind Waker. Oh my god, yes. Oh, I already have thumbnail ideas. Okay. I I can't wait to play Wind Waker. Yeah. If not pregnant and/or mother, does your preference even matter? True and real. I am just chat's toy to be abused and abused. Not like that, but also like that. How much more for Shadow of Colossus? That has already been funded. Shadow of Colossus has already been funded. That's the next game after 13 Sentinels. There. Yeah. Shadow of Colossus is already been funded. BioShock's already been funded. That's why they're the next two games on the list. And then after that, there's no game that has been completely funded yet. The Wind Waker's getting close. I had to add up Eldritch Saga's donos, and then it would be probably a lot closer. Good. Shadow Floss is gonna ruin every Zelda game for you, so it doesn't matter. Fuck you. You can't ruin my Zelda. You can't ruin my Zelda. Fuck you. Oh. Okay. Speaking of the Devil Eldritch Saga. Okay then. You guys are how much left? Okay. I guess I'm going to be doing math. Okay. Hold on. Wait a second. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to get the calculator out and go. Sorry for the dead air here. Eldritch Saga coming in with the more shekels. Let's say 100 shekels here. Okay. You guys, I know it's like 11K celebration, but still, guys, come, like, it's okay. I mean, thank you for the support. I'm not complaining, but it's, I mean, that's God, I had to. Okay, 2, 4, 6. Okay, adding that. Here, and then there's that one, and then here there's this one. Eldritch Saga, calm down, Eldritch Saga. It's fine. It's not that far away from being funded. Oh, let's calm down, Eldritch Saga. Stop. Stop. Okay. Okay, so we are $72 away from being funded, including Eldritch Saga's another 100 shekels coming in hot here. Okay, there we go. This is once again, chat. Wind Waker's not gonna happen till like the end of the year. Like, I know I'm excited for it, but it's not gonna happen because 13 Sun is gonna take a while. We just got that started, and we have Shadow of Colossus, which I know is a short game. BioShock, which I forget how long that game is, but I don't think it's like it's not like a super long game like 13 Sentinels is. Roughly, and then I had but then it's gonna take a while before we get the Wind Waker. So like when it comes to game funds, don't feel obligated to like get these funded so quickly because it's gonna take for fucking ever before I get to them. Like I mean, thank you, but still, like remember, take care of yourselves first, like your bills, mortgage, save for a house, wife and kids, groceries, tires apparently, unless you're Laura Loomer. Like, just, like, there are more important things than a stupid woman on the internet. Please. Like, please. Uh, uh, um, um, okay. Okay. Okay, well, with that, Eldritch Saga has completely funded Wind Waker now. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, thank you. um, uh, uh, I thought the straits for clothes were oil barons like you. Oh, I thank Eldritch Saga for upping fund the Wind Waker to completion here. lol, I took yesterday off, made $6,500 ish. Don't worry, bruh. Bruh. Uh, like, um, oh, I mean, hey, good for you. Like, obviously, like, I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, am I losing my ability to speak here? Like, that's a lot of money to me. Like, I can't imagine making that much money, in my fucking lifetime, right? Especially like in one day or hell, 1 week or anything like that. But, uh, but at the same time, like, just because you make that much money doesn't mean. I mean, obviously, you spend it as you will, and I'm not complaining about it. And obviously, at the end of the day, I'm just an entertainer, and people spend money on their entertainment. But I also, you know, I don't know. Like, it's just, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, man, but also congrats to you because it's obviously you're doing very well for yourself. So good. It makes me less concerned. But yeah. Anyways, uh, and don't worry. Why did I make this? Thank you for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing to help try to also fund the Wind Waker. So you know what? I will add your $5 reduce. I know the fund has already been completed, but you were trying to throw that last $5 in to complete it. So you know, yeah, I appreciate your efforts. Because obviously I love Wind Waker and anything. And anyway, like no matter how much you guys donate, or hell, if you don't donate, you just lurk or a VOD bro. That's still a very important. That's still extremely important because obviously getting content out and live streams and videos.
Is it the Jews?
People watching.
I'm
That's what
assuming it's always
matters,
the Jews.
not the actual money itself. In that case, so yeah, no. uh, thank you, Smudgy, for the $2 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought you were Arch's future wife. No, he's in Norway. I'm in America. That would be, yeah. That's not happening. Uh, um, not to mention he could have. Anyways, so thank you, Twigger, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully this helps fund the research to cure you of your autism. There's no help. I'm a lost cause. I'm a complete fucking lost cause, man. Like it's there's no help. Okay, I love my Zelda too much. I love my Genshin. I'm so fucking retarded. I'm regarded. In this case, I can't even stream properly. Here I am. Elders out there buying chicken dinner for the next week. Well, I cook for myself. But yes. No, I try to obviously, right? Like streaming is my job, right? I'm not gonna deny that. So obviously, helps pay the bills. But I do try to invest as much as possible into the channel itself. Paying the editor, getting art and commissions, that little project I mentioned earlier before we started the Sargon vid, that I hope that you guys like when it actually completes, which is going to take a few more months. It's been in the works for a while now. It's a long process. Different things like that, right? So I try to actually make it like worthwhile for you guys as best as possible. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And once again, thank you, Eldritch Saga, for not completely, but for being the majority of the fun for Wind Waker there, because I'm very excited to play it. I can't wait to play Wind Waker. But it will be the end of the year, but I can't wait to play Wind Waker. Oh, I wonder. Oh, maybe I can get like a little Zelda asset. Oh, I'm gonna write that down. Hold on. I'm gonna write this down. I can't forget about this. Get Zelda asset. Wonder if I can like get like a Link's tunic, or maybe a little Navi flying around my head. I wonder if they make any like VTuber assets like that. I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. Like, on one hand, I feel like they probably don't, because, like, I don't know. I know obviously lots of VTubers play games, but being an actual Legend of Zelda fan is not really a very popular woman thing. It's still mostly male dominated overall. But if there is a Zelda asset out there, I would like that. Maybe I could commission one. There's enough time. If there isn't. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I already have an idea for the thumbnail too. Oh, I want to write that down so I don't actually forget the thumbnail idea. But I don't want to say it because I don't want to spoil it. I like having, fun little thumbnails that you guys enjoy. Okay, there we go. Writing that down. Be cool if we got a Navi asset. Even though she's super annoying, that would actually be nice. Or at least get his tunic, right? I could probably been like, I could probably get like a PNG of his little hat that he wears. or fuck, what's his name? The Elio, I think his name from Minish Cap, because Minish Cap's my favorite 2D Zelda, and he's not actually, like, he's on Link's cap. And that would be cool. I know it doesn't fit the Wind Waker theme, so probably best to do it for Wind Waker specifically. But like, that would be kind of a cool asset because I like him a lot. Minish Cap. Cap name. What was his name? Elzo. Eslo. There we go. I knew it started with an E. Eslo. Yeah. Tingle thumbnail. No, not Tingle. Not Tingle. The cease and desist is already away from the Nintendo. No, fuck you! I wanna... I wanna play my Wind Waker and enjoy my Zelda. Nintendo, let me enjoy your games. Is that such a crime? I mean, I know they think it's a crime, but still, let me think it's... let me enjoy your games. Good Navi asset that goes, hey, listen, every time you get a donation, oh, that's actually a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. I wonder if I can make that happen. Navi asset goes, hey, listen for donos. Well, we'll see what it all ends up being. I want to see what I can get for like free or relatively cheap first before I commission something specifically for this. But that would be cool. That would be nice. I can't wait. I can't wait. Damn. It's Eslo, not Ezio. Eslo. Excuse me. Okay, when were we supposed to be reacting to Sargon? We got 6 minutes in, chat. 6 minutes in. And it's already midnight. We did not get very far into this video, but you know what? We started early. Not early as much as not as early as I wanted to celebrate for 11K. So we can go a little bit later, and the mods can just suffer because yeah. Well, we'll continue the Sargon vid here.
I really mean, like, when I say these kinds of people, there's a certain cohort of millennials that they're in their 40s now, and they were totally one-shotted by all of this when they were in their sort of, 20s, late 20s, early 30s. Completely one-shotted by it because the money was flowing in. Like, they had patronage from whoever, the Soros or whatever, whatever, like, woke billionaires were spending all their money on, like, pumping up all of the sort of millennial startups, the BuzzFeeds, Vice, Vox, all those sorts of types. Jezebel, one of them, actually.
And a lot of them are dead now, or half dead if they're not, if they haven't fallen. I know Gawker died, and Jezebel's gone. There was this one pink one. I forget what it was called. It was some sort of. It's not feminist frequency, obviously. That's with the new Sarkeesian. But there was one. Oh, I forget what it was. It's some sort of like feminist rag in general. Vice, I know, is dying, and a whole Vox isn't doing too well. BuzzFeed is nothing. A lot of the leftists love BuzzFeed because they would make all these like articles and jokes and all these different memes and stuff like that. But they were highly political and only got worse and worse as time got on there. And nobody talks about BuzzFeed, but BuzzFeed was like all the rage back in like 2014, 15, 16. Like they're just a joke now. There. And yeah. Not they're just all gone. Funny how that works.
Gawker. Gawker is the thing I was thinking of.
Oh, you brought up Gawker.
These people were paid with this sort of influx of money to be insane woke ideologues. And so it became their entire worldview. They're like, no, this is like the core of what I believe. And that's great when the wind is in your sails, but when it's not, well, you're left carrying the baggage of that. And also you're left carrying the baggage of your life choices when they don't make any sense. But anyway, we'll get onto that in a minute. So she just, I mean, you can find an article from her about virtually everything. Obviously, she's against internet anonymity. Obviously, she wants to save free speech from trolls, as in she wants you banned from saying what you want to say. And obviously, she wants herself promoted. She promotes political correctness, just openly saying, no, I'm for political correctness. And this is dovetails with her censorship, calls for censorship, which is, it's just, if you are allowed to say the things you say, they aren't going to say the things they want to say, and therefore, you're not allowed free speech. It's like, but that's a choice on your part, and would be government action on the other part. But anyway, like I said at the start, she was a fat activist, as in, and there's one thing, you know, don't be mean to people who are excessively fat, obviously. Although fat shaming did cause me to lose a lot of weight, and I've never used Ozempic, by the way.
Nah. Right? Like, obviously I'm racist, transphobic, homophobic, you know, all the ists and the obs in the book, right? But at least there's an argument that you can't choose the color of the skin that you're born with. You can't choose the gender you were born with. You know, there is this argument that you can choose your sexuality depending on what you believe, right? But it used to be that was immutable, and that you didn't actually get to choose if you're gay or you're straight, right? And so it actually made less sense to make fun of people about that stuff because those are immutable characteristics that they cannot change no matter how hard they try. Being fat? Yeah, you can change that. It's pretty, I mean, it's simple. I mean, it's difficult, and the actual process is difficult. But it's the actual, you know, the step-by-step is easy. You just eat less, work out more. There's no excuse to be fat. Especially with, well, I don't trust Ozempic. I don't trust drugs in general. I don't trust doctors. I don't trust Big Pharma. I don't like this little push that's happening on the online right where there's like, oh, there's no excuse for people to be fat anymore. You gotta have Ozempic. And it's like, no, we don't know the long-term side effects of Ozempic. There's already things coming out about people becoming blind and like the bone fragility issues and other stuff. Like, I'm not gonna trust that. But like, there's just no excuse to be fat unless you have like some sort of like health condition. That where you're like a borderline invalid, or, you know, some sort of other thing that's happening to you when you need to maybe get surgery or something like that. But like, that's a very small extreme situations. Not in the case for the modern age for 99.9% of people. You're just fat because you're a cow. You should be insulted. You should be made fun of it, because that's the best way to make people lose weight is just to fat shame them. It gives them the motivation to do so, to a certain extent, because you make people depressed and they become unmotivated, which then can make them more fat, which is a problem in itself. But with enough social pressure, enough shame, which is a good thing for society, it can make people get healthier and better and make better actions. In this case, lose weight. So yes, go ahead. If you see a fat person, make fun of them, fat shame them. There's no excuse to be fit. Just go to the gym, fatty. Eat less, cow.
And this seems all the more untenable in the era of Ozempic, doesn't it? But this was a decade ago before that was available. But my wedding was perfect and I was fat as hell the whole time. Aham? Sorry, her husband is called Aham. Weird convergence of nominative determinism. Anyway.
I mean, he's brown, which is not that surprising, right? Fat white woman gets with brown man. Stereotypes exist for a reason, okay? But the fact that he's also called Aham, which Aham, or I'm assuming it's supposed to be pronounced like Aham, like supposed to be a little bit more like rolled together there, but but with how the article has with the capital letter being big and bold in a different color, it just looks like Aham. Oh, maybe God is real. Maybe God is in fact real.
So she is interested in abolishing the stigma around unhealthy lifestyles, right? This is the point. Now, there is a stigma around unhealthy lifestyles because there are actual consequences for being unhealthy. Now, you know, I think that these things, when you get to that sort of size, are a choice, right? You are choosing to eat too much. You are choosing not to exercise enough. And I'm not saying this is, you know, I've still got a bit of fat on me, but there are there are layers to this. But also there's the, okay, fair enough, if you've eaten way too much, you put on a lot of weight, that doesn't mean it's good for you, right? That doesn't mean you should do that, and that doesn't mean you should be an example to others. And that activism, that advocacy, is actually destructive to other people. But anyway,
well, yeah, you're making bad decisions. That's ruining your life. Maybe not immediately, but long term. A lot of these fat activists die when they're like 40. Like, I never really kept track of the different fat activists, and I'm kind of curious if she's actually one of them, because I know he's doing like the whole like prologue. This is how it all started situation. We haven't actually gotten to what she's at, 10 years later. But a lot of them have died. And the ones that survived, they've got Ozempic. Like Megan Trainor, the one that made that famous song back in around 2016 when the fat acceptance movement was really popular. All that about that bass, and she was just extremely overweight. And I was talking about how proud she is for being fat. Yeah, I mean, she's really skinny and fat. She kind of looks a little bit too skinny in a weird way. Like, she doesn't, like, you're just her cheekbones and her jawbone just looks a little bit too sharp. It just seems a little bit much, sort of, if that makes any sense. But yeah, she didn't die, but she still got the Ozempic and all that fat's gone. Not so proud about that now, are you? At least she's alive. And then I do want to point out too that the picture in this article, so obviously it's her and her brown husband, but also as their friends and I'm assuming family together. So we got the other bitch here, short hair. I just want to point that out, just the short hair. She looks relatively normal, but we're talking 2016 peak feminism. Short hair is kind of a red flag. But then the two in the back, particularly, the one with the silver hair, too much makeup on, the crazy lipstick, the short hair is horribly cut. The dress actually isn't that bad. I kind of like the dress, but with the face, it just ain't it, chief. And then some sort of possible trainee next door. It's kind of hard to tell because the face kind of throws me off, as well as the hands. But the hair is all bushy and weird, and the makeup's also a little bit weird too. And I can kind of see some boobs, but like those are easy to replicate after all. But they just look like dysgenic freaks, and then also the brown child. But whatever. It's funny how birds of a feather so happen to flock together. It's almost a miracle she actually got married based off the people she's around. Because usually these people are like, oh, misogyny, the patriarch's trying to hold us down, marriage is awful, don't get married, the man's gonna abuse you and use you. It's the Hunger Games look. You know what, that's perfect. You know what, Hunger Games was like really popular back then too. Well, it was kind of dying off by the time 2016 was happening. But it was still like a cultural influence, and that is exactly correct. That is exactly fucking correct. That looks exactly like it come from the Hunger Games there.
Got married to a ham, and 10 years down the line, we've had an update on that from Louise Perry, who's a good sort of reactionary woman's writer. She's really good. Follow her on Twitter or wherever. She's really decent. And this is a great article. Now, as you'll see, I don't have an account for the Wall Street Journal.
There's a way to get past that.
I have to go and find clips that people have put on Twitter of it. But it's a really, really nice...
Sargon, I know you're a boomer, but there are 2 different methods that I know how to do. And I'm tech illiterate and a dumb woman to get past this. Sargon, you've been doing this your whole entire career. I still love you though, no homo.
Thing to have an update on how those life choices matter and how they have worked out for the people doing them. As you can see, progressivism destroys its most loyal servants. Lindy West thought polyamory was less oppressive than monogamy, and it ruined her. Well, let's see. Now in her 40s, Miss West, isn't it Mrs. West? I mean, I don't know if who knows? I've no idea actually whether she's taken Mrs. I mean, that'd be pretty patriarchal, wouldn't it? Maybe it's just Lindy. Anyway, Miss West has done everything that the Progressive Political Project told her to. She still refuses to lose weight, rejecting her doctor's offer of GLP-1 medication, which I assume is Ozempic, despite the suffering caused by her obesity. She stamps on any sign of conservative thinking in herself and others. There was a guy called, was it Arthur Chu, who had posted on wherever, Facebook or Twitter or wherever, this thing about how he mind kills himself. As in, he has doubts, he has thoughts that are not woke and progressive, and he actively controls his own thoughts to destroy them. And weirdly enough, Harry did a book club on James O'Brien's books, and in one of the books, James O'Brien had exactly the same thought process. He was, I know, sometimes I see things, I think, oh no, that's not good. And then I realised that's the reactionary me who needs to be killed off. I need to fight myself from observing reality around me because it's counter-progressive. And, of course, Lindy does the same thing. She's made...
I mean, it's ridiculous in this context because they are denying reality. Like, she needs to lose weight. There's apparently suffering caused by her obesity. No surprise there. Like, she looked like she was in her 30s 10 years ago. She's probably in her 40s now. So she's probably not doing very well whatsoever. The whole the polyamory being better than monogamy, being the under headline from the title, is a bit of a concern too. So like it's all just denying reality that's making and that to stop her from making decisions that make her life better because it goes against her ideology. But there is something to be said about actually killing those essentially intrusive thoughts, for like a lack of a better term, where you have these thoughts that come in and be like, okay, this is bad thought, like I shouldn't think about this, right? It's kind of around the same thing. Like every once in a while, I have a thought where I'm like, okay, that's not exactly the good best decision to be making, right? That's not going to actually help me make my life better. It's actually going to make my life worse. And I just like, okay, stop being a dumb woman. Stop thinking like that. You're on your period and you're ovulating or whatever excuse that I use and be like, okay, shut up, Floyd. Like that's actually not like a bad thing to do. But the thing is that one is denying reality. The other is controlling yourself from making bad decisions that are actually legitimately bad that could ruin your life. But then again, that's coming from my perspective, which is more conservative, versus they're more progressive, and so they see the conservative thing as bad, where I see the progressive side as bad. So you could technically point fingers and say, one's over the other one, right? Also, we're halfway through the video, and I know I spent quite a long time yapping instead of actually listening to the video. But I had to take another pee break. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it through the video until the end. It'll be quite the rush ending. So I really don't hate to pause this. I usually try not to do during React videos, but I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm sorry. I should have done this earlier, but I was trying to make it through and it's not going to happen anyway. BRB, 2 minutes. Okay. Sorry about that, chat. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's continue with Sagaruni.
Her activism, her identity, refuses to engage with people outside of her political subculture. She even avoids spending time with her extended family because they have unknown politics. It isn't that they actually disagree with her, it's that they might. That's brutal. That's absolutely brutal. Like, what a destructive thing. Like, you know, by the way, right, just to be clear, looking at myself from being a liberal and then Lindy West as being like hyper-liberal, and the divergence, whereas I've gone to the right and she's obviously carried on going further and further left. I just want to be clear, right? It is your relationships that make your life worth living, right? With the people around you, nurture your relationships. Be caring and loving and considerate to the people you're with and help them out. Spend time with them, have fun with them, and that's what they will enjoy and appreciate about you. That's what makes your life worth living, I promise you. Like,
yes, like, other than like the moral aspect of things, which is kind of what Sargon's going for in this case, biologically, we are wired to be around other people. Humans are group species. We are supposed to be around multiple of our own kind to survive. We're not a solo species where we lay eggs or, you know, and then they hatch and then they go on their own separate ways until it's mating season. Then they get together, copulate, and then lay eggs, and the cycle repeats, a type of situation, right? Like, humans are supposed to work together as a tribe, whether that be in the small household unit or more community unit, or as a nation. We are supposed to be around each other. That's literally just how human biology works. We're just one of those group-based species like that. Which there's a lot of them out there. Obviously, you know, the apes and the chimps are the closest one to us. But, you know, obviously the herd animals are very similar in this case, too. And it's very important from biological perspective to actually be around our own kind. And because of this biological imperative, it affects our psyche. We're not meant to be alone. Yeah, we're a social species. We're not meant to be alone. You're supposed to have good connections with your family. You're supposed to have good connections with your own family that you create when you do grow older. You're supposed to have friends. You're supposed to get along with your coworkers. I mean, you're not going to get along with every single buddy because every individual is different, right? Like, I can get along well with, you know, person X just fine, but might not get along with person Y. But person X and Y might be able to get along themselves just because it's two different people with two different personalities and two different opinions. And so how I act with X is going to be different than Y, and how Y acts around X is going to be different than how they act with me. Like, and that's just kind of how it works that way. But regardless, we're still the social species. We're still groups. We're still supposed to be in groups. And when we're alone, doom scrolling till 3 a.m., and then going to work dead, not talking to the coworkers, just doing the bare minimum, and then going back home and repeating the cycle, it causes, I don't want to say depression because that's a little bit too like more therapy speak than I prefer, but it causes great suffering for the individual in that case, because you're not supposed to be the atomized individual. You're supposed to be in a unit. Obviously, you know, I still think individualism is important on a local scale, but we do need to be more collective, and that's what we're losing in the modern age with media, social media, the internet in general. You know, you will live in the pods and eat the bugs mentality that Klaus Schwab is imposing upon us by 2030. You know, oh, nothing to be happy situation. Like, it's getting more and more common for that to be the case, and it's just not healthy whatsoever. Not healthy whatsoever. And then it causes long-term problems, because then you take somebody who has been isolated for many years and they finally meet somebody when they like start dating, or, you know, try to actually finally make friends, or whatever the case is, to try to improve their life, and they've stunted themselves. Maybe not even on purpose, right? Just more accidentally, just how the pieces kind of fall together, and it causes problems with that relationship, unless they're the person they're with, or that be as a dating thing or as a friend or whatever the case is. And unless that other person's really patient or going through very similar things, and hell, even if they're going through very similar things, because of the years of isolation, they just might not have the tolerance anymore. because of, you just get used to being alone. You just kind of prefer that, even if it's not the healthiest. And it just causes so many problems in return. And it just, in this endless cycle, and it just completely messes up society. And now here we are in the modern age. Obviously, there's a lot more that goes into it than just simply that. But it's very important to try to, like, even if you don't have the best relationship with your family, to still reach out and try to talk to them. Even if you don't have the best relationship with your coworkers, still reach out and talk to them, right? Just try to talk to people and not be so isolated, because it's just going to be the downfall of yourself and therefore the downfall of society. And we can't let that happen. Literally, my social skills are kind of shit now. I kind of feel the same way. Like, I feel like I've also kind of lost some of my social skills. Like, I didn't have good social skills until I started getting a job, and then I built them. And now I feel like I'm kind of losing them to a certain degree. Not completely. I think I'm still relatively okay. But I do kind of worry about myself a little bit. Like, okay, we need to be a little bit more careful here. Humans are a social species, but also a racist species. Well, yes, we can't be friends with everybody in the world. Like I was saying, like, you can't get along with everybody. We'll take that as a mass scale with a group people. They're definitely not going to get along with everybody in that case. Also, my cat has decided to join me since I took my pee break. She's causing problems again. Yeah, welcome to Amal's TED Talk. Yes, exactly. I feel called out. Well, don't feel like called out in like a bad sense. Like, it just uses as motivation to try to improve your life somehow, right? Somehow. I don't know exactly how, but baby steps is what's the most recommended thing. And just, I don't know, talk to somebody online. Not the same thing as IRL, but baby steps once again. And see how that goes. Kitty! Yes, she's a good kitty. But also a naughty kitty, because she likes to step in front of my phone tracking and then mess with stuff on my desk. But anyway, Sargon.
This, well, I don't know if they politically agree with me, therefore I must never talk to them, is cancer. It's absolutely evil. Miss West's previous memoir included a Pacific Northwest version of a fairy tale ending, with our heroine marrying, a hameful J. Ulu. So his name's not just Aham. A musician and artist who nowadays identifies as non-binary. My wedding was perfect, she said in her 2015 column. I was fat as hell the whole time. In Adult Braces, which I assume is her new book, we learn the reality of this relationship wasn't perfect. They were at odds from the outset, particularly on his insistence that he be permitted to sleep around or to use the vocabulary of their subculture, be a polyamorous person. Their marriage had been accompanied by a lot of crying, panic attacks, and endless therapy.
Okay, I just want to point out, with the name of Aham, whatever the fuck Middle Eastern name that was, I'm not surprised by the polygamy thing, because they do try to, talk about how they have multiple wives there, and how it's a good thing. Now, there are rules and regulations on how they can have those wives, but if you can take a brown person, use Islam as a shield, adopt them into leftism, make them non-binary now, yeah, they can probably use and abuse some of the rules of leftism for their favor, for sure, and for that polygamy. And her being a fat cow and having no desire to actually fix herself, well, what choice does she have? You're gonna die, alone. And no matter how much feminism talks about how they're strong, independent women, they don't need no man. No woman actually wants to be alone. Plus, she looked like she was in her 30s back in 2016, so the wall was probably a calling for her anyways. She didn't have much of a choice, now did she? Yeah, didn't have much of a choice, I'm guessing. And I almost feel bad if she didn't do it to herself. Oh, we got some raiders? Hey, yo, we got some raiders? Thank you to Xcount for the raid over on Kick. Thank you. I do greatly appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Right now, we are reacting to a Sargon of Akkad vid about the, there's two of them that we're trying to see tonight. This one's the woke activist 10 years on, so the consequences of their actions are catching up to them. Here, so, if you like a little bit of spice, stick around. If you don't like spice, well, I do ask that you leave the kitchen. You must not be a woman then. Hell yeah.
I mean, that is just remarkable, isn't it? That is just remarkable. You got married, which I would have thought was a patriarchal institution you want to reject anyway, to someone who demands that he still be able to play the field, basically. And for some reason you went along with this. I'm not even going to speculate why. And this...
I mean, I already did, but I also want to throw in, as he did mention, like, marriage is a patriarchal field. Maybe this is her way to, like, reject the patriarchy, even though it gives him all the power for being polyamorous and he can still play the field. But basically, like, it's a way for, like, they're married for legal reasons, but, you know, because they're so progressive, they're polygamous, because that's part of being progressive, being woke. It's not being tied down by the cultural institutions like marriage in the proper sense. There's too much ties to Christianity and religion there that they don't like. And so they have to reject it in every single form, even if it's actually good for them. That's like everything that's, you know, that's supposed to be good for them, they reject anyways. That's gonna be my guessing there.
This has not been good for you, right? This has not been good. And so actually, the right-wing traditional view of what relationships are and what marriage ought to be turns out to be the correct view, and your continual emotional pain seems to bear that out. All of this radical left-wing nonsense that was, oh no, all of these were just prejudices. They were just stigmas that were brought unthinkingly from the past, from a darkened, morally deficient age, turn out not to be the case. They turn out to actually have had a point. There was something about the human condition that these prejudices actually spoke to and solved problems for. I mean, I can't remember who it was that said it, but, you know, that whole tradition is the solution to a series of problems we forgot we had really seems to be true, doesn't it?
Chesterton's fence. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Ever since I learned about Chesterton's fence, like, years ago now, I do like to use it a lot because tradition is so important. Like, there is a little bit of truth that a tradition does need to change and adapt with the times, because as people do progress, people do progress naturally, especially the past 100 years since the Industrial Revolution, right? Things have changed rapidly, and that does mean that not all traditions can actually properly stand. But it doesn't mean you throw the baby out with the bathwater, and it doesn't mean you reject all of them just on principle because, well, they're, you know, one's outdated, so all of them are gone. Like, it's very important that we have these. We learn these lessons at a very early age as a human society, or at least as a Western society. We have them for a reason to protect ourselves from these damages from ourselves or from others. And yet we just decided in the past 80 years specifically to just get rid of all of them. Let women have rights, let them vote, let them do whatever they want with their bodies, stop the segregation, everyone's equal, all this other bullshit. Gays are A-okay, just go trans your kids, and let everybody and their mother into the border. All these like different things have just completely decimated society in like an 80-year time period, where before the end of World War II, it would have been unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable, to have half of the shit that's happened. Hell, most, actually 99.99% of the things that have happened in the past 80 years that occur. But it has under the guise of progression. We're an evolved species. We're superior. We know better than our ancestors. They're ignorant and still hiding in the cave. Scared at their own shadow on the wall. Not understanding the fact why we have these in the first place.
Really seems that the Chesterton's fence of this has come out and proven its point.
Oh, he mentions Chesterton's fence. Can you tell I used to listen to Sargon a lot? I'm like talking about things literally like 5 seconds before he does. This is like the third time I've done this video. Anyways.
Yeah, there's a reason we had these views on what things should be like traditionally, because otherwise you get a lot of crying, panic attacks, and endless therapy. As in, this is bad. This is not good for you. And essentially, what I'd suggest is that this guy, is the problem. Anyway, Louise goes on. Miss West is desperate to defend her husband as well as the girlfriend they now share. Oh, this seems demented, not healthy, doesn't it? Jesus Christ. After Miss West, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name, obviously. Acceded to Mr. Ulu's demand for non-monogamy, the throuple now live together in a rural cabin belonging to Miss West's family. She writes of retreating to the guest bedroom during frequent bouts of depression and being subjected to the sound of her husband and his girlfriend having sex in an adjacent room. That's horrible, right? That's horrible. Now, there are probably a lot of people who are going like, ha ha ha, she's getting cucked. Yeah, she is. Okay, great. But that's horrible. That's a horrible, horrible thing that she shouldn't be doing. But the only reason any of this is possible is because she got one-shotted in her like late 20s or early 30s by this extreme left-wing ideology, and now she is this far down the rabbit hole that her husband is shagging some other woman in the next bedroom, and she's got to sit there depressed, crying, and lonely. Like, that is just awful.
Like, they're not even like sharing. Is she having sex with a girlfriend? Is she having sex with her own husband? Like, that's Mag. If she's going through frequent bouts of depression, I mean, subject to the sound of her husband and his girlfriend having sex, it sounds like this happens on a like regular occasion. Which, if she's 300 pounds plus, she's probably not in the best shape to have sex with either of them without crushing them. So it kind of makes sense that her husband is going elsewhere for that kind of thing. Like, I mean, she definitely did it to herself. Like, I'm not exactly going to make fun of her. But my sympathy definitely is very low when it's stuff that she has done it to herself. But Sargon is right that she got one-shotted by progressivism, because it is indoctrination, right? It is propaganda. Like, women are taught from the day that they're born that they're special little snowflakes, and that men are evil and patriarchal, and that marriage is going to kill and oppress them. And they have to be strong little career girl bosses, and they go to college, and then that just fucks them up even more. Going further, it's literally from the day that they're born that they're being taught this stuff, and it's really gross. And as the resident vagina holder here, I got to deal with at least some of that. I skipped the college part personally myself because I knew that was a scam and damaging, but still, I do have some sympathy because of it. But at the same time, like, Jesus Christ, like, there's only so much just because she did it to herself. She chose made these life choices, and frankly, if I was her, I don't think I would be alive. I'll be completely honest. If I had to be subjected to the sound of my husband and his girlfriend, which I would never allow happen in the first place, yeah, no, I would just end it. I would just Canadian healthcare myself. I'm not joking. Like, the thought, like, I had the whole thought run past my mind of, like, future boyfriend doing this, and I'm just like, no, like, that's not happening. That's not happening. No. I'd rather die, even by my own hands. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting here. Now you should make fun of her. It's really funny. I mean, that's probably the best way than, like, me having my own, causing myself my own anxiety by, like, having that image run through my mind of that happening. But still. Land whale leftoid race mixer equals you get what you fucking deserve. That's basically my position as well, right? But I did kind of make myself upset. I did a typical woman thing and made myself upset thinking about that situation happening to me, and now I'm, yeah. Even rebellion, Amal is passive. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not gonna kill them. I'd rather end it, because, like, the pain is with me. Right? I did it to myself. Like, my life choices led me here, right? I'm the one that fell for the leftist propaganda. I'm the one that became, like, 300 plus pounds. I'm the one that got married with on the requirement that he stays polygamous. I'm the one that, still allows him to be polygamous and have this girlfriend that we're supposed to share, but it doesn't sound like we're sharing. Like, I would look at it as like it's my fault completely for every single thing, because it is, right? Right, it is. And I'd be like, okay, so the buck stops with me. Bang!
Awful. That is awful. Like, why would you want to belong to a political philosophy that does this to people? And this is awful. Anyway, Miss West reports that she wrote this memoir to provide financial support to her family, 3 able-bodied adults in their 40s, who seem to spend most of the working week emotionally terrorizing each other. I mean, yeah, like, honestly, I feel bad for them. I mean, there was such shits back 10 years ago. But just looking at how badly things are working out for them, this is like Anita Sarkeesian getting married to herself on her 40th birthday or whatever, where it's just like, oh, I'm going to get all my millennial friends around and pretend that I'm having a wedding. It's just like, oh God, this is the saddest thing I've ever seen. Like, I'm sorry, this is just awful. It's just really awful. And like I said, I do feel bad for these people because they've been sold a worldview that was progressive and edgy and counterculture, and now they're saddled with the consequences of this. And yeah, I know people are gonna be like, well, I don't feel sorry for them. They had their time, they made their choice, and I know they did. And you know, you're completely right? You're completely right. It's honestly, I appreciate that I'm just soft-hearted when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I appreciate this is me being soft. But man, I do feel bad for them. It didn't have to be this way. And this is always what I was doing back in the day. I was like, look, this is just not wise. It's not a good idea. This is not what a good person is supposed to do. And honestly, I have just found myself realizing that Aristotle was just right about the telos of a human life, right? If you want a good life, you have to cultivate virtue. You have to cultivate your relationships. Be good to the people around you. Be good to your neighbors. Try and be good to, like anyone you meet in the street. Love your family. Work hard. Do the right thing. And you will flourish as much as possible. Whereas, conversely, indulging in vice, and you end up in this position. And, you don't have to be perfect. Nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. Like, I cheated on my diet this morning because I was stressed because I've got a lot going on. And I was just like, oh, God, I just would really love a Ferrero Rocher for breakfast. And I did have one. So feel free to shame me in the comments, right? But,
Boo, Sargon, you fucking fat lord. How dare you eat a Ferrero Rocher for breakfast? Actually, who eats a Ferrero Rocher for breakfast, actually? That's a dessert. Unless it's, like, different in Britain. But, I mean, I think that's a very small different consequence of, like, obviously, if he cheats on his diet more frequently, that's going to cause long-term side effects where he's going to get fat again. But, like, that's a very small thing to give yourself a little break because of the different stuff versus, yes, leftism. I'm so edgy and cool. I'm going to get this polygamous relationship even as I get married here. And now I had to deal with the sounds of my husband and his girlfriend having sex in their room. That's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing. Together. There's only so much sympathy you can have for those people who do such severe consequences to themselves before you're just wasting your sympathy on them. Unless they're making, like, active change to be better. And she's not making anywhere close to active change to be better. She's still in her 40s and coping and struggling for dear life to justify her actions by not doing anything. Just keep on carrying on. And that's it. That's it. Here. Whatsoever. Sargon of diabetes. No. Sounds good to me though. Yeah, like Ferrero Rocher actually does kind of sound pretty good though. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I do notice though, like specifically in this video. I'm not sure. I don't know. I mostly listen to Sargon's videos instead of like watching them, but his eyes, they are so puffy, and he's got such bad like bags under them. Normally, I don't like to comment about this stuff too much, especially on people that I like, because like it's not the nicest thing to do, right? Life is hard and tiresome, but he looks exhausted, which makes sense. He's running the Lotus Eaters. He shows up on the Lotus Eaters a lot, as one of the as the host. He's obviously making his Akkad daily videos. He does the occasional live stream, and he's married with like 5 kids or something crazy like that. So he's got a whole wife to deal with. He's working with Arch on creating that tabletop game, and they are working quite a lot on that too. Like, so he is quite the busy man. Like he's doing stuff 24/7. So it makes sense that he's tired. But this is where I will actually like send out my sympathy, right? I do feel bad for him because I don't like him. I don't like seeing him that tired. Like it kind of makes me sad seeing him look like this, where he's running himself ragged. Like he's doing good work, right? God bless the Lotus Eaters. I still love his channel, the actual Sargon channels themselves. Obviously, him having kids is great, and I'm excited for the Arch tabletop game that they're working together. But my God, like part of me just wants to tell him, man, take a break. Take a break here. Cause like he just looks so exhausted and I feel bad. Parasocial, hey listen! Like listen, I like my Sagroni, okay? What can I say? Like, seriously, he's covered like half my life or something like that, okay? Like, it's kind of, when you look back and actually do the math, it's kind of crazy how much of my life he has been involved in without him even really knowing about it. Like, obviously, me getting into politics when I was 12 was influential to myself. Obviously, my dad being an amazing dad and my mom being absolute fucking dog shit, and thank God that she's fucking dead, is super influential. And without those two factors, I wouldn't have ever, learned of Sargon and started watching his stuff back in 2015. But still, it still still he's been extremely influential in my life too, for kind of getting me out of the social justice nonsense, more specifically because my dad wasn't really political, and he would have been like, he wasn't exactly happy with some of my things I was doing, like my dyed hair and different things like that, but he wasn't going to be overbearing. He's not that kind of dad, right? And so like Sargon kind of helped lead me out of that path of being a social justice warrior. And so yeah, I know I have a lot to thank for him for helping me avoid making the same mistakes as this fat bitch that we're talking about in this video. Like, it's imperative. Like it's great. Like I'm grateful for it. Sargon's like your godfather, yeah, right. I don't want to call him my father figure because I feel like that disrespects my dad, and I don't want to do that because my dad is extremely important to me and I love him dearly. But Sargon has had immense effect on me. And so yeah, Godfather would actually be pretty good. Yeah. Mhm. So yeah, the parasocial is real. We need to keep them all from ever meeting Carol Benjamin. Yeah, I don't want to meet Sargon, okay? Like I don't ever want to meet him. Okay? I want to appreciate and express my gratitude from a distance like this. And that's about it. Like I don't need to meet him. I don't need to talk to him or anything like that. I'll probably be a bubbling, disgusting, awful mess and just make a fool of myself. I don't need to do that, right? I just want to respect him from afar and be very grateful for what he has done to make my life better. Because without him, I probably wouldn't be in the position that I'm in right now. Ah, there. um, Thank you, Smudgy, for the $5 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When Britain is free from the lefty tyranny, we will rest or rule Britannia. Agreed. Agreed. I know what he's doing is a very important. Like they did the whole Lotus Eaters live event today, right? I know what he's doing is important. But I still worry about him. It's just a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? Not too much. Right? I don't want to be like extra parasocial and weird. But yeah, I don't want him gone. Not being exhausted is fine. More worried about staying in the UK. Could be South Africa type of place in another decade. Hopefully they turn the corner, but I think they will. Restore Britain and Rupert Lowe is looking very promising. And it's important to remember for my fellow Amerikanskis in chat, America's not doing too hot either. In fact, we're arguably in a worse position than the UK is. It just doesn't look as bad because we have such vast amount of territory. But we're only about 55% white when we used to be about 90% white back in the 60s and 70s. It's looking pretty bleak for us too. So just remember that we're both struggling together.
Tomorrow I'm not, because I finished them, and I'm gonna get back on my diet, and I'm gonna pick myself up and keep going. You know, like you just keep on going in the right direction, even though you make mistakes, and you'll be fine. Everyone makes mistakes. You just have to generally be as good as you can be. But this is them being as vicious as they can be and wondering why things have turned out terribly. And I honestly, like I said, I genuinely feel bad for them. But at the end of the day, they thought they were smarter than the inherited wisdom of literally thousands of years of successful civilization that brought them to this point. They thought they knew better. If anything, this is an argument against hubris. You are not as wise as you think. You are not as clever as you think. Progress is not as good and unvarnished good as you think. And these people that the old heads will remember are carrying that burden. And honestly, I like I said, I feel bad for them, but at the end of the day, you made your beds, right? Anyway, come and join us at the live event on the 11th of April. It's going to be brilliant. Link in the description. I'll see you in the next video.
There we go. We got through the video chat. I made it. I was able to stop yapping enough time to actually get through the fucking video. There. But I'm glad I dodged that bullet. Like, even with Sargon, you know, let's say directing me on the best path forward that I could possibly have, you know, to what I say, sort of. I have made a lot of mistakes in my life, even after stopping being a social justice warrior. I'm in my dad's basement for a reason, right? But I could be a lot worse. And I'm glad that I dodged this whole fucking mess here, right? Not some sort of fat acceptance movement, you know, land whale, SJW, polyamorous relationship covered in tattoos and just awful, right? So it's I'm grateful for that. I don't want, I don't know, seeing some of these people from the past and how awful their life is kind of make myself feel better, even with the mistakes that I have made that led me here, right? At least I'm not in their position. I didn't get my woman hating rant. I was dropped. I'm sorry. We didn't do the millennial feminist one. We did the woke activist 10 years on, and that's because of the fact that this video here, the woke activist 10 years on, was okay. If it loads, it's referenced in the millennial feminist one. Load, please. Please. Is that a no with the hand job? Can I have thank you here. Yeah, so it's reference. You can kind of tell with the little preview here how did it all work out. That's the video that we just watched right there.
Is it the Jews? Is it the Jews?
So maybe I'll save this for like Monday stream, and then we can kind of like see this like a part 2 continuation of the one that we just watched here as well. I want to watch both of them because I'm interested. I like Sargon a lot. Anyways. Yeah, you could have been one of those I need to get out of this small town types. Okay, the thing is, even when I was a social justice warrior, okay, well, yes and no. I never was exactly the one that hates small towns. Because like I never liked the city, even as an SJW. I've always loved the countryside. I love nature. I love exploring. I love touching grass, kayaking, hiking, all those like different outdoorsy stuff, and that you can do the freedoms that go with it. I wasn't like super like a gun nut or anything like that, but I like guns, I like archery, and so that's all very things you can do in the small town, not so much the big city. I hated how congested the big cities are. I hated the crime. I hated, which at the time I didn't realize because of blacks, but you know, still, I didn't like how, I just hated cities basically there. However, I did want to get out of where I currently live, mostly because of my mom, and I felt really stifled here. And because for the longest time, until my mom died, I just wanted, my whole goal was just to move out when I was 18. Like, when I told myself when I was 18, the first thing I would do was move out. But she died before I turned 18, so that didn't happen. But that was my goal, because I just wanted to get the fuck out of there as fast as possible. And, well, you know, she died, and so then I kind of lost myself for a little, because like I was running on spite for most of my life. Well, I was running on spite until that point, right? Like my whole goal was just to try to get away from her, no matter what the cost was. And so if I needed to get the best grades at school, do all these extracurricular activities, try to find a good boyfriend, you know, whatever the case is, I would do anything possible to try to just get away from her as fast as I can. I felt bad for my dad, but I figured I would like maybe go to like to my sister's place, who doesn't live in the same state, and try to like do something there. So there's definitely that desire. And then she died, and then I kind of lost that will for a while. I felt really aimless because I was just like, well, you know, what am I supposed to do with my life now? Like my reason for living is dead. And I just kind of floated for a while, unsure what to do. Like, I knew I still needed to do something with my life, but I didn't have that spite there anymore that kind of like carried me forward. And that definitely did some damage. Just because I was so listless for such a long time there. So there was technically that whole, you know, get out of the small town stuff. There. Your mom died. Sorry you have my condolences. Oh, don't worry. I'm glad she's dead. I mean, yeah, I talked about how I lost my spite and how that negatively affected me, but overall it was a positive because she was, not good. Spite can be a great tool to keep you going and alive if nothing else is available. That's basically what I had. Like, I mean, not like my life was horrible. She wasn't like the worst mother in the world. She wasn't like a crack addict prostitute with like a Nazi boyfriend or anything like that, right? There are worse mothers out there, right? And worse parents. No sexual assault, no physical assault, or anything like that, right? But she was a severe alcoholic who drank herself to death. And without going into like drama dumping stuff, like, she wasn't the greatest with lots of things. And yeah, I'm glad she's gone because of it. Because once again, I don't have a lot of sympathy for people, and I do think it's because, like, I'm not sure if it was like a natural thing with me, or because even as a kid, like, I remember when I was like 6 years old, that's when I realized my mom was a piece of shit, and I started heavily disliking her. I didn't exactly have all the reasons why, but that's when I got into kindergarten and actually started interacting with other kids around my age, because I was relatively isolated up until that point. I started seeing how they acted with each other, with their own parents, and various other things. I just could tell that something was really off about my mom and how things were supposed to be. And I was really, and because of my isolation, I was outcasted even with my other peers when I was in kindergarten. I mean, when I was 6 years old, because I was just so different with everything. And I was able to pin it to her. And as I got older and I learned more and more, like, I learned about alcoholism when I was like 8. And I remember making her scream and cry one time. I'm trauma dumping, never mind. I'm sorry, chat, I'm trauma dumping. But anyways, like, I'm glad she's gone. How about that? We'll just leave it there. I'm glad that she's gone. So Thank you, Smudgy, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. As a trucker, London's a hellhole to drive through. I imagine so. I would hate to fucking do that. Big cities are such a pain in the ass in America. I would imagine in Europe is even worse with how congested things are, because you guys didn't have cars when you planned out your cities. I mean, we didn't really have cars either. We still had horses, but like, we had vast amount of land that we could able to expand a lot easier and adjust that stuff. There. And then, thank you. Sargon's black grandfather. Oh no, the octal rune strikes here again. Thank you for the $20 reduce, Sargon's black grandfather. Seeing Carl interact with an overwhelmed, fawning Gen Z fangirl on stream sounds absolutely hilarious and something I love to see, just because I have no clue how to even react. Lol, 5 Nights at Applebee's fun. Okay, I will throw your $20 reduce to this 5 Nights at Applebee's fun here. And I don't want that to happen. I mean, if I were ever actually meet Sargon, I would do my best to be a regular person, be a little bit on the difficult side, but I would do my best to be on a little bit of a regular person. Because, you know, he is, at the end of the day, is a human, right? He's just an I would say average dude. He's a little bit of above average dude, obviously, at this point. But, like, he's a real person at the end of the day. And I know, like, even with my small size, I've had a couple people kind of, like, fangirl-esque with me. Not like that's a bad thing. Like, it's actually quite sweet, but it's also very strange to me. Because I'm just like, hold on. I'm like a nobody. I'm just a retard on the internet. I'm not special. So it's okay. Like, I mean, I appreciate it. And I feel it makes me feel good about myself, obviously. But it's also like a very strange experience. Now, I'm sure Sargon, since he's been in the content career space for like 13 years now, he's probably, you know, well adjusted to that stuff. But it is a mostly male-dominated audience. And I don't want to go full fangirl, like Tumblrina fangirl, where I go, oh my god, Sargon of Akkad! I don't want to do that. I really kill myself than do that. So I would be my best to be like, ha, Sargon, so... how's the weather in Swindon today? Oh, awfully cloudy with another chance of rain because it's England? Oh, well, I should have expected that. My apologies. Mom would totally fangirl right then and there. Oh, 100%. 100% of it. That's also fangirling though. Listen, I have limitations, okay? I have limitations. I'm definitely not I'm not the smartest. I'm not I would do my best to like, and the other thing is too is, you know, after listening to him for so many years, I would hope that it'd be a little bit on the smarter side, right? You know what? I think I am much better off than lots of, you know, like this woman, for example, right? But he would like, I would try to talk politics with him because obviously that's the main bread and butter that he does, and me as well, right? But then I would be like so daunted by his intellectual abilities. Okay, that sounded really fucking gay when I said that, right? But like, I feel like I would just look like such an idiot if I ever even tried to even barely just scratch the surface of any actual issue. And he would just look at me and just be like, wow. So you've been a fan of me for how long again? I'd be like, half my life? Oh. Oh. It's fine. Oh. There. You'll need a male avatar version when you talk to him, Jamal. That's not gonna happen, right? Like, Lum Lum can talk to him about the Odyssey as much as she fucking wants. Okay? Me, I will sit in the cuck chair and I will listen to that Stanford Bridge and I will be perfectly fucking content. I'll be perfectly fine watching that happen. I do not want to fucking meet him. No siree whatsoever. I'm not making a fool of myself like that. Sargon's confident and driven, not a super genius. I mean, I'm not gonna say like he's the smartest person of our time, right? Like, I mean, we got obviously Elon Musk is probably the best example of that. He's also the richest man. But you cannot be as successful as Sargon has been and last through 13 years of the gruesome internet, build his own media company, have a wife and 5 fucking kids, have God knows how many people working underneath him with the media company, run like 3 different YouTube channels that he regularly uploads to, has a tabletop strategy game that he's creating with another person, Arch, and all his other stuff without actually being able to be somewhat competent in some sort of way, and also be able to have such a strong loyal base as he does. Like, I'm not gonna say that he's like the best, you know, craziest person ever, but respect should be given where respect is due. And you know, I try to do that. I think, if I remember correctly, I think Arch's IQ is supposed to be like 136, and then Sargon's like 135. I think that's what I was told, if I remember correctly. As I did like that Mensa IQ test years ago, and Arch likes to hold over Sargon, that he's got a higher IQ than him. A lot. Even if it only is like by 1 point. I know the figures might be wrong. I know they're both in the 130s based off that test. And I'm pretty sure it's 136 versus 135. Or maybe it's 134. It was only like a point or 2 difference that Arch had over Sargon, and he just likes to hold it over Sargon a lot. Intelligence is not simply IQ. I mean, IQ is actually pretty important when it comes to intelligence, but yes, I know what you mean there. Arch IQ mogs Sargon, yes. Only by like a point, but just enough that Arch was, obviously is, you know, using it against him. Versus mine's 112! Aren't I so smart, chat? 112 IQ! I'm the smartest person in the room right now. Which is technically true, because I have a cat and a dog at my feet. That's not saying much, though. No. And an IQ test. Well, it's the Mensa one, right? It's a free test, so obviously take it with a grain of salt. And it's the Mensa one, so it's supposed to be the best one, because the whole point is to see if you have a high enough IQ to get them into their whole Mensa, like, little program thingy for high IQ people. And that's supposed to be, like, that's where the real test actually happens, but you have to do the fake test first to kind of see, and that kind of deal. So there's a little bit of, like, legitimacy to it, but not a whole bunch, because it's still a free internet test after all. It's just a nice little fun thing to do. And, you know, when you're just poking fun of each other, being like, I have a higher IQ than you, then it's, like, not that big of a deal. The brightest midwit. Ah, yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am so smart, chat, with my 112 IQ. Oh my god. Yeah, a funny woman on the internet says very smart things. Listen to her all times and places. Trust me, you won't make any horrible life decisions if you do. Ha ha ha. There. Having high IQ just leads to depression. That is true. That is true. But let's actually do something with that IQ, but for most it does. Most it does. Internet tests overshoot that make people take, to make people keep taking them. But wouldn't, like, they over them overshooting make people not take them because they'd be like, oh, look at me, I'm so smart, I got this, like, super high number, right? Like, wouldn't that be the incentive there? Like, if they got, like, lower ones? That's my understanding. Also, I'm totally not coping because of the fact that I did it live on stream and got 112. So, therefore, like, you know, that if they're overshooting, that means I'm in less than 112, which then makes a lot more sense. And makes a lot more sense, but I like to make my... listen, I got over 100, so that's better than nothing, right? Right? Yeah, VOD's gone, by the way. That is true. That one that... bleh. The one I did do it on, the VOD is gone, which sucks. But, oh well. It is what it is. It's lost to the archives now and forever. There we go. I'd rather not know, because either way I'm not going to believe my result. I mean, in my case, if it's too high, like 112, I'm not going to believe it. If it's too low, I'm just want to kill myself and just get depression. So, you know, either way, I see your point. I see your point, you know. 112 IQ is high for a woman. Cope. See, but that's if they actually are overshooting, which, you know, I'm gonna more likely to believe chat anyway, because you guys know more than I do. And it was on stream. Yeah, it's probably much lower than 112, let's be honest, chat. I mean, okay. The one thing that does make me feel better about myself, though, is the fact that I at least have pattern recognition. I need to have, like, 95 IQ, roughly, to have pattern recognition. So at least I am somewhere around 95, which is less than 100, but not 85, so I'm not an NWA, okay? I'm not an NWA. Could be worse. Could be worse. When the bots still being a kick and rumble, I don't know how that works. It depends on the time period. When I took it. Because with me being permabanned from Twitch, me being permanent from Twitch happened before I had to do the whole VOD wiping on YouTube. The channel wipe on YouTube. But if it's in the weird in-between period, then it might not. Because of, yeah, it's weird. It's weird, actually. Anyways, chat. Anyways, we have done an extra long stream. Extra long, actually. We started early, and now we're actually ending early as well. So, shout out to the mods for being here for pretty much the entire time. And dealing with me and you guys. After all, chat does reflect the streamer, so, you know, listen, we're talking about 112 IQ. I'm just saying it. I'm kidding, chat. I'm kidding. So thank you, mods, for dealing with my retardedness for extra long. Chat, I hope you enjoyed the extra long stream. Thank you once again for 11k. I know we didn't do anything like too super crazy and special, and my apologies for that, but I hope you enjoyed the stream nonetheless. And thank you for all their very generous donations, like extremely generous, and for funding Wind Waker especially. I can't wait to play Wind Waker. Okay. I won't stop. I won't start fangirling over Wind Waker. Okay, I've just been gushing over Sargon. But also the sub. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Wordforge. Thank you for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you, my dude. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. And then I thought there was somebody who had a re-subby bubby. Chain Reaction. Thank you for the subby bubby for 2 months in a row as well. Thank you. I didn't say anything earlier. My apologies about that. I kind of like... I'm sorry. But regardless, thank you for all the subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings, and everything else in between. I will see you guys tomorrow on Arch's channel, where I'm going to be a Nazi vampire cat girl. That is a real sentence. That'll be at 3 p.m. EST. And then after that is done, we'll do movie night in the Discord server. I'm not sure what movie yet. Probably Ryan Gosling movie, because I kind of want to watch more Ryan Gosling movies. We'll do that. And then on Monday, we'll do at 7:45 p.m. EST. There will be the normal streams. And yeah. Good night, everybody. I'm sending you both YouTube bros and Kick bros over to Oko. He is not political. Do not bring up politics. That's very, very gay. The gays get thrown out the building. And I think that's it. Good night, chat. Hasta la vista. Bye.
affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?